Mr. Speaker. Almighty God, we give thanks for the blessings which have been bestowed on us. Laying aside all personal interest, we acknowledge the King and pray for guidance in our deliberations, that we may conduct the affairs of this House with wisdom, justice, mercy and humility for the welfare and peace of New Zealand. Amen. Members, I've been asked to rule on the use of the word Aotearoa in the House, and I said I would consider the approach taken by the New Zealand Geographic Board, though this is not at all binding on the House, which does enjoy unfettered freedom of speech. The official name of New Zealand may only be altered by legislation. However, Aotearoa is regularly used as a name of New Zealand, including by the Geographic Board itself, in its own name and in the title of the legislation that created it. It appears on our passports and it appears on our currency. I pointed out several times that Standing Order 109 says that members may address the Speaker in English, Te Reo, Māori or New Zealand Sign Language. That really is the end of the matter. In light of Standing 109, it's not for the Speaker to arbitrate when an individual words in any of those three languages may be used. I suggested to Ricardo Mendes March he might like to use Aotearoa New Zealand for the sake of order in the House and to assist anyone who might not understand the term. However, members may speak in any of the three languages at any time. If other members do not like certain words, they don't have to use them, but it's not a matter of order, and I don't expect to have further points of order raised about it. Come now to petitions. The clerk will present 6 petitions.
Petition of Connor Sharp requesting that the House asks the Government to work with local government in Auckland to deliver surface light rail in Auckland. Petition of Kapa on behalf of Te Pāti Tangata Whenua requesting that the House increase the number of Māori electorates. Petition of Conrad Peterson requesting the House repeal and rewrite Section 24A of the Arms Act 1983. Petition of Chris Gilmore requesting the House urge the Government to hold a referendum on the Gene Technology Bill. Petition of Christian Vanderpump requesting that the House urge the Government to release incident statistics collected by Fire and Emergency New Zealand. And petition of Councillor Sam Bennett requesting the House urge the Government to require NZTA to immediately plan, finance and undertake remedial work on State Highway 3.
Ministers have delivered 5 papers.
Government responses to the report of the Petitions Committee on the petition of John Hernshaw, on the petition of Raina Vermani and on the petition of Rainbow Labour Christchurch Branch. 2024-25 Annual Report for Whaikaha, Ministry of Disabled People. Report on unappropriated expenses and capital expenditure for the financial year ended 30 June 2024.
I present the report of the Controller and Auditor General entitled Regulating Vehicle Safety Inspections. I also report the OPTCAT, Aged Care Mentoring Report, Chief Ombudsman's Observations. I don't like acronyms. Those papers are published under the authority of the House. Eleven Select Committee reports have been delivered for presentation.
Report of the Economic Development, Science and Innovation Committee on the Regulatory Systems Economic Development Amendment Bill. Report of the Finance and Expenditure Committee on the Taxation, Annual Rates for 2024-25, Emergency Response and Remedial Measures Bill. Reports of the Foreign Affairs, Defence and Trade Committee on the International Treaty Examination of the Agreement on Climate Change, Trade and Sustainability, the International Treaty Examination of the Agreement under the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea on the conservation and sustainable use of marine biological diversity of areas beyond national jurisdiction, and on the International Treaty Examination of the US Tuna Treaty Amendments to Annex 2 of the Treaty on Fisheries between the governments of certain Pacific Island states and the Government of the United States of America. Report of the Governance and Administration Committee on the Auckland Harbour Board and Takapuna Borough Council Empowering Act Amendment Bill. Reports of the Petitions Committee on the petition of Brian Webb, the petition of Deirdre Kent and the petition of Kylie Kelly. Report of the Primary Production Committee on the report of the Controller and Auditor General monitoring importers of specified high-risk foods, and report of the Social Services and Community Committee 2023-24 annual review of the social services and community sector.
The bills are set down for second reading. The report of the Controller and Auditor General and the international treaties are set down for consideration. The Clerk has been informed of the introduction of 3 bills.
Referendum Framework Bill, introduction. Term of Parliament enabling 4-year term legislation amendment bill, introduction. Appropriation 2023-24 Confirmation and Validation Bill, introduction.
Those bills are set down for first reading. The Honourable Paul Goldsmith.
Mr Speaker, I seek leave to move a motion without notice and without debate to acknowledge Te Matatine 2025.
Leave is sought for that purpose. Is there any objection? There appears to be none.
I move that this House congratulate all those who participated in Te Matatine or Te Kahui Maunga National Kapa Haka Festival last week, and in particular Te Kapa Haka or Ngāti Whakauei, the supreme winner, and note that Te Matatine this year was attended by record numbers of both participants and guests, with 15,000 people attending the finals on Saturday, generating an estimated 26.5 million from the Taranaki region. Ka tū te ihi, ka tū te wehi, ka tū te wana. Have no fear and compete.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. Those of that opinion will say aye. Aye. The contrary, no. The ayes have it. Members, I've received a letter from the Right Honourable Chris Hipkins seeking to debate under Standing Order 399, the resignation of a Minister, the Honourable Andrew Bailey. This is a particular case of recent occurrence for which there is ministerial responsibility. That warrants the attention of the House and the Government. The conclusion of oral questions, I'll call on the Right Honourable Chris Hipkins to move that the House take note of a matter of urgent public business. The House comes to oral questions. The first in the name of the Right Honourable Chris Hipkins.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. To the Prime Minister, does he stand by all of his government statements and actions?
Yes, and especially our action in recent days to make it easier for New Zealanders to see a doctor, Mr Speaker. We know that too many Kiwis wait too long to see their GP, which is why we're putting more funding into primary health care. And thanks to that funding, Kiwis will see more nurses working in primary care, more international doctors working in their community, more opportunities to enrol with their local doctors, and more choice with the rollout of a 24/7 digital service. Fixing the healthcare system won't be easy, but our outstanding Minister of Health is backing patients and making sure we can get them the care they need. He's funding more, he's growing the workforce more, and he's getting rid of the bureaucracy.
Supplementary question. Why has he expressed confidence in David Seymour's ability to clean up the mess he's made of the school lunches program, given his own Minister of Education has refused to share that confidence?
Well, David Seymour is the accountable minister. I've got every confidence he's all over the detail, and he's going to make sure all the food and the meals get up to scratch.
Supplementary question. Was Erica Stanford correct that David Seymour's announcement cancelling teacher-only days overstepped the mark? If so, what has he as Prime Minister done about it?
Well, I have clear delegations and clear responsibilities. David Seymour is the accountable minister for school lunches. He is aware of the issues and he will fix them. Erica Stanford is the accountable minister for teacher-only days, and she will manage that.
So we.
Why is Erica Stanford being left to clean up David Seymour's messes while he fails to show up to meetings with her, and as he as PM won't do anything about it?
Sorry, can you explain which meetings?
Mr Speaker,
No,
I don't believe I need to explain questions, but the Prime Minister might like to read the news.
Excuse me.
Yeah.
I'll read it.
Just do we move on to question 2 then, if that's where we're at?
Oh, point of order, Mr Speaker.
Well,
I've asked the Prime Minister a question.
Yes, you did, and then you decided to qualify it when he gave an answer that was unacceptable. I'm asking you now to ask the question again and nothing else.
Okay. I'll repeat the question. Why is Erica Stanford being left to clean up David Seymour's messes while he fails to show up to meetings with her? And why will he, as Prime Minister, not do anything about that?
Well, as I said before, I have every confidence that David Seymour is working his way through the issues around the school lunches. He's aware of the detail, he's on top of it, and I have every confidence that he will sort it out.
A supplementary question, Mr Speaker. Why does Erica Stanford have the fortitude to repeatedly stand up to David Seymour that he seems to lack?
As I said, David Seymour
The last
is...
part of that question is not in order. Next up.
The question, is it still his expectation that the new, cheaper, mass-produced school lunches will be at least as good, if not better, than the healthy, locally made lunches his government cancelled? If so, when can hungry school students expect him to deliver on that promise?
Well, I'll just say to that member, it's a bit rich because we saved school lunches because that Prime Minister didn't fund school lunches. So we are spending more on school lunches and we are giving them to more kids. That's a good thing.
Supplementary question, Mr Speaker.
Just when the House comes to a little bit of quiet.
If it hasn't taken feeding children melted plastic, failing to deliver lunches at all, serving up the same food 13 days in a row, or serving pork to halal students, what will it take for him to finally step in and sort out the mess that his government has made of the school lunches program?
Why is he laughing?
Look, again, I'll just say to that member, this is a government that has actually put together a school lunch program that is feeding more children and is funded. He hadn't funded it, we funded it, we're expanding the access to it. Yes, some of the food is not up to scratch, but the Minister is working his way through the issues and I have every confidence he will resolve it. And I just say to parents that may be listening to this, feel free to prepare a Marmite sandwich and an apple for lunch.
That is the last mass outburst that we're going to hear today. We could be a very empty House if people continue to participate in that. Dana Kilpatrick.
Mr Speaker. Thank you. My question is to the Minister of Finance. What recent reports has she seen on the economy?
Mr Speaker.
The Honourable Nicola Willis.
Recent data releases are consistent with a growing New Zealand economy. Yesterday, for example, the latest trade figures were released. These show that in the December quarter of last year, New Zealand exported $26.7 billion worth of goods and services. That's an increase of 9.6% over the same period a year earlier. Dairy was particularly strong, making up almost a quarter of our total exports in the quarter.
Supplementary. What is driving this increase in exports?
Well, Mr Speaker, both export volumes and prices have been rising. That is, the amount of goods we export has been rising and the world price we get for those goods has also been going up. Furthermore, the New Zealand dollar is currently at a competitive rate for exporters. ANZ's Commodity Price Index, which follows movements in prices for New Zealand's exports like dairy, meat, horticulture and forestry, has risen 15% in the past year when measured in world prices and has risen 25% in New Zealand dollar terms. That is good news for New Zealand's hard-working exporters and the people they employ.
Supplementary. How do export prices compare to import prices?
Mr Speaker, import prices are, of course, the other side of the equation. Luckily, economists have a measure of a country's export prices relative to its import prices. That's the terms of trade. New Zealand's terms of trade have been rising strongly, as export prices have been rising much more strongly than import price rises. Currently, the terms of trade is at a near record high in a series that goes back to the 1950s. Now that is good news, as New Zealand's purchasing power has effectively gone up. We are getting more in return for what we export.
Supplementary. What other export industries are picking up?
Well, Mr Speaker, I'd like to share with you facts from a letter I received from New Zealand Apples and Pears, who tell me that New Zealand's apple and pear industry has achieved $1 billion in orchard gate returns for the very first time. I would like to congratulate the apple and pear industry, which also has revealed that this is worth $2.5 billion in revenue impact to the New Zealand economy, up 27% from 2023, with employment in the sector also increasing to more than 13,700 jobs, and this growth trend looks set to continue.
Question 3, the Honourable Marama Davidson.
Mr Speaker, to the Prime Minister, e tautoko ana ia I ngā kōrero me ngā mahi katoa I tōna kāwanatanga.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Yes, and especially our action to support Kiwis with the cost of living. We know it's a tough time for New Zealanders, which is why it's so important to get on top of wasteful spending, inflation and interest rates. We've made real progress, repealing the Auckland Regional Fuel Tax, delivering tax relief and supporting young families with family boosts, but there's more to do, and that's why the focus this year is on unleashing growth so that Kiwis have more money in their back pocket. That's why we're backing farmers, that's why we're backing exporters, backing tourism, fighting hard offshore, and trips like Vietnam to make sure that we actually create more deals for Kiwi businesses to create more jobs at home and more money in the back pockets of Kiwis.
Does he agree that ka ora ka ako is about supporting our tamariki to be healthy and well in order for them to learn? And if so, can he tell the House how he can be proud of his government's rollout of the updated school lunch program?
Well, I'm proud of it because that member was part of a government that didn't fund it. And this is a government that has come in, has funded the program, has extended it to more children. And that's a good thing.
Does he agree with Ragni Maxwell, principal of Porirua College, that the ka ora ka ako program is, quote, one of the most direct ways to tackle intergenerational poverty?
Well, I think it's an important thing for kids who come to school with no lunch. We're not willing to let them go hungry. We don't want them not to learn, and we don't want them ending up or being consigned to welfare or other things. We want them to have potential and future.
Does he stand by his statement made this morning that, quote, some of the lunches aren't up to scratch, and if so, what is he doing as the Prime Minister to ensure our tamariki are given on-time, nutritious, edible kai?
Well, again, the Minister is who's accountable for... Well, I'm talking to the Minister to make sure that he has got everything he needs to make sure that he gets the food up to scratch and the food that was contracted is being delivered.
Will he, as Prime Minister, take responsibility for failing to achieve the purpose of ka ora ka ako and feed our tamariki?
Well, again, we have funded the program and we've extended it to more kids.
Does he agree hunger should never be a barrier to learning for the over 156,000 tamariki whose households cannot afford basic essentials like food and who deserve better from this government?
Well, that is why we have a welfare system and a school lunch program.
Supplementary question.
The Right Honourable Winston Peters.
Has the government ever considered that there are comparisons of a former time when much more poorer Maori families in largely Maori schools nevertheless provided the food for the children every day, with the older students doing the labour who are males and the girls doing the cooking, and never relying upon the state at that point in time when we were being better educated at the same time?
Well, I do agree with the Minister that there is actually some parental responsibility. We would like not to have a state lunch-funded program, but we do have one to make sure that we are supporting the kids who don't or can't have lunches to make sure they can learn.
It's not to happen again. Unbelievable. It's all right. I know what I saw. I'm not going to mention names because that would be naming someone. I'm not going to do that. But be very aware that that sort of level of barracking is not going to be accepted. A point of order, the Right Honourable Chris Hipkins.
Mr Speaker, I think that's one of the most chauvinistic displays that we've seen in the House in recent times. I think that is going to prompt a bit of a reaction.
Well, the count on the one hand say that this is a House where people can, within bounds of decorum, speak freely and then start asking the chair to determine whether or not a view that's held by someone is acceptable or not. Frankly, I've got my own strong views about lots of things, but I listen to stuff respectfully here in the House every day, and I expect every other member to do the same. You may not like what's being said, but there's every right for it to be said. I hope this isn't going to keep this going on. Point of order.
Well, Mr Speaker, I take objection from a number of people who get up and give their views when questions are being asked who clearly evince that they know nothing about poverty, how it smells, how it feels, what it tastes like, and they show it every day in this House.
Good, well, that was helpful. I think we'll go now to Marama Davidson. Have you finished your question? We'll go to the Honourable Ginny Anderson.
My question is to the Minister of Justice. Does he agree with Mark Mitchell's statement? I think there's real risk of seeing a tragedy unfold with members of the public who have become exasperated. Every week I've got to try and talk to people that want to take vigilante-type action to protect themselves. That's the worst possible thing that could happen, and I'd encourage people definitely not to go down that road. If not, why not?
Mr Speaker.
The Honourable Paul Goldsman.
Yes, and I agree that many New Zealanders have become exasperated at the high level of crime occurring in our communities. And that vigilante justice is not the solution, and that's why this government is focused on restoring law and order, so people are confident that our justice system delivers real consequences for crime.
What advice did police give the Minister of Police on the public safety risks of citizens' arrest powers?
Point of order, the Honourable Nicola Willis.
The Minister of Justice is not responsible for advice received by the Minister of Police.
Speaking to the point of order, I assume.
Yes. Mr Speaker, this question was originally posed to the Minister of Police. The government decided to transfer it to the Minister of Justice. Speaker's rulings and McGee are quite clear that if the government decides to transfer a question to another minister, that minister should be in a position to answer the following supplementary questions.
Well, not to argue or correct you, but the decision by the government has to be in favour of who can best answer the question that is placed as the primary question. I think the difficulty starts to arise where a question immediately reverts to a different minister with an expectation that the minister answering the question would have the same information. It's a messy process. There's nothing clearer. But I've sat in this House for a long time and seen this sort of thing occur before, and I think it is fair to say that the question that was asked would be information specific to the Police Minister, not necessarily related to the primary question.
Speaking to that, sir. So 2 points there. The first one is that the primary question was asking the Minister of Police if he agreed with statements that he had made before becoming Minister of Police. The issues may well occur when they transfer a question to the Minister of Justice asking him to stand by a statement that someone else made. The second point is that if this Speaker's ruling and the expectation outlined in McGee is not, in your view, applicable here, can the Honourable Ginny Anderson have another opportunity to ask that supplementary without penalty in a way that would the Minister of Justice may have a better chance of answering?
Well, firstly, I'm not disputing anything that's written there, but clearly it's my job to interpret it. I think that would be a reasonable way to progress if the Honourable Ginny Anderson asked a question perhaps about awareness.
What advice did police or the Ministry of Justice provide him on the safety risks associated with the new citizens' arrest power?
There was a range of advice. The police, quite frankly, were not broadly in favour of the changes. They had concerns around potential impacts. We weighed that up against our concerns about the current situation where that during the day...
You can't say that. Just calm down.
Yeah, we weighed that against other advice and considerations given the fact that New Zealanders currently have citizens' arrest powers for things that happen at night, but then the same thing happens during the day when somebody walks out of a shop with around $900 worth of food or clothing or electronics. Nothing can be done about that, and we don't think that's a correct situation.
What consultation did what consultation did the Minister of Police or the Minister of Justice undertake with the Police Association regarding the impact of citizen arrest powers on frontline police?
Well, the proposals in particular came from the Ministry Advisory Ministry Advisory Group led by Sunny Kaushal in response to a significant increase in retail crime over the past few years. And New Zealanders are fed up with the level of retail crime that they're experiencing in our communities. And that's why this government has considered proposals to change the rules, because if you want to have a different outcome, sometimes you have to change things. And that is what we're proposing. And so in the course of developing those proposals, the Ministry Advisory Group talked to a wide range of people. And of course, when we introduce this legislation, it will go off to the Select Committee, and then many New Zealanders will have their say, including the Police Association.
Will there be police operational guidelines issued to the public in addition to his advice, quote, "It's not necessarily a headlock, it's just holding someone steady"? And if so, how long will the members of the public be allowed to hold someone steady for?
A point of order, the Honourable Chris Bishop.
Mr Speaker, Minister Goldsmith is responsible for many things, but he's not responsible for police operational guidelines.
Okay, have you got another sub?
Is a store owner required to inform the parents of a child who is being held steady or detained in a storeroom?
Well, the requirements, if a situation occurs when somebody is stealing from a business and reasonable force is being used to detain that person, what the proposal is that they would then need to contact the police and follow instructions from police. Then that is the situation. It's already the law. It's already the law at 9:05 at night, and our proposal is to make it the law during the day. And ultimately, every retail worker needs to consider the broad circumstances and the situation that they confront. But this government makes no apology for coming up with new ideas and new responses to deal with the significant increase in retail crime that we experienced over the past few years. New Zealanders want change, and that's what we're going to deliver.
How does he justify a $3.6 million spend on the Retail Crime Advisory Group when there are 72 fewer police on our streets and methamphetamine use has doubled under his watch?
Well, Mr. Speaker, I think people would recognise that retail crime costs our community billions of dollars, and all New Zealanders have to pay more for the things that they buy because some New Zealanders steal it and don't pay for it. And that is why we think a modest investment in a retail advisory group to come up with bold ideas. And the purpose behind the Retail Advisory Group is to say that we have a Ministry of Justice and a whole justice sector that has continued in its ways for a number of time, and we're open to radical new ideas coming from elsewhere in order to come up with different solutions so that we can have better outcomes and for New Zealanders to keep safe in their communities.
The Honourable Chris Bishop.
To the Minister, is it the case right now that it is legal to initiate a citizen's arrest on someone stealing something at 9:01 p.m. at night with goods worth more than $1,000, but illegal to initiate a citizen's arrest at 8:59 p.m. at night for stealing a toaster? And does he think that this is a particularly sensible move to bring these things into line?
Well, yes, I do think it is a sensible move, and there'll be a wide variety of views. And I would note that there is one fellow called Stuart Nash who said, "I am a fan," and there's no doubt about that. And of course, I can understand why he's out of step with the current Labor government, which seems to be wanting to defend the current situation whereby people walk out of stores during the middle of the day and nobody can do anything about it apart from escort them to their car. And New Zealanders are tired of that.
Will he take responsibility if someone in New Zealand loses their life because of his law change?
What I can tell that member is that the only person that is responsible for losing a life in a situation like that would be the person that took the life, that swung the axe, that used the weapon to kill or hurt or maim somebody. And if that member doesn't understand that and wants to create excuses for that kind of activity, then I don't think they understand how law and order should work in this country. So we are very determined to ensure that New Zealanders are kept safe in their community, and that is why already in government we have increased brought back 3 strikes, increased sentencing reform, and given the police the powers that they need to deal with gangs, and all of those things are designed to keep our communities safe.
Supplementary, the Honourable David Seymour.
How long has the Minister believed that crimes were the fault of the person who committed them, and was he surprised to be asked about that fact just now?
Well, look, I think one of the biggest changes in the last year or two in justice policy has been a shift away from a culture of excuses for crime that we inherited under the previous administration, where crimes were the fault of all sorts of reasons other than the actions of an individual. And this government is about restoring responsibility for criminal actions to the people who undertake those actions.
We come now to question 5. Debbie Ngāruiwapeka.
Tēnā koe te pika. My question is to the Prime Minister. Does he stand by all his government statements and actions?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Yes, especially our action to build the infrastructure that Kiwis need to get the country moving and our economy growing. That's why it was so positive last week to see the infrastructure pipeline continuing to grow, hitting almost $204 billion last quarter. We know that high inflation and interest rates have hit the construction sector hard in the last few years, and that's why we're so positive to see that it's more than $15 billion more than expected. It's going to be spent on infrastructure this year, with more than half of that going to transport. New Zealand won't get rich doing phantom projects like Auckland Light Rail or Let's Get Wellington Moving. We've got real projects that have an impact and get Kiwis growing and get the country moving.
Supplementary. Does he stand by his statement that if parents are unhappy with the government school lunches, they should, quote, go make a Marmite sandwich and put an apple in a bag, end quote?
Absolutely.
Supplementary. Does he believe that parents are sending their kids to school hungry because they are too lazy to make lunches, or because they cannot afford to make their kids' lunches?
Some, yes.
Supplementary. How will the parents who have lost their jobs, who have had their benefits sanctioned, who have been thrown out of emergency housing, afford to, quote, go make a Marmite sandwich and put an apple in a bag for the kids who cannot eat the government's slop?
For those that are not provided with a lunch going to school, there is a school lunch program which has been extended, as I've said before, to many more kids. There's also a welfare system that's available to help people in need. We continue to support both those programs.
Sanction them.
Supplementary. Will his decision to cut the school lunch program make it easier or harder for children in low-income families who are already struggling to learn?
We haven't cut the school lunch program, we've increased it. We've funded it, which is what the last government didn't do.
You know the truth. That's not true. Supplementary.
Just enough, thank you.
Oh, my apologies through the Chair.
Withdraw
through the Speaker.
and apologise.
Thank you, I withdraw and apologise. Supplementary. What do you say to the 1 million people who can earn less than $30,000 and only get $2.15 tax cut per week, when a loaf of bread costs $4 and 250 grams of Marmite costs $5?
I'd say that that's why this government's working incredibly hard to grow the economy so that we can lift incomes, get people into more jobs, so they can have greater opportunity and more choices about how they get to live their lives.
Question 6, Todd Stevenson.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Associate Minister of Finance and asks, what recent announcements has he made to encourage overseas investment in New Zealand?
The Honourable David Seymour.
Mr Speaker, I thank the member for his question. On the 23rd of February, I announced changes to the Overseas Investment Act. The Cabinet has approved a package of legislative reforms that will ensure faster decision-making, greater investor certainty and stronger national interest protections. Specifically, I announced reforms that will change the presumption of the Act to better acknowledge the benefits international investment provides to New Zealand's economy, will reduce the timeframes for the regulator's assessment of most applications to 15 days unless escalated to a comprehensive assessment in more sensitive cases. These reforms will make New Zealand a more attractive place to invest, enabling businesses to access capital, grow and create higher-paying jobs.
Supplementary. Why does the government believe these reforms are necessary?
Mr Speaker, because we follow economic evidence. The evidence in particular is clear around productivity. Our growth has stalled was 1.4% per year from 1993 to 2013, but only 0.2% over the decade to date. One of the keys to achieving improving productivity and driving growth will be reversing these trends by ensuring that Kiwi businesses get the investment they need to grow. When businesses get capital, they can invest in better technology, expand production and pay their workers more. That's what this government is committed to enabling with these reforms.
Supplementary. How do these reforms compare with overseas investment regimes in other countries?
Well, Mr. Speaker, New Zealand is currently one of the hardest countries to invest in. Other OECD countries such as Australia, Canada or the United Kingdom protect their natural interests effectively. Meanwhile, they receive billions more foreign direct investment than we do. The reality is that other countries are competing for global capital while we've been scaring it away. That must change, and it is changing, including with these changes to the Overseas Investment Act, making us a country that actually welcomes our friends around the world sending their money and their ideas to our country so we can trade value for value and get stronger together with higher wages and better jobs.
Supplementary. What protections remain in place to safeguard New Zealand's national interests?
Mr. Speaker.
A concise answer would be good.
That was concise, Mr. Speaker. There's just a lot of quality content.
Concise, you're rewriting the dictionary.
Mr. Speaker, this government believes in smarter regulation, not more regulation. We are retaining screening for farmland, residential property and fishing quota, and we're strengthening our ability to intervene if an investment is genuinely against New Zealand's national interests. These reforms ensure that the government has the power to step in when needed, and a ministerial directive letter will provide clear guidance to Land Information New Zealand in case additional scrutiny is needed to protect our true national interests, in particular our national security and our public order. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Question 7, the Honourable Giantinetti.
Speaker, to the Associate Minister of Education, does he stand by his statement that school lunches would be, quote, the same quality or better, unquote? If so, why?
Mr. Speaker, thank the member for her question. Yes, I do stand by that statement, and the reason is that the program has been set up to ensure that the nutritional standards under the previous iteration of the school lunch program will be met under this iteration.
How are plastic containers melting into food the same or better?
Mr. Speaker, plastic containers melting into food is not a part of the program. For the member to claim that would be to say that every single failure, including, if I recall, 7 different food safety investigations into the prior scheme, were a feature of that program. Now, I'm sure the Minister wouldn't think that MPI investigations into the lunches she served were a part of the program. However, in this particular instance, we have taken it very seriously and done so rapidly. We have investigated the cause, which was the overheating of plastic by using the wrong temperature at an oven in one of the 27 regional kitchens, and then failing to do correct quality control before they were sent out. The people concerned have been spoken to about this, and we are taking steps to ensure that it won't happen again. And this is important, Mr. Speaker, because we are here to make things better every day, and we are. People said once that, I beg your pardon, she said it's ChatGPT. I tell you what, if that member used ChatGPT, she'd make a lot more sense.
Good.
And ChatGPT, you know, ChatGPT doesn't hallucinate as much as that member. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
How are undelivered meals that leave kids hungry all day better?
Mr. Speaker, that would be no better if it were true. However, it is not. As I said in my primary answer, if the member heard me say that, the specifications and standards for the Healthy School Lunch program are equal to those under the previous program. But I tell you what they're much better than, Mr. Speaker. They're much better than zero. Because people tend to forget that when the previous government budgeted for the Healthy School Lunch program, there was a fiscal cliff where there was no money in the budget for the Healthy School Lunch program in 2025. That's a minister in the past who budgeted no money for Healthy School Lunch programs. This government is delivering.
Those answers can go on for as long as they like, as long as that barracking continues.
Thank you.
It's ridiculous.
How is providing the same meal 13 days in a row better?
Mr Speaker, I think I addressed this question, and it speaks to the issue of what people are happy to have and not. In this particular instance, I seem to recall it was actually butter chicken. Now, a lot of people I know, if someone gave them butter chicken for free 13 times, they wouldn't be complaining. They'd actually be thrilled. Namaste.
How is school staff having to go to a bakery to buy sandwiches because their school lunches were not delivered better?
Mr Speaker, throughout this program we've been upfront and honest about any teething problems we've had, and then we've fixed them. That's what you do when you have challenges. You own it, you accept it, and then you fix it. And in terms of fixing it, yesterday on the 3rd of March we achieved 99% on-time delivery up and down New Zealand. That's how you start off with a problem. You put on your thinking cap, you solve it, and make the world a better place. And if that minister had done it when she was the minister, we wouldn't have to work quite so hard.
How are hundreds of local jobs being lost up and down the motu in favour of a centralised system that clearly doesn't work better?
Mr Speaker, I believe that it is working better. Wherever there are problems, we fix them. And in many instances, we hear from children that they believe that the food is better. There's been some confusion. For example, that member tweeted outrage at the quality of the healthy school lunch program, but we all know how this ends. She forgot it was a picture that had been sent to her of the school lunches that she was responsible for. And I got something else. I got news for the member. I heard a rumour which cannot be substantiated. that that picture was sent to Jan Tinetti by Young Act.
Just wait, please.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. If his school lunch program is better, how is it that he won't even show up to a meeting with the Education Minister, Erica Stanford, to discuss it?
Mr Speaker, well, it's very simple. We had a meeting scheduled contingent on our respective caucuses finishing on time, but the ACT caucus is a very tight, busy and productive group of people, and we can't always be ready for that. The chairmanship of the ACT caucus I'm being asked about now, Mr Speaker. I've got to say that I am a great admirer of David Seymour's chairmanship.
Dr. Carlos Chong.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister of Health.
Excuse me. We've got a question being asked. Dr. Carlos Chong, start again.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister of Health. What recent announcements has he made to improving access to timely, quality health care for all New Zealanders?
The Honourable Simeon Brown.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Yesterday, the Prime Minister and I announced a boost for primary health care to help Kiwis access timely and quality primary care for all New Zealanders. This includes 100 clinical placements for overseas trained doctors to work in primary care, incentives to recruit up to 400 graduate nurses per year for the next 3 years, a new 24/7 digital healthcare service for online medical appointments, and a $285 million performance-based uplift for general practice over the next 3 years. Our government is putting patients first, and these measures will help ensure Kiwis have more access to the care they need where they need it.
Supplementary. Why is the government increasing the numbers of overseas trained doctors working in primary care?
Well, Mr Speaker, we all know that we need more doctors, and that's why we're funding a new 2-year primary care training program for up to 100 extra overseas trained doctors. It makes no sense that overseas trained doctors living in New Zealand and who are willing to work in primary care can't, because there aren't the training opportunities available to them. By funding 100 clinical placements, we will provide them with the support needed to work in general practice where they are most needed, putting their skills to good use so that New Zealanders have improved access to both timely and quality care.
Supplementary. How will the new 24/7 digital health care service improve access to timely, quality health care for all New Zealanders?
Well, Mr Speaker, we are investing in a new digital healthcare service that Kiwis can see a doctor or a nurse
get prescriptions and lab referrals anytime, anywhere using their phone or laptop. Enabling Kiwis to access video consultations with registered clinicians at any time from anywhere will play a key role in improving access to timely, quality healthcare for all New Zealanders.
Supplementary. What reports has he seen from the healthcare sector about the government's healthcare boost?
Well, Mr Speaker, good news. I've seen some very positive reports from the sector. The Chair of General Practice New Zealand, Dr Brian Betty, said yesterday that our government's investment will, quote, help ensure that patients receive the care they need when they need it, while also strengthening the sustainability of the workforce, end quote. The College of GPs President Dr Samantha Merton has backed our actions, saying that, quote, focusing attention and resources on general practice and primary care will go a long way to turning our health services around.
Question 9, Tanya Unkovich.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Associate Minister of Police. What announcements has she made regarding the government's commitment to boost frontline police numbers?
The Honourable Casey Costello.
Mr Speaker, on Sunday I announced that the New Zealand Police will be opening a training base in Auckland, increasing the training capacity of police and supporting the attraction and training of quality new officers from our largest market. This government is committed to restoring law and order, and adding a training facility in Auckland is another example of what can be achieved with a government that is backing police.
Supplementary question.
Just wait for the calm to come. Yeah, when you're ready.
Why is another training facility needed?
Mr Speaker, this government wants to do everything they can to drive the recruitment, increase the number of police and make our communities safer. Opening a training facility in Auckland is a concrete example of that. This government knows that delivering our additional 500 police is not just about delivering people, but implementing the systems and providing the resources that invest in frontline, which includes expanding our training facilities.
Supplementary question. How does adding a training facility in Auckland complement other work being done to boost recruitment?
Mr Speaker, police now have record numbers of applicants, and having an extra training location will support their efforts to get applicants through the pipeline and into training faster. I would like to recognise and commend the efforts of the recruitment teams and the police frontline, who have worked diligently to improve processes, create efficiencies, engage earlier with our applicants and achieve an outstanding pipeline of quality recruits that are now entering the college.
Supplementary question. How are police recruitment processes becoming more agile and fit for purpose?
Mr Speaker, I'm advised that police are holding recruitment days where resources will be on site to assist applicants in moving through the first stages of recruitment processes at the time to help reduce wait time within the current processes. We have reconfigured the advertising campaign with the relaunch of the He Ain't Heavy campaign to ensure that the quality of police are recognised and the service they deliver is recognised. We also have recently launched an updated version of their recruitment management system to allow candidates to better manage their recruitment experience and support police to understand what options there may be for future improvements. Police are working incredibly hard, investing resources nationally and across the districts, and I would also highlight the Round the Bays efforts, which will be in Christchurch at the end of this month, where we are actively engaging with the public to attract recruitment.
The Honourable Winston Peters.
Can I ask the Minister that this build on the multi-tranche record of New Zealand First with respect to 2,338 new frontline police when we were last in government?
Mr Speaker.
So much as the Minister's got knowledge of that.
Yes, Mr Speaker, I can commend that, and it is the reason that we recognise that we also need to complement investment in training resources and trainers and capacity to meet the added demands for frontline police.
Question 10, Tangi Utakere.
Kia rana, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Rail. Did he discuss in his meeting with Hyundai on Friday 28 February 2025 the cancellation of the rail-enabled ferries? If so, did Hyundai raise any concerns about future shipbuilding contracts with the New Zealand Government?
The Right Honourable Winston Peters.
I want to thank that very sensible member for his very sensible question. We shared with Hyundai the fact that a two-ferry project in May 2020 involving 400.1 million of government funding when I was Minister was on track to reach over 4 billion under his government. That's the opposition now. The core objective of infrastructure to safely berth ships blew out to involve the highest possible specifications for the renewal of almost every piece of infrastructure, all at the taxpayer's expense.
Point of order.
Yeah, I'm going to ask the Minister to consider the question that was asked and perhaps make some comment at least on the intent of that question. Which
I used the words, Mr. Speaker, we shared with Hyundai. That's the answer to the question.
Yes, it is. Yeah, it is.
Good education.
Supplementary. Did he discuss the $300 million break fee with Hyundai? If so, what did they have to say?
It would be unusual that a minister in that circumstance did not have that as part of the background information, but with respect to that discussion, that lies with KiwiRail and Hyundai in a contractual sense. However, the so-called 300 million break fee has been misrepresented by the questioner in the sense that there are a whole lot of infrastructural costs that make up that 300 million, not just the IREX project.
How confident is he that Hyundai will put in another contract bid for the new Cook Strait ferries when they are currently negotiating out of an existing contract with his government?
I've got some good news for the member. The head CY Park was delighted to meet us with his team. We had a very, very amiable and profitable discussion, and we were delighted to learn of their renewed interest in this tendering process.
Is it correct that it was his government that triggered the multi-million-dollar break fee with Hyundai that's now required him to go back crawling for a redo?
It is correct that when this government realised, that's this present government realised, that a 400.1 million project was blowing past 4 billion in the interest. No, it is probably not true. It's probably 4.2 billion, but I'm being modest now. That's past not true. I've probably been 4.2 billion, and it is true. And what would that member know about costing? And he said in his speeches recently that the mistake they made with all their calculations was that they didn't do the work on it in the first place. And this was just one more example.
Did he consult with Finance Minister Nicola Willis before inviting a new bid from Hyundai? And if so, what was her response?
In this government, we're famous for consulting with each other. And she wished me the very best. She wished me the very best and hoped that I could fix up the Labour Party's mess.
If Hyundai signs another contract for new ferries with this government, is he confident that Nicola Willis won't pull the rug out from under them again?
The reality is that no responsible finance minister could not take the action that the Minister of Finance took because, well, the responsibility of a good government is to be as careful about spending the taxpayers' money as they're spending about their own. Not borrow and hope, frivolously throwing away, running the country into tens of billions of dollars of debt, which is the reason why they're over there and we're over here.
Question 11. David McLeod.
Kia ora te māngai. My question is to the Minister for Infrastructure and asks, what recent announcements has he made about improving infrastructure funding and financing to get more houses built?
The Honourable Chris Bishop.
Mr Speaker, last Friday I announced Pillar 2 of the government's Going for Housing Growth policy, 5 improvements to infrastructure funding and financing to support urban growth, replacing development contributions with development levies, regulatory oversight of those levies, increasing the flexibility of targeted rates, improving the Infrastructure Funding and Financing Act, and broadening existing tools to support value capture. Mr Speaker, we're developing a flexible toolkit to support growth paying for growth to allow responsive supply of infrastructure where it's commercially viable to build new houses. A flood of urban land coming to market plus responsive infrastructure will unlock an abundance of development opportunities, drive down the price of land and make housing more affordable.
Supplementary. Why do our existing funding and financing tools need to change?
Mr Speaker, as I think many members around the House acknowledge and recognise, as indeed councils and developers do as well, there are significant challenges in our infrastructure system around funding and financing. Development contributions, for example, can only recover infrastructure costs for planned and costed developments, meaning councils need certainty about when and where the growth will occur. It is true that some councils have not been able to effectively recover growth costs, leaving ratepayers to pick up the cheque and cross-subsidise those growth, for example at Drury, and there are other examples that members will be aware of around the country. We are creating, Mr Speaker, an environment in which there are no ceilings on how high our cities can grow, and there are no rings around how far our cities can expand. And that means the days of careful drip feeding of land into a hot market fed by artificial scarcity, driving up land prices and therefore house prices, is over. We are creating a system where if you want to build and you can fund the infrastructure to build it, subject to normal environmental constraints, you can go for it.
Supplementary, the Honourable Nicola Willis.
What impact will these reforms have on New Zealand's economic productivity and growth? And how would that compare with a scheme such as, say, KiwiBuild?
Well, Mr Speaker, one of the single best things New Zealand can do to get productivity going in this country is fix our dysfunctional housing market, make housing more affordable, and make sure we get on top of the $4 billion we spend as a government every year on housing subsidies. Bigger cities are better cities, Mr Speaker, and they are drivers of economic growth and productivity. So we are focused on fixing the fundamentals, not tinkering around the edges, but focusing on what actually drives our housing market: land supply, responsive infrastructure funding and financing, and in due course, with our friends in the ACT Party, we'll get to incentives as well.
Supplementary.
The Honourable Nicola Willis.
In devising these new reforms, did the Minister reference at any point a speech given to the New Zealand Initiative by the Honourable Phil Twyford, and has that influenced his thinking at all?
Well, Mr Speaker...
He's allowed to... Sorry, just a minute. Those little chips are not particularly helpful. The House knows that someone can be questioned about what reports they've seen or what information they might have received. Both those questions complied with that.
Well, Mr Speaker, one of the theses advanced by Mr Twyford in his initiative speech, I think it was from May 2019, was that...
that's not the way to do it. If you ask about what you'd seen, you don't need to go through what he said or where he's going. Well, have you seen it or not?
I was answering the question, which is that urban containment policies have driven up land prices and house prices, and that is the underlying thrust of the government's policy ambition in this area, which is to let our cities grow. We are a country with the land mass the size of the United Kingdom, with only 5 million people. We have created a housing market that has seen the fastest house price growth in the Western world in the last 2 decades. The solutions to that are to let our cities and regions grow and sort out the infrastructure system so that they can, and that's what we're doing.
Simon. Sorry? Simon Court. My apologies.
Thank you, Mr Speaker.
Mr. Court,
Minister, how did the new funding and financing tools announced last week line up with the value capture?
Point of order, the Honourable David Seymour.
I apologise to Member Simon Court asking the question, but Pene Henare made a comment, first of all, that the nature of which I think he should withdraw and apologise if he respects the House, and second of all, he should be silent while the question's being asked, as with when somebody's raising a point of order.
Look, I don't know what was said. I didn't hear it. I'll have to ask Mr Henare, was there something that was said that might be slightly out of order and therefore require a withdrawal?
Speaking to the point of order, if I may, sir, for my comment, I withdraw and apologise
For the second point that the member made, this question hadn't even started, which is the offering of help I gave and offered you in the House, sir.
Well, thank you very much. I always appreciate that. Much less than people realise.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. How do the new funding and financing tools last week line up with the value capture approach outlined in the ACT National Coalition Agreement?
Well, Mr. Speaker, it's been good to work with my Under-Secretary on this policy. And one of the changes that didn't receive a lot of attention last week was a change that Cabinet has agreed around value capture for major transport projects, which we believe will unlock a new funding stream for city-shaping infrastructure like highways, rapid busways and potentially metro. Our simple proposition, Mr. Speaker, is that those who benefit from publicly funded infrastructure should help contribute to the cost of it. So the changes the government's making will allow infrastructure funding and financing levies to be charged on landowners, for example, to help defray the costs of major state highways and indeed other public transport projects that are located next to them that drive up the value of that land and make it more likely that people will actually utilise that land.
David McLeod.
Thank you. My last supplementary. What feedback has he heard from the sector about these changes?
Well, Mr. Speaker, this is a complicated area, but we have worked through the issues with an expert advisory group, and it is very pleasing to see much support from around the community. The Property Council says it's an important step towards creating a more sustainable and transparent approach. Tauranga Mayor Mahi Drysdale and Hamilton Mayor Paula Southgate said it was a much-needed change. Local Government New Zealand said it was a game-changer, and developers have also said that it will save cost, resources, time, and at the end of the day, the end user gets a cheaper product. And, Mr. Speaker, I do want to acknowledge the support of the opposition on this, genuinely, who said that it seems like a step in the right direction. I've offered a briefing, or I'm in the middle of arranging a briefing for the opposition in relation to these reforms. It does pick up on some of the thrust of where Mr Twyford was taking things when he was housing spokesperson. I'm keen to get bipartisan buy-in to these things. It is one of the most fundamentally important things this government, or indeed this country, can do to fix our housing crisis.
Chloe Swarbrick.
To the Prime Minister, e tōtoko ana ia I ngā kōrero me ngā mahi katoa a tōna kāwanatanga.
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Yes.
Does he stand by the statement of his Climate Change Minister regarding the Paris Agreement that, quote, it is not a liability on our books, it's intent, and there is no legal obligation in the context around that, end quote?
I agree that we are working incredibly hard to deliver on NDC 1 for 2030, and I also note that we have signed up for NDC 2 in 2035.
Is the government committed to meeting the Paris Agreement, or does he agree with his Climate Change Minister that Aotearoa is just, quote, seen to do its part?
What we're committed to doing is going incredibly hard on economic growth, and we're going to make sure that it's in our national interest to continue to do so. We'll continue to put Kiwis first and make sure that we're acting in our own national interest, but we are determined to drive for growth, and we are going to do everything we can to deliver on net zero 2050.
Why is the Prime Minister so far unwilling to use the word committed, as in the government is committed to meeting our nationally determined contribution under the Paris Agreement?
Well, what I'm very pleased about is that our NDC 2 2035 target now finally aligns with our internal targets for New Zealand net zero 2050. That's a good thing.
Is the Prime Minister and his government committed to meeting our nationally determined contribution under the Paris Agreement?
We are committed to delivering on net zero 2050, as we have consistently said from the beginning.
Is the Prime Minister committed to meeting our nationally determined contribution under the Paris Agreement, and can he be specific about that commitment under the Paris Agreement?
I've got nothing further to my previous answer.
Same question. And that concludes question time. Before I call on a member to move a matter of urgent public business, if there's anyone leaving the House, go now, quietly.
Shame.
You want to hang around?
I call on the Right Honourable Chris Hipkins to move that the House take note of a matter of urgent public business.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I so move. Mr Speaker, one of the core responsibilities of a Prime Minister is to set standards for ministerial conduct and hold them accountable when they do not meet those standards. The current Prime Minister has set the bar so low that ministers now need to sack themselves, as Andrew Bailey did last week. Let's recap the facts, Mr Speaker. It appears for Andrew Bailey that abusing someone for working late, calling them a loser and telling them to F off and go home was insufficient for the Prime Minister to do anything. Then, when Andrew Bailey then manhandled a member of his staff, finally, it seems the Prime Minister reached his particular threshold. However, no one in the government, other than Andrew Bailey, is willing to offer an account of actually what happened. So it seems justice in this government's eyes is that the only person who gets to speak, the only person whose version of the facts gets heard, is the perpetrator. The victim, the person who made the complaint, is invisible in the process. The complaint was received on Wednesday. Andrew Bailey, even though the complaint had been received, continued to act as if nothing had happened, continued to do media interviews as if nothing had happened. The Prime Minister wasn't even told about the complaint until, by his office's own admission, very late on Thursday night. What kind of outfit is this government running? That a complaint about a minister physically manhandling a member of their staff was not even presented to the Prime Minister until more than 24 hours after it was received. And what kind of outfit are this government operating that the Prime Minister then did nothing about it until the following night when allegedly Andrew Bailey offered his resignation? Offered his resignation to the Prime Minister apparently, and yet there is no record of that happening. In fact, it appears that Andrew Bailey's resignation didn't actually take effect until the following Monday. Is that correct? Who was actually the minister of those portfolios over the weekend? If Andrew Bailey had resigned on the Friday, when did the resignation take effect from? Who was the minister over the weekend? And why did the Prime Minister do media conferences over the weekend where he didn't think to mention it? What kind of level of transparency have we reached now that the Prime Minister can stand in front of the media knowing that one of his ministers had been accused of manhandling a member of his staff and had either resigned or maybe was refusing to resign or was being told they should resign, and yet he didn't think to say anything about that to the New Zealand public? Business as usual for the government, no transparency with the New Zealand public, and yet the Prime Minister thinks that's okay. We have a Prime Minister now whose bar for ministerial conduct has fallen that low that he will wait for an entire weekend to pass, 5 days after the alleged incident took place, before actually taking any concrete action to hold Andrew Bailey to account. Still, we hear no account from the government about what actually happened. Andrew Bailey said he grabbed the member of staff by the arm. That's the only account of what happened. What does the complaint say? Why won't the government be upfront about exactly what the complaint was that led to Andrew Bailey resigning? Has the Prime Minister asked him exactly what happened? The Prime Minister wouldn't even answer that. If he has asked him, what did Andrew Bailey say? Did the Prime Minister or anyone in his office speak to the person who had made the complaint? If they hadn't, why didn't they? It's a pretty serious allegation. Where a minister in the government is accused of something like that, it is very reasonable for the New Zealand public to expect that it will be thoroughly investigated. There was an incident where this happened before. An independent investigation took place, and the outcome of that investigation was shared with the public. And there were consequences for the minister concerned. Under this government, nothing. The facts are not being shared with the public. The Prime Minister did nothing. The Minister himself had to resign, had to hold himself accountable in the way the Prime Minister was not willing to, and still we don't know exactly what it was that happened. We have a Prime Minister now who has set the standard, set the bar so low. Criticisms of the courts, okay. Threatening to cut the funding of other organisations, okay. And now laying hands on a staff member, something the Prime Minister did not think was a sackable offence. Although did he? Still not entirely clear whether Andrew Bailey would have been sacked had he not resigned or not. Because depending on which day of the week the Prime Minister is asked the question, the answer seems to change. It's a relatively simple question. Would Andrew Bailey have been sacked had he not resigned? And that's why the timeline is important. Because did Andrew Bailey actually resign on the Friday? Will the paper trail, which the government should release, and by paper trail I include in that text messages, will that actually reveal that Andrew Bailey resigned on the Friday? Or will it actually indicate that Andrew Bailey didn't resign until the Monday? And actually the critical thing here is, when was the Governor-General informed that a minister had resigned? Because if the Prime Minister was told of the resignation of Andrew Bailey on the Friday and did not relay that to the Governor-General until the Monday, the Prime Minister has not lived up to his constitutional responsibility. Because it isn't actually the Prime Minister's job to receive a minister's resignation, that is the Governor-General's responsibility. And if the Prime Minister received the resignation and did not pass that on to the Governor-General, then he has actually breached his constitutional obligation when it comes to ministers holding ministerial warrants. So when did the Prime Minister tell the Governor-General that he had received the resignation of a minister? Because once he had received it, he has one obligation at that point, and that is to tell the Governor-General, whose job it is to issue and retract the warrants, that he had received the resignation. And if he received it on the Friday and didn't tell the Governor-General until the Monday, then he has not fulfilled his constitutional responsibility. Will, on the other hand, the paper trail show that the resignation was not actually received until the Monday? In which case, why should the New Zealand public believe anything the Prime Minister is saying? Is the real reason that the Prime Minister did not say in his media conferences over the weekend that he'd received the resignation of Andrew Bailey, is the real reason he didn't mention that because Andrew Bailey in fact was refusing to resign? That is a question the Prime Minister should be answering for the New Zealand public. These are serious allegations. Allegations we still do not know the full extent of, and yet the government aren't willing to share the details of that with the New Zealand public. Privacy is important. The privacy of the complainant is important. Details of the nature of the complaint can be shared without the identity of the complainant being revealed. And in fact, the government have a responsibility to do so. It's well and truly past time that the government fronted up and answered questions about exactly what took place. What exactly did Andrew Bailey do? And not Andrew Bailey's version of events, but what is he alleged to have done? What does the complaint actually allege Andrew Bailey did? Why did the Prime Minister's office not tell the Prime Minister until Thursday, late Thursday night, 48 hours after it actually happened? Why did it then take 3 more days for the Prime Minister to be upfront with the New Zealand public about that? Did the Prime Minister fulfil his obligations as Prime Minister to inform the Governor-General of a resignation of a minister? These are serious questions. They're not trivialities. They actually cut to the heart of the integrity of the processes of the New Zealand government. and it's about time the Prime Minister fronted up and answered those questions.
Mr.
The
Speaker.
Honourable Simeon Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to speak in this urgent debate. And let me begin by saying, as Andrew Bailey has made very clear in his statement, that there was an animated discussion, and he has, in which he inappropriately put his hand on the upper arm of an employee. And Andrew Bailey has apologised, and Andrew Bailey has taken full responsibility for his actions, and Andrew Bailey has then subsequently resigned from his ministerial portfolios, which shows personal responsibility for his actions. Now, I've listened to the opposition leader try and find a conspiracy here. All he's been doing for the last 10 minutes is try to find a conspiracy. Well, the reality is, it's not. And what this is called is personal responsibility. And Andrew Bailey has taken personal responsibility for his actions. He has apologised to the staff member, and then he has resigned because as he said, the actions which he took place didn't meet his own expectations and his own standards. He has ultimately taken responsibility for his own actions. And that is something which I recognise, and all members of the National Party recognise, and we acknowledge Andrew Bailey for taking that action, for recognising that, and for ultimately resigning from that position because he did not meet his own standards and because of the actions that he took. But ultimately, on this side of the House, it is very clear that whilst Andrew Bailey has did something which was inappropriate, we have standards and we take responsibility for our own actions, and that is why Andrew Bailey subsequently resigned from the positions that he had in his ministerial warrants last Monday. And I just want to acknowledge Andrew Bailey for doing that. The second issue here is, the second issue here is in relation to the points that are being made by the opposition leader. And here he is trying to stand up to like some sort of self-righteous individual who's better and more holier than thou. That's what he's trying to do. Well, we all remember the number of ministers under the last government who they held on to for week after week after week, trying to hold on to them. Well, Stuart Nash, Michael Wood being told 17 times from the Cabinet Office, 17 times from the Cabinet Office to sell your shares. And I'll tell you what happened in that instance. Well, when finally the story came out on the 6th of June 2023, media reported on Wood's Auckland Transport shares, he was only stood down from his transport portfolio. He then took 2 days to sell them. He had 18 months or 2 years, and then he sold them in 2 days. But he failed to tell the Prime Minister, oh, well, I've also got some other shares. And then it took 15 days from the day the story broke until Michael Wood resigned from his ministerial portfolios. And as it says here, Hipkins announced Wood's resignation from that portfolio. He resigned, and he did the right thing in that instance. And of course, we all remember Stuart Nash giving the old police commissioner a phone call every now and then, interfering and sending some cabinet information to his friends. And the weeks that these stories dragged on, and what did we hear from the Prime Minister of the time, Chris Hipkins? Crickets. Again, week after week after week, and nothing happening, because that was the approach under his government, was there was no actual accountability. We come to the instance of Kiri Allen, and we all remember Kiri Allen, don't we? We all remember Kiri Allen. We heard about the interview where she turned up to an event here at Parliament, and despite the fact that she had ministerial responsibilities, decided to criticise RNZ over its approach, interfering with independent journalists at an event here in Parliament around the employment of her then partner and her employment at the broadcaster. That took weeks for that instance to be sorted under that government. And of course, there was far more. But in that instance, all she did was apologise, and Hipkins let everything go. Let everything go. Standards now, no standards then. That's what we saw. There's a word which starts with hippo, which I can't use in the House, which we can all talk about. And of course, we've got our friend Shannon Halbert, don't we? Shall we talk about our friend Shannon Halbert? Received an email about bullying and harassment. What happened there? Nothing. Absolutely nothing. Made some inquiries. Hipkins made some inquiries. No action. No investigation even took place. No personal responsibility. On this side of the House, we take personal responsibility for their actions. And we remember what happened with Jenny Anderson and the teenage girl who volunteered for her, complaining to Labor about several instances of bullying over several years. No actions taken by Mr Hipkins, and in fact, in this instance, we saw Hipkins promoted Anderson 8 places and gave her more portfolios, and that was what happened under under Hipkins after the election. She was promoted 8 places, given more portfolios, and says he has full confidence in her and expected her to do an excellent job. On this side of the House, we take personal responsibility. On that side of the House, they drag these issues out. They don't take accountability. They don't take responsibility. And for what Andrew Bailey has done, and for the actions which he publicly has put on the record as to what he has done, how he has stated very clearly that he did not meet his own expectations of behaviour. He has taken responsibility by resigning. I acknowledge the action that he has done in this instance.
Point of order, Simon Court.
Sorry, Mr Speaker, it's the first opportunity I've had to raise it. I didn't want to interrupt the member in his flow. I've overheard what I understand is an unparliamentary comment being made by the co-leader of Te Pāti Māori, and I'd just like, I'm not sure if you heard it, I think the Minister speaking actually referred to this term being unparliamentary, and I'm just wondering if you might like to reflect, and maybe the member might like to withdraw and apologise if he recalls the comment he's made.
Well, I do make every effort to concentrate on the person speaking and did not hear other comments that were made. But if there were made that were inappropriate, then the member themselves should take some action with regards to that. The Carlos Ricardo Mendes Marsh.
That's the one. Throughout this debate on the resignation of Andrew Bailey, I think I have 2 key points that I want to communicate. The first one is that I think what people are expecting us to do is to do better. I think it's a disservice actually to workers, whether it's in the beehive or out in the streets, to see actually political point scoring on a debate that actually is related to an incident that involved a complainant and a worker who was not treated in the way I think any of us would expect or aspire to. And so it is disappointing to see the government side being unable to take it on the chin, to acknowledge that what the former minister did was wrong, and then to simply actually send a message of aspiration and standards to what we should all rise up to, which is actually just treating workers with the respect and dignity that they deserve. But at the end of the day, the chairs may change. We may have a new minister in charge of Andrew Bailey's portfolios, but the premise actually remains the same. And that is that working people, whether inside or outside the beehive, are simply collateral damage to this government's agenda. Because the incident with Andrew Bailey speaks to a broader culture in relationship to how the government speaks in relationship to working people. Whether it's calling today parents lazy for simply not having the means to provide decent lunches for their kids, calling people on the benefit bottom feeders, or undermining the right of workers to fight for better pay and including safer working conditions, which those safer working conditions many workers aspire to could include actually better work and safety guidelines in the workplace to prevent harmful engagements between themselves and, for example, people in positions of authority and power. So ultimately, I think, for us, the issue isn't resolved here. It's resolved when we actually see a change of culture and approach to working people from the government, because I do not expect that the new person holding Andrew Bailey's portfolios will suddenly bring a shift of culture when it comes to how working people are treated and spoken about. I do want to pick up on some of the comments from the Right Honourable Chris Hipkins in relationship to questions that remain in regards to the transparency and communications of this news. I do think the government needs to step up and provide greater clarity and transparency when it comes to the series of events. I think some of the questions that have been raised are simple ones. It's a matter of timelines, a matter of when the resignation was offered, and a matter of simply being able to provide clear answers. The other thing that I was quite shocked and disappointed by is that in the comments from the National Party Minister, we did not see a single mention of the complainant or the parties affected by these incidents. And instead we saw a range of political attacks. But at the core of it, we have workers who, through no fault of their own, have been dragged out into the public on a very, very public incident that has led to a minister's resignation. These are workers who didn't choose to show up to work to end up being in the news in relationship to a government minister resigning. And I think the least the government side could do is to pay tribute and acknowledge the complainants that have led to Andrew Bailey's resignation, to at the very least wish them well, and to at the very least commit to some level of accountability. We haven't seen that. And so it is concerning when we have these serious incidents that lead to a Minister of the Crown resigning, when at the core we have workers, that political attacks are put before the well-being of those workers affected. So with that, the Greens will continue to do the mahi so that all of us take accountability for the well-being of workers in this place and outside these four walls.
Please.
Guy rise on behalf of ACT to discuss and as part of the urgent debate about the Andrew Bailey resignation. Mr. Speaker, a couple of reflections and observations for me, and I'll be quite brief. Outside of the four walls of this House, the number one issue is the cost of living. The number one issue. We've got health issues, we've got crime issues, we've got infrastructure issues. This gentleman has apologised. And I think if he was to share his thoughts, he would probably say the incident in question, he was embarrassed by, it was a dumb mistake, he has taken personal responsibility for it, and he has resigned. Novel, isn't it? Someone stands up for when they do something wrong, say to the community at large, I didn't mean to do it, I apologise. We do it at home with our families, we do it with our friends. We've had a gentleman in an esteemed position who has conceded a terrible mistake. He's borne the consequences of that and resigned the post as a minister. Outside of the four walls of this building, people loathe the piety of politicians. You said it, he said it, one side of the House pointing fingers at the other. It happens all the time, the left and the right. No one really resolved anything other than the chap. He's quit. Go out and talk to the real people outside. There's a novel idea. 50% of the people I talk to, it's the cost of living. Everything's too dear. Let's talk about the salient issues, not this. This chap has quit. He's moved his post. Someone else will replace him. Invariably, that will be the Right Honourable Scott Simpson, and hopefully the work in and around deregulating the financial sector and the enormous task therein will be picked up by his skill set. Let's go back to common sense. There's a lot going on outside of the political sphere of this building, and I'll tie off by saying it actually pays for the politicians in this building to listen to constituents. This man has resolved. Their core issues are not this. He's apologised, move on, and let's get back to business.
Okay, I was waiting for the Labor Party, which wanted the urgent debate, to take the call, but anyway. Mr Speaker, I don't have much more to add to what my good friend and colleague Simeon Brown, the Honourable Simeon Brown, has said in his contribution. This is really a waste of Parliament's time. A minister made a mistake. he owned up and took accountability for it, and he resigned. I mean, the matter is literally as simple as that. Over on this side of the House, we believe in ministerial accountability. Whether or not he resigned or was going to be sacked is actually not that material to the point. The point is there was a minister who was doing a good job, I think most people agree, as Minister of Commerce and Consumer Affairs. He made a mistake, he acted inappropriately, he accepts that, and then very quickly he resigned. The matter literally is as simple as that, and that is exactly what happened, and that has been well canvassed throughout the media, but also in this debate. There is not much more to the situation than that, and the fact that the Labor Party has called for an urgent debate and then apparently doesn't seem to want to say very much about it, I think.
Point of order.
Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Kama Sepuloni.
Mr. Speaker, the inference from that member is that Labor missed a call. It was New Zealand First's call that he has taken, and I want to put that on the record so that he's not giving incorrect information to any members of the public that may be watching.
And at the time, you might have heard me say that was inappropriate comment. Oh, well, that's he shouldn't have done that, because I've actually indulged the National Party by accepting the transfer from the New Zealand First Party, so it's not a particularly smart line. My apologies, I was actually trying to work out the rest of what might be said, who else might be speaking in this debate, because it is somewhat disorganised and unclear. But the member can continue without that line of offering to the House.
I apologise, Mr. Speaker, but the overall point I'm trying to make is this, which is that there is not much more to this issue than that hasn't already been said, both in the first half an hour of this urgent debate, but also that has been well traversed in the media. And I'll just point out, Mr. Speaker, that the Parliament has, over the last few years, or the last 18 months to 2 years in particular, been witness to a series of degrading incidents to the standards and the mana of the Parliament. And suffice it for me to point out the litany of appalling incidents that happened in the last year of the outgoing Labor government's administration. Need I remind members about Meka Whaitiri, who went through a long process to do with an incident all the way back in 2018, fought it all the way. The contrast to this particular incident is extremely clear, which is that something happened. The minister owned up and accepted responsibility. There was no long investigation which produced an outcome and then eventual removal as a minister. In relation to Meka Whaitiri, the incident was on 27th of August 2018. The Prime Minister was advised 2 days later, so very similar to what happened in relation to Mr Bailey's case. Ms Whaitiri stood aside a day later, but there was a month-long investigation before Ms Whaitiri was removed as a minister, and then of course a couple of years later she was actually reinstated. The contrast with this is pretty apparent. I think members will be able to work it out, which is that there was an incident, the Prime Minister and his office was advised about what happened, and 2 days or so later Mr Bailey stood down as a minister. It is really as simple as that. And of course, we need not traverse the long history of the Michael Wood matter, where on, I forget the exact number of occasions which Michael Wood was, 17, thank you, I knew my friends would remind me. In which the Cabinet Office advised Michael Wood to divest his shares in Auckland Airport and Contact Energy on 17 separate occasions, and none of that happened. And in the meantime, the Prime Minister of the time knew about that, or at least their office knew about that, and nothing was done. So if you want to talk about accountability and talk about, as Mr Hipkins was voluminously exclaiming at length in his initial contribution to the debate, if you want to talk about accountability and the jobs that Prime Ministers absolutely have to do, I would point him to the Michael Wood saga of 2022, 2023 and so on. I would also point him to the KiwiPulse disaster, which of course we don't need to go into the precise details of, but I think everyone watching is familiar with exactly what happened there. And then, of course, the Stuart Nash affair. Now, Stuart Nash has become a friend to the side of the House in recent days because of his voluminous support for the government's action when it comes to citizens' arrest. And whether or not he's still a member of the Labor Party is unclear or not, but certainly not from the way he's...
for this debate.
Certainly. Well, I'm making the point... Well, we're having a debate about ministerial resignations, and in particular the resignation of the Honourable Andrew Bailey, and I'm just simply pointing out that if we're going to have a debate about it, we need to view things in the round. Is this the downfall of the government? No, of course it isn't. Did Mr Bailey act badly? Yes. Did he take accountability and resign? Yes, he did. And that is really the end of the matter.
Good. Debbie Nauru-Wapaka.
Koe te pika.
Oh, okay.
I joined this debate listening to the two sides deflect. And I guess one of the things that we need to be really mindful in this is that there is a staff member involved. There's a staff member, the staff member's whānau, and probably a whole lot of other peers involved who are sitting there watching this really distasteful discussion. And I think if we were to talk about where is the end point and the starting point, we have a government that has promised to be more transparent and be better than the last. I'm not sure if that is really where we've landed. The reason that I think we're having this debate is because it is simply about the abuse of power. And it is about the abuse of power that we have not only within this House, but ministers particularly, the abuse of power that we see asserted financially from this government, and the abuse of power across to communities. So when we have the risk of abuse within this place, and again, I've struggled with this animated discussion and hand on shoulder, because it does sound like assault, and I don't want to put words in those who have survived or those victims' mouths, but there has been a really colourful display of words used to deflect. And what we have been seeing since the minister's resignation is sadly what we continuously call out, which is the politics of distraction. And the politics of distraction is only used when things have to be covered up. And I think that's what we should be really concerned about as a nation, because I agree, those that we speak to out in our communities are really concerned with the cost of living crisis, but also the disconnect from a government that doesn't seem to feel the pain that they are experiencing or care about them. So this debate is actually about, did our Prime Minister care enough about his nation to be able to say, this is what went on? The timelines, we agree, are really, really disturbing. 18th of February, we have a minister who touched a staff member's shoulder, and I do that often to my co-leader and our staff, and I don't see the reaction. So I think we need to first of all stop minimising what happened to one of our own in this building. And to sit there and justify this by saying so-and-so did it in 2000, such and such did it, but he's now my friend, is actually poor form. It's poor form for those who have to survive working amongst us and in this environment. And then we saw 21st of February, there was a resignation behind closed doors. Then the 24th of February, we hear about it. That's disturbing. 6 days, a victim has had to survive all this, knowing what's going around. Well, everybody got their architects and their advisors and their comms team all lined up. Yep. That's poor form. And our staff and our community and those we serve, our voters, deserve better. That's what this debate is about. And we saw the Prime Minister's own media shocked that he could not say, would you have sacked him if he didn't sack himself? That is not the accountability that our nation deserves. They are experiencing unprecedented pain at the moment. Yep. They are experiencing unprecedented, huge, horrific loss of jobs, of cuts in services, health, ferries, you name it. This government has made promises, and in order to hold those promises, you must maintain the confidence of your communities. And the minute one of their own, the real workers, the people that hold us up in this place, are abused, then we should be sitting here not saying they apologise on the spot, therefore forget it and move on. We should be saying, how else are we making sure that the government and their ministers, I've no doubt, having never been one in waiting, that it is extremely difficult, but that does not give us the excuse to abuse and assert our power incorrectly. And there has been a lot of that pain. We've seen, 2 strikes, 3 strikes, you're out. We continuously have heard Justice talk about their concern here on each side of the House about the victims. We haven't seen that aroha from the government. There has not been the humility to just take it on the nose and accept what it is that you've done. There needs to be more transparency, and I'm really glad we have this debate. Kia ora.
Honourable Kapa.
Yeah. I have been highly disappointed by the speeches that have come from the government members and the way that they have attempted to minimise the behaviour of the former minister. We have heard from them that in some ways they're almost implying we should be grateful that there was a resignation put forward, that former minister has acknowledged he did wrong. But what we haven't heard from them is any level of empathy for the staff member who was put through a distressing situation, the detail of which the vast majority of us in this House have no access to. Now, we have heard from that side of the House that the resignation has been given, he is no longer a minister, and I think Minister Bishop said that's the end of the matter. Well, actually, it's not the end of the matter, because in this country we expect transparency. We expect accountability. We know that that former minister had an episode where he swore at a worker, where he told him to F off, where he criticised him for being at work and berated him. He was allowed to hold on to his job as a minister, and now we are told, in another way of minimalising the situation, that he had an animated conversation with his staff member and he put his hand on his shoulder. Well, I tell you what, an animated conversation and just simply putting your hand on someone's shoulder is not going to lead to a resignation from a minister. There is much more to it. And I'm going to say on this side of the House that we're concerned about the level of abuse that may have been experienced by that public servant, by that particular minister at the time, and the fact that the government is covering it up and not willing to share any of the information, in fact telling us that the matter has ended and it has been dealt with. Well, it hasn't been dealt with. Sadly, what we're seeing here is another demonstration of the lack of leadership by the Prime Minister. We see it often with his engagement and his relationship and inability to kind of keep tabs of his coalition partners, but now we're seeing it with his own team. He gave that former minister another chance. We would not have been given another chance under the circumstances that we saw from Minister Bailey at that time, swearing at a worker, acknowledging that he did that, berating him for still being at work. There is no way a Labour minister would be allowed to continue in their role. And then what we hear from that side is a constant desire to reflect back on other examples where ministers were had up for a level of misconduct. Okay, I get that. However, at some point in time, that government has to take responsibility. That Prime Minister needs to take responsibility. The Prime Minister needs to set some standards for his team. The Prime Minister needs to lay out clearly what his expectations are of his cabinet. And what we don't need is the Prime Minister and his team coming here and expressing remorse for their colleague. Remorse for their colleague when their colleague would have inevitably been sacked anyway, whether or not the Prime Minister is willing to go so far as to say that, reflecting back on that 3-minute interview with Mike Hoskins. He would have had to have been sacked anyway, And so a resignation, in many ways, was the only opportunity that he had to save himself a little bit of face. He shouldn't have actually been given that opportunity. If the Prime Minister was the leader that New Zealanders expect of their Prime Minister, he would have acted swiftly, and he would have dismissed that minister. And he would have made it clear that under his watch, that type of behaviour and that treatment of staff is not appropriate, that it is misconduct, and that will never happen under his watch. But he didn't do that. That is the thing that I think New Zealanders are most concerned about. It is the lack of leadership. It is the lack of transparency. It is the high level of concern for what actually went on in that office and the level of abuse that potentially that staff member had to endure. That side of themselves should hang their heads in shame, and they should not be coming here apologetic for their colleague.
John Rutherford. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I want to acknowledge a number of things in my contribution this afternoon. Firstly, I want to acknowledge the apology that Andrew Bailey gave after the matter was brought to his attention and to the public's attention. And I quote, he said, "As many of you know, I have been impatient to drive change in my ministerial portfolios. Last week, I had an animated discussion with a staff member, and I took the discussion too far, and I placed a hand on their upper arm, which was inappropriate. I have apologised to the staff member and regret placing them in an uncomfortable position. There are times when you have to hold yourself to account, and today is one of those days." That was from Andrew Bailey taking responsibility and accountability for what took place. And the Prime Minister then said, "Mr. Bailey fell short of my expectations and the expectations he sets for himself, and as such offered his resignation as a minister, which I have accepted." But, Mr. Speaker, members on the other side can't seem to read, see or hear the apology given in that statement and at that time. I understand, and I know, looking through this litany of previous incidences which we can speak to under their administration. But, Mr. Speaker, we need to be crystal clear. Our colleague, our friend, a minister, has taken responsibility for their actions and resigned. This debate is effectively a farce, because actually the minister has taken accountability for what's happened, and for most general New Zealanders, they are not worried about the inner politics of this place. They're worried about putting food on the table, having their kids in quality clothes to wear to school, ensuring that the roads they travel on each day are up to standard, that if they need it, there is quality and timely healthcare available to them, to ensure that the education system is delivering for their kids so that our next generation of leaders in this country are coming into the real world prepared and ready to give back. But members on the other side want to debate matters that have happened 2 weeks ago, because to them, that's the only issue at play here. Everything else is not a priority to them. The only priority to the other side is around Andrew Bailey's resignation, which he gave and was accepted. If we're to look back, and it seems like short memories have come across the other side, let's look back. Mika Whaitiri, how many chances was she given? How long did that investigation take while she was under investigation for doing even worse to a member at that time? Michael Wood, how many opportunities was he given from the Cabinet Office to get rid of his shares? 17 times. 17 times Michael Wood was told, remove those shares, you are a Cabinet Minister. And he didn't. So he was removed eventually, and thank goodness. Stuart Nash. Oh, I'm sitting next to my friend Katie Nimmin from Napier, and it's refreshing. It's refreshing to have a change in that part of town, because Stuart Nash disclosing Cabinet information to friends. Don't you forget that. Then he had his disagreements, and not only was Nash allowed to resign rather than being sacked by the minister. And then And then we move on. Kitty Allen, and a diabolical situation there, Mr. Speaker. Gaurav Sharma. Who remembers Dr. Gaurav? The Sharma drama, Mr. Speaker. And what did that do? It gave us the gift of Tama. Tama Pōtaka to this House as a strong representative for Hamilton West. And then, Mr. Speaker, the list goes on. The incidents of Ginny Anderson and a volunteer during that campaign as well in 2023. So I would say to members opposite, do not throw stones if you are in glass houses. This member and former minister has taken accountability for his actions, to which the Prime Minister has accepted. And there is a mention to the victim, and the victim is an important part of this process, and we've acknowledged that throughout. But what I'm saying today, Mr. Speaker, is without a doubt, Andrew Bailey gave his resignation. It was accepted. There are bigger things in this country for us to focus on as a government, and we're going to deliver on it.
Arana Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We come to some trouble here as a parliament when the government has been asked a series of reasonable questions which are in the public interest about how a worker was treated and constitutional questions of responsibility in a timeline which has not been disclosed. And instead of the government ministers who have fronted this debate acknowledging those questions and endeavouring to answer them, they have in fact attacked the opposition. So we're at a crossroads here where we as a parliament can accept that and move on, and that is the standard that ministers will be held to in the future, or we can choose to pursue these questions. And I hope that we do. I hope all members of this House take it incredibly seriously that it is not clear whether the Prime Minister himself knew about the situation that the worker was treated in. It is not clear whether Cabinet knew. It is not clear whether that information has been compiled, and it certainly has not been made public. And, you know, the ACT Party have argued in this debate that this is a waste of time, and we had a national member who has resumed his seat say that this debate was a farce, when in fact we should be focusing on the cost of living. Well, Mr. Speaker, the irony is that for Minister Bailey's resignation, for the few New Zealanders who did know his name, he will always be remembered as a minister with issues of personal conduct. And yet he was the only minister around the table who was charged with the most important issue on voters' minds right now, which is the cost of living, which is the fact that New Zealanders are being charged too much at the supermarket and too much in banking services. He was the person charged with an incredibly responsibility, and yet we now have a supermarket plan which is weak. It has no hope of reducing prices for Kiwis and no minister to stand behind it. It is completely indicative of the crisis that the National Party faces now. There's no shortage of tough talk on corporate interests, but nobody around the table who will actually back it up with regulatory reform, and no plan to see prices coming down for ordinary Kiwis. So what are we meant to take away from the way this government operates? We're actually seeing big corporates responding to those signals. Instead of the supermarkets being out there in the newspapers saying how they have a plan to address the cost of living for ordinary consumers at the checkout, they are in fact telling NBR that they are redoubling their efforts to lobby government, that it is more in the interests of corporates to get cosy with government ministers than it actually is to bring down prices for ordinary New Zealanders across many sectors. That's because this government is going from announcement to chaos, and there is no one who is willing to take on the leadership that it will require to actually make serious change. And when we think about what the Commerce Minister, who was so passionate about those portfolios, will be remembered for, it is for being the minister who obfuscated about calling a worker a loser and then was caught out in question time. It is for being a minister who asked a worker repeatedly to join him and his staff who were having drinks. And it is a minister who didn't seem to get a worker's hesitance to say no to him when he was on the job late on a Friday night. That is the legacy of this government in the competition space. That is the record for consumers, and it is a shame in the record of that government who promised at the election that they would address these consumer issues and the lack of competition in these sectors and actually bring prices down. This will all require more leadership than what we are seeing now. The government is so out of touch with how important these cost of living issues are for ordinary Kiwis that it is not putting the people on the job who should be on the job. The guy who was around the table, who had responsibility for this and was out there telling the supermarkets that they were on notice, has now resigned and his portfolios have been consigned to the most junior minister in cabinet. The government requires leadership. Governing requires leadership. And the Prime Minister has been asked to explain the nature of the complaint. No government minister would come down here and tell us what the plan is to ensure that this worker's story is taken into account when addressing the conduct issues of minister on that side of the House. This Parliament is no clearer about how things will improve, and nobody in New Zealand is clear about this government's plan to improve things for ordinary Kiwis who are paying too much at the checkout. Both of these things require leadership, and on both counts, this government is failing. We deserve, as New Zealanders, to understand what the standard is for ministers. People in government need to hold themselves to a higher standard and to make it clear what has happened and to own up to it and take responsibility.
Dana Kirkpatrick.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Look, honestly, this has been an exercise in clutching at straws from the opposition, in my view. Look, I just want to recap quickly. There was an incident which was subsequently escalated and investigated, which is the right and good practice, and what we would expect when something like this happens. A discussion took place between the Prime Minister and Andrew Bailey, and the Minister resigned his position and portfolios. He stated that he did that after reflection that his action didn't meet his own high standards. As Andrew Bailey apologised, he held himself accountable, and he resigned as a result. I don't think there's any value in dragging this out when the Minister owned his actions and took action and resigned. What else could there possibly have been to be done? That was what the end result was. I want to personally thank Andrew Bailey for his great work in consumer finance, insurance and ACC, and acknowledged by the opposition, who sound like they are missing Andrew Bailey already, because I genuinely believe he was doing a great job in areas that require specific expertise and focus, and he has taken this on the chin. That work now, of course, will be carried on by the Honourable Scott Simpson, who has been a fine whip for our great caucus, and I want to thank him for his service and wish him well. He has led us through the last year and been a great whip, a great mentor to those of us who needed it, and keeping us all in line. The vain hunt by the opposition, Mr Speaker, for a conspiracy in this whole case is ridiculous. There is no conspiracy. It's been dealt with, and we have now put it to bed. We have to get back to what this country expects us to be talking about, which is how we're going to fix the mess that we were left in 2023, and how we are going to get the economy back up on track and get moving again. We could stand here for ages. We could talk for, I don't know, 2 hours on the vagaries of what happened in the previous government and those who should have resigned and didn't, or those who should have been sacked and didn't. We could go on and on. There's no point in going back through that, because this actually has been sorted. It's been done. Andrew Bailey resigned. There's no further outcome to be met, and I would argue in closing that it's time we just got back on with it. Could I also now just welcome Stuart Smith to the role of whip? He's the chief whip. He will come in and continue to deliver for this government, as the rest of us will, as we get on with the job at hand. I don't think there's much more to be said on this, Mr Speaker, and I think that's where we should end it.
I call on Government Order today, number 1.
Land Transport Management Time of Use Charging Amendment Bill, first reading.
The Honourable Chris Bishop.
I present a legislative statement on the Land Transport Management Time of Use Charging Amendment Bill.
The legislative statement is published under the authority of the House and can be found on the parliamentary website. The Honourable Chris Bishop.
I move that the Land Transport Management Time of Use Charging Amendment Bill be now read a first time, and I nominate the Transport and Infrastructure Committee to consider the bill. Mr Speaker, congestion is a tax on time and productivity. It means we are away from home for longer, sitting in gridlock. It means fewer jobs being done, fewer goods being moved, and delays to services being delivered. This is actually quite a banner day in and amongst a, dare I say, banner couple of weeks for productivity and urban growth. Because successive governments of both parties and a select committee inquiry in 2021 has broadly come to the same conclusion, which is that time of use charging is something we need to do as a country to reduce congestion. And I'm really proud to be part of a government that is getting on with it. And I want to acknowledge the work of my predecessor in the transport portfolio, the Honourable Simeon Brown, who started this work, but I also want to acknowledge the work of the Honourable Michael Wood and others from the last Labor government that started this work as well. And this bill is different to that which was canvassed in the last Parliament, picks up on some of the ideas and takes it forward into 2024 and 2025. This bill, Mr Speaker, is a vital step towards improving the performance of our transport networks through a nationally consistent yet locally adaptable framework. It represents a strategic response to some of the most pressing challenges in the transport network, including congestion and demand for better transport solutions. The simple proposition is this: by charging motorists to travel on certain roads at peak times, we will encourage people to change the time or the way they travel, or the route they take, maximising the efficient use of our roading assets and keeping the traffic flowing freely. Faster, more reliable travel times will help increase economic growth and productivity, lower costs of businesses and their customers. Now, the Auckland Transport and the Mayor of Auckland have released a report this afternoon which shows that congestion in Auckland will cost the economy up to $2.6 billion per year by 2026. That is an extraordinary sum of money. That is $2.6 billion that could otherwise be deployed in economic activity that actually grows the economy. Previous modelling has shown that successful time of use charging could reduce congestion by up to 8 to 12% at peak times, improving travel time significantly. Now, 8 to 12%, let's call it 10 for the sake of argument. 10% congestion reduction at peak times might not sound like a lot, but actually the snowball effect, the compound effect of that at peak times actually has the effect of reducing travel time significantly. So just by spacing out when and how people travel on our roads can make a material difference to travel times and the ease of getting around. It is simply an economics problem. There's a fixed amount of road space and everyone converges on it at the same time. And the effect of that is congestion, because there's a fixed amount of space and there's a certain number of cars or vehicles travelling. And so the economists would tell you the simple way to solve that is use price. And that is exactly what other countries have done and other jurisdictions have done. I think of New York, which up until President Trump's executive order stopping it had experienced quite a reduction in congestion as a result of a 20-year journey to introduce congestion charging in New York. It's about the same amount of time we've been talking about it here. I was talking to some people the other day, and I think I'm right in saying the first economic study into time of use pricing was by NZIER, and from memory it was back in 1994. Before you were born. Goodness gracious me. Well, Tom Rutherford wasn't alive, but back then the boffins at NZIER were doing studies into congestion pricing. And there's been, from memory, again, I don't want to mislead the House, but from memory, there's been about 20 studies since then by NZIER and all of the transport modelling agencies and the economists out there. And, you know, there's a few things that economists agree on, or broadly agree on. No, well, that's definitely not one of them. The only people who agree with capital gains are the lunatics in the Green Party. But there's a few things economists agree on. Well, Chloe Swarbrick, it's a shame she can't hear this, but I was going to say that they agree on broadly three things. One, free trade's good. Free trade raises incomes. Free trade lowers the cost of production and it lifts all boats. Free trade's good. They agree on that. They agree that rent control is stupid and it lowers the quality of housing and disincentivises people from offering rental goods into the marketplace, and so you end up with stretched demand for rental housing because price controls like that don't work. So they broadly agree on that. By the way, that is Green Party policy. They're still banging on about how we need rent controls. It's dumb policy and they know it. And then the third thing they agree on is that time of use pricing or congestion pricing is good. And so I'm pleased to be on the side of economics on this side of the House. And every now and then the Green Party get there, but then sometimes they misread the text. But anyway, we'll wait and see where they vote on this bill. So as I say, sir, overseas time of use pricing schemes have been implemented. And we have taken some of the lessons in the policy design we have adopted for this bill. The first is that schemes need to be scalable, so there's an option to start small, build support and expand where needed. The purpose of the charge needs to be clear and the performance against this purpose needs to be measured and monitored. And that is what we will be doing through this proposal. The other lesson is that revenue needs to be reinvested into the area paying the charge and used to improve mobility and transport in the area. And that is part of it as well. People want to know that if they're paying for something, the money is going into a system that will get recycled into providing better transport choices and options. And central and local government need to collaborate for the schemes to be effective. And one simple reason for that in New Zealand is that central government owns the state highway network and local roads are owned by the city councils or the relevant territorial authorities. But of course people drive from one to the other and they don't well, nerds like me do this, but most people don't go from a state highway to a local road and go, was on state highway to one and now I'm on the local road owned by the Horowhenua City District Council. Katie Nimmin does that. She goes off that expressway, which we're expanding, by the way, that Great Hawke's Bay Expressway into the State Highway, what is it up there? State Highway 2, yes, and of course Waikiri Gorge, also north of connecting my good friends' seats. But anyway, most people don't do that, so NZTA and local councils got to work together. So there's legislative amendments to Land Transport Management Act and the Land Transport Act 1998. This is enabling legislation. So this doesn't put in place congestion charging schemes, it's an enabling piece of legislation. And it takes a partnership approach, as I say. It will allow local authorities to collaborate with the NZTA in forming scheme boards tasked with proposing and developing time of use charging schemes. Neighbouring councils within the region are invited to participate, promoting regional collaboration. We're all in favour of that. It will be led by local councils but in partnership with NZTA. This is not about generating revenue from drivers. All net revenue from the schemes will be reinvested directly into transport projects in the region where the revenue is collected. This creates a self-sustaining cycle of continuous improvement, enhancing mobility and infrastructure. The funds will be additional, supplementing rather than replacing existing national and local transport funding. And of course, these schemes can even defer the need for network investment by reducing peak demand and improving traffic flow. Successful schemes optimise the use of existing infrastructure. And if you want a modern day example of something that I'm talking about, I think of the Northern Busway in Auckland, which was built in the 2007-2008. It was a bit controversial when it was built. 40% of traffic crossing the Auckland Harbour Bridge, 40% of people rather, take a bus. And so that has actually elongated the life of the bridge because many more people are just taking those fast direct buses to and from the shore and further beyond. It's a great example. By the way, it was $110 million in 2008 from memory. Had a benefit cost ratio of, they reckon, 1.1. That is almost certainly the single most successful transport project in New Zealand history because of the deferred investment that it has allowed the Harbour Bridge. We do need to get on with the Harbour Bridge, but we would have had to get on with it a lot sooner than if it hadn't been for the Northern Busway. And of course we've got the Northwestern Busway coming, airport to Botany, and of course other great investments like that. This is going to be fair and transparent, sir, to protect the social licence. It is going to be a bit controversial. I think my full expectation is that as we develop these schemes, there will be a bit of public debate about it. But the experience from overseas is it's edgy when you first introduce it, but then as people experience it and they see the scheme working and they see that it's easy to get to work in the morning and home in the evening to spend time with the kids, and tradies find it easy to get around to do 3 jobs in a day rather than 2, people come to accept it, and that's been the experience from overseas. So as I say, sir, this bill's going off to select committee. I'm looking forward to the engagement from the opposition in relation to it. We do want to get it right. We're open to feedback and changes as the debate goes forward, but we do want to get on with it. It is a really important move for New Zealand's future. Thank you.
Question is the motion be agreed to. Tangi Utakiri. Kia ora, Mr Speaker. Thank you. It's a pleasure to rise on behalf of the Labour Party as the Transport spokesperson to speak on this time of use charging amendment bill. The Minister is quite right in that this is a bill or an issue actually that has not, it's not new. It's been around for some time. This bill actually was introduced a number of months ago, as I understand it, and it's unfortunate that the former Minister didn't take the steps that the current Minister is taking to get this underway. I will put the Minister out of his misery and indicate that we will be supporting this bill through to Select Committee. And I see our colleague over there, Mr Foster, who chairs the Transport Infrastructure Committee, is delighted that that support is coming from this way as well. This is something that we think, sir, will make a difference for communities around the country that face issues around traffic congestion. The Minister talked about the fact that when we turn our mind to other parts of the globe, often there is a little bit of reluctance around the implementation of some schemes, and certainly there's a lot of work that needs to happen before implementation takes place. But once these schemes are in place, generally they are supported as individuals go about their day acknowledging that things do make a difference, and that sense of acceptance is something that is seen all around the world. I want to acknowledge, Mr Speaker, your own role in the previous Parliament when you chaired the Transport and Infrastructure Select Committee inquiry, and the members here in the House that were part of that inquiry team back in 2021. But what it identified was the opportunity for a bipartisan approach to this issue. I'm proud of the fact actually that in government Labor did do most, if not all, of the groundwork around this policy, and in doing so we also sought the bipartisan sort of support from across the aisle to bring this to fruition. It's unfortunate that that didn't happen at the time, but now that the shoe is on the other foot, the government seem very happy to want to progress this moving forward. I do think it is really important that this is a scheme that is developed in consultation and via direct leadership with local communities and local council. And one of the concerns that I do have in the bill as currently drafted is the stark ability of the Minister of Transport to just basically foister onto communities a charging scheme if 3 years after commencement of this particular bill, or act as it would be at that point, he or she or they believe that a charging scheme is possible or needed. I do think that there is huge benefit in ensuring that those decisions when it comes to time of use charging schemes in operation and implementation is dealt with by local communities as a particular driver of that. The other reason why it's important this is not seen as a revenue gathering exercise is currently the current government have a $6 billion hole in their transport financial plan. We certainly hope that it's avenues like this that they're not seeking to simply generate the revenue to address their inadequacies when it comes to being able to undertake basic mathematics and make things add up. Mr Speaker, the other issue that I want to just touch on briefly is the concern around what the balance of the money that would be basically brought in from the schemes would be used for. Currently, the bill as drafted indicates that it could be used for any measure of land transport activities. I think it's really important that that equity space is given absolute focus and consideration, that where there would be a time of use charging component applied to any stretch of road in this country, that there are opportunities for alternatives. They must be free alternatives, but also that there is a focus on ensuring that there is revenue set aside and redirected to ensure that those equity considerations are given a primary focus. That it's not actually just about the necessary option of perhaps the government of the day wanting to spend money on more roads, but that it is about active transport opportunities, it is about public transport opportunities, it is about other modes and methods that would ensure that equity is not only something that is considered, but something that can actually be played out in a complementary way. So, Mr Speaker, as I say, we will support this bill at this stage. I look forward to working with other colleagues on the Transport and Infrastructure Committee as this has progressed. It is a good committee that is very collegial, and I'm sure we will hear lots of submissions and submitters, and I do hope that the government is open to changing aspects of the bill to ensure that it's workable, it's fair, and at the end of the day it meets the needs that is required in this circumstance. I commend this bill to the House.
Honourable Julianne Genter.
Tēnā koe, Mr Speaker. Tēnā koutou e te whare. The Green Party has long stood for policies that will deliver more livable cities with affordable housing and transport options that help protect the climate, keep air clean and healthy. And all of that is better for livability. And that's why when I came to Aotearoa in 2006, studying a Master's of Urban Planning, I quickly was attracted to the Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand, the only party at the time really talking about the issues that matter, like climate change, reducing inequality, and the practical solutions for achieving those outcomes. And in 2006, there was a report on congestion pricing in Auckland. And I remember it being the front page of the New Zealand Herald. I remember commenting, as we did back in the day, on comments before they got too toxic to be constructive, on the website, and making the case for why congestion pricing was a good idea. Of course, the framing of the article was all negative at the time, and of course that was nearly 20 years ago, and we're only now seeing a bill introduced. The Green Party at the time that I joined, I think, was the only political party that actually proactively had investigated congestion pricing schemes where they would be appropriate in cities in New Zealand. So I think, like with the capital gains tax, we were the vanguard of sensible economic policies. But for the longest time, when people ask me about this, what I would also say is that really only a handful of cities in the world have brought in congestion pricing, even now. And for the longest time, it was Stockholm, Gothenburg, City of London, Singapore, and Milan. And now, very, very recently, New York City finally got it over the line. And there's a significant difference between all of those cities and Auckland. And one is that they have much higher density of employment and people living in the city. Of course, that's changed a lot in Auckland over the last 30 years, thanks to more permissive zoning. But they have higher density, much greater use of public transport because it's more frequent and it's more affordable. And they also have a much smaller supply of car parking and much higher prices to use car parking. So it does make sense to do all of those things first. That is, allow higher density, invest in public transport, invest in people-oriented streets, walking and cycling, and include sensible approaches to parking management, including pricing the use of parking, before you go to congestion pricing. That said, the Green Party is supportive of this bill as drafted to Select Committee. There are many other cities in the world that have used different types of pricing, and we heard at the Select Committee last term when we had the inquiry into congestion pricing that it was experts from around the world were recommending to us our legislation should be flexible enough to allow low emission zones as well. And when we talk about low emission zones, that's important from a carbon emissions point of view, but it's also air quality, because it turns out that the diesel particulates from traffic are far more harmful to human health than people have realized. And it's been pretty much unregulated in New Zealand, and definitely having an impact on childhood asthma and on lives. Probably more lives are lost due to poor air quality due to cars and trucks in Aotearoa, New Zealand, than even in crashes on the road. So unfortunately, I don't believe this legislation allows for low emission zones. And our other concern with this legislation is that it doesn't, I don't think, sufficiently empower the municipal transport authority, that is Auckland Transport and the City of Auckland, to manage how all of this is running. It's very centralized, and really these urban transport solutions need they need to be solved. They need to be managed at the level of the city. That's the level at which people are voting for them. And so I think that the last Minister of Transport spent a whole year editing this legislation that was probably ready to go under the last Labor government and making it far more centralised, giving far more control to central government. I think that's going to be problematic. I think it'll be less likely that the local councils will take it up unless we have some practical changes there. And yes, it's true that the state highway is owned by NZTA and central government, but ultimately the congestion is caused by cars and trucks making local trips on the state highway, and the alternatives to those local trips need to be provided before we bring in the congestion pricing. That's buses, trains, walking and cycling, all of that has to be provided by the council, and that's why I think that's the appropriate level for investment to be made.
Cameron Luxton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm glad to rise and speak on behalf of ACT on this Land Transport Management Time of Use Charging Amendment Bill as a feeling of camaraderie and support breaks out across the House. ACT too will be supporting this bill, and it's, isn't it great news? But, it's an expansion on what's in the coalition agreement. What was already agreed to by coalition parties, so we're seeing this go further. But I must also say congratulations has to be given to the former chair of the Transport and Infrastructure Select Committee who undertook work on this in 2021, and the opposition whose work well in government has contributed to this piece of legislation. Mr. Speaker, I stand as a member of the Transport and Infrastructure Select Committee and also a resident of Tauranga, and I think the Tauranga experience is quite illustrative in this example. Tauranga has got 2 toll roads, soon to be 3. Now, paying for road use is something that the people of Tauranga have become well accustomed to. In fact, it's frequent a subject of conversation of how much the rest of the country could benefit from having the pricing mechanism providing for a signal to the market on where roads are needed to be built. For example, Mr. Speaker, people of Tauranga were extremely pleased to have a chance to have the Tauranga Eastern Link brought on sooner through paying for a toll, and also Takatimu Drive tolled originally, and that was led by local government, much like this bill is thinking of doing, having local government input, saying this is where we think we could do with congestion charging. We want to see something happen, and that's what happened on what was formerly called Route K, now Takatimu Link, and the future road, Takatimu Northern Link, which will head out towards Te Puna and link up the northern western Bay of Plenty with the commerce capital and export port capital of New Zealand, Tauranga, which I have to say is one of the best places on earth. And except for one small thing, we do have a bit of congestion in Tauranga, Mr. Speaker, and that congestion, it does happen along state highways. It happens along Hewlett's Road, which is a part of State Highway 2. It happens on State Highway 29 coming into Tauranga. These sort of places, Mr. Speaker, could benefit from having a bit of signalling to the market to say, look, we are happy to pay to be able to use these roads as a tradie, to get out to a job or to get somewhere that we need to go at a certain period of time, where at a cost that reflects a signal to the market of what we're trying to do here. But also, if you don't want to pay, time of use means just switch your time, shift your timing. That is the signal, the information that is being delivered by this sort of legislation and this sort of policy. Mr. Speaker, I hark back to my farming days, where it was often a conversation that many farmers had of, should we become winter milk suppliers? Now, the reason that is something that people thought about was because you could get a premium for your milk. You could get paid a little bit more for supplying milk in what was either the shoulder or the really low seasons of milk supply. That meant that there was, and similar to how we have roading infrastructure that is underutilised at certain part of the days, we had stainless steel tied up in milk factories up and down this country, which is underutilised at the shoulders of the season and in the winter time when the grass isn't growing as strongly as it does around balance day. And what we end up with is underutilised resource, similar to roads in the middle of the day, and overutilised resource when the spring flushes on and milk's pouring into the vat. And that's what I would say the analogy to the road is around peak times. So what this is talking about is sending a signal, similar to winter milk, but sending a signal saying pay a little bit more, we'll get your milk in the winter and you can try and move that production to those seasons. We want to see people say, look, I think it's a better use of my time to go out and use the roads at a time that isn't the peak. And that means that people who do think it's worth their whiles, tradie, people who need to get to jobs and businesses and schools and places of work at a specific time, can see the benefit in that and pay that fee. Mr Speaker, I also, to the Tauranga experience, we did have the Tauranga Commissioners who, despite, the Tauranga Commissioners put out a discussion paper, a discussion in the public around congestion charging. I was very much in favour of that, but I think what we need to do and what has been exhibited here across the House is a sense of unity on this. I hope that continues through the Select Committee stage so that we can have a solid policy that goes out to the public and really get the best use out of our national infrastructure. Thank you, Mr Speaker.
Andy Foster.
Mr Speaker, it's a pleasure to rise to support this first reading. And it's good to see the support around the House. This, Mr Speaker, has been on the table for quite some time, as we've already heard. In fact, the Wellington region, not just Wellington City, but the Wellington region and Auckland in particular have been asking for it. And actually, I can remember we've already had the reference to the inquiry that was done, which, in fact, Mr Speaker, I think I can use you in this context, which you chaired in your previous role, and making a submission, Wellington City and Greater Wellington at the same time, to say, hey, we actually support this as a tool to put into the toolkit. So it's not the only answer to issues around congestion, but it is an important tool. And so it's great to see this here and to see the support here. I just wanted to pick up on a couple of things. First of all, Julianne Genter, the Honourable Julianne Genter talked about getting other things right and having public transport and other means of transport right. That's really, really important. Also getting our urban form right. And it's really interesting to see, and I think about this in the context of housing and housing provision, the first line of the explanatory note says New Zealand's largest cities face significant traffic congestion compared to cities with similar population densities. So what that's basically saying is we've got other cities around the world which don't face such a challenge, but what we've done is we've spread our cities out. And I think there is a warning there that while it might make it cheaper, there's also a cost to spreading out in terms of our cities, and that cost is borne in congestion and the cost of infrastructure. So, Mr Speaker, this is taking a targeted approach. It's about making sure that at times and places where there is congestion, that's where you might apply this. You wouldn't apply it across the board. And so you think about the cities where there is congestion. I've already mentioned Auckland and Wellington. We've had the mention from my friend Cam Luxton about Tauranga as well. So there will be a few places where this makes sense, but there will be many places where that would not cut the mustard and you wouldn't do it. It's interesting also to reflect that the Infrastructure Commission, who I think gives us really, really good advice, has also suggested that pricing across the board and where there's peak demand, not just for roading services or transport services, but peak demand, saying we should put a price on that peak demand. We've also already had that reference to milk, but it might apply to other resources as well. For example, power. We do that at the moment for a lot of our power use. The Minister, when he was introducing the bill, said that the thought was around sort of 10% a reduction in traffic volumes. And that actually is really, really significant. The suburb which I come from, there's a difference of about 10% between the term time and the holiday time. And that makes all the difference in the world. What you have is free flow, holiday time, congestion during term time. That 10% makes a significant difference. So this is real. The information there also says that the cost to Auckland, we've already heard, $2.6 billion. So while taxes aren't very popular, neither is congestion. Nobody likes sitting in congestion for a long period of time. But Speaker, a couple of other things I did want to talk about. One is that the cost of the schemes is going to be important. And because these things are not going to be simple to put in place. There's a consultation process, there'll be a lot of design which needs to go into it, what time, what roads, what areas need to be covered. And I do think, and I think Tangi Utukeri has given us a little bit of a warning on that, the idea of central government coming down on top and saying let's go and design a scheme for any place might be a little bit challenging and might not work terribly well. This has got to be done with local government and, equally importantly, with local communities. One other thing I would say about councils' involvement here is that councils should not be deliberately creating congestion to be able to warrant a congestion a time of use scheme. And I have seen councils not too far from here who might actually deliberately try and create congestion. So that probably would not go down terribly well. Mr Speaker, I'm looking forward very much to the submissions, to working through the detail. We do have a very collegial approach on the Transport and Infrastructure Select Committee, and it's good to see all the parties who are members of that committee supporting this, and I commend the bill to the House.
Mr Speaker.
Takutai Tash Kemp.
Well, tēnā koutou e te whare. I stand as an MP for Tamaki Makaurau and Te Pāti Māori to oppose the Land Transport Management Time of Use Charging Amendment Bill. The bill unfairly burdens our most vulnerable, whānau Māori, tangata moana, low-income workers and those who have been locked out of public transport due to this government's decisions. The government claims congestion charging will reduce emissions and improve productivity. But what they fail to acknowledge is that the charge is a tax on those who often have no other choice. It is our cleaners, our caregivers, our construction workers, many of whom are Māori and Pacific whānau, who will feel this the most. These are the essential workers who cannot shift their work, who I heard our previous member talk about shifting your work. It's not that easy for our whānau. The hours, we just can't do that. And instead of investing in affordable alternatives, this government has made it harder for them to get around. Last year, they scrapped the half-price public transport subsidy. That decision alone made it more expensive for whānau to get to work, to kura, to the doctor. Now with this bill, they are adding another cost on top of that. What choice does a single parent in South Auckland have when buses are infrequent and unreliable? What choice does a kaumātua in West Auckland have when their local train services have been cut? This is not congestion pricing, it is poverty pricing. The evidence backs this up. The COVEC MRC report on congestion pricing in Auckland found that low-income households will face higher costs as a percentage of their income compared to wealthier households. It also found that those on lower incomes are more likely to suppress trips altogether, meaning they will miss out on employment, education and their doctor's appointments, all because this government think they cannot make another dollar out of the struggling. There are so many families in Tamaki Makaurau who haven't even gone over the harbour bridge. This is transport injustice, plain and simple. In Aotearoa, where transport poverty is already a crisis, this bill will only widen existing inequalities. The government argues that the revenue raised will be reinvested in transport, but history tells us otherwise. The reality is that without a clear commitment to equity, this bill will depend on the transport divide that already exists in our city. Instead of congestion charging, the government should focus on transport solutions that uplift communities, not penalising them. We need fair, free public transport, better services in regions, and meaningful investment infrastructure that serve the people who need it the most. That is how we address congestion, by giving people real options, not by punishing them in circumstances beyond their control. Congestion pricing, as it stands, is another example of the policy that is blind to the realities of working class and Māori communities. If this government truly cares about congestion, it must ensure that any charges comes from real public transport improvements, targeted financial relief for low-income whānau, and meaningful engagement with those whose pockets it will affect the most. Tēnei pere he raupatu hau. This bill is another tax on our people disguised as progress. If this government truly cared about congestion, it would invest in public transport first rather than punishing those who with no alternative. We must oppose this bill until equity and fairness are at its centre. Tēnā koutou katoa.
Dan Bidwar.
It's a pleasure to rise and speak to this bill, which is part of the solution to reducing congestion. And just want to reiterate from the House today, tax Congestion is a tax on New Zealand's economy. In Auckland alone, $2.6 billion by 2026. But it's also, Mr. Speaker, a tax on mental health and a tax on livability. So this is a good bill that will reduce congestion, improve productivity, optimise our roading network, and improve mental health and well-being. And it is, as the Minister said, really about using the market mechanism. And it's pleasing to see the other side of the House welcoming the use of market mechanisms to solve problems. Evidence-based for all this comes from overseas cities, Mr. Speaker, Singapore, Stockholm, Dubai and Seoul. And so I think this is a really good bill, but it is only part of the solution. And yes, public transport is part of it, but it is also making sure that local authorities trial new ideas to improve congestion on our local and national roads as well. So, Mr. Speaker, I am a member of the hard-working Transport and Infrastructure Select Committee, and I'm ably chaired by Andy Foster here, and I'm looking forward to receiving this bill and to interrogate the details further. And to what the member from the Māori Party said, to understand the risks for working class members in our cities across the country, and to make sure that it is workable, that it minimises risk not just for workers but also for small businesses who are doing it tough out there at the moment. But most importantly, Mr. Speaker, this isn't going to be a solution that is going to be able to be rolled out nationwide. There will really be limited cities that will take advantage of this. Certainly Auckland and Wellington. My member from the ACT Party mentioned Tauranga, but I'm really keen to see what other cities may be interested in applying this. But also within cities, how this bill will be applied. Take Auckland, for example, Mr. Speaker. I mean, there are classic cases on State Highway 1 where this could be rolled out, or State Highway 16. In my community in Northcote, there's congestion on our main Aotearoa roads, which we may wish to consider. But as a member of the Select Committee, I'll be wanting to understand the impact on small businesses, those that have to travel far and that work in predominantly blue-collar professions, and how that will be rolled out. So, Mr. Speaker, this is a good bill. It is a bill that just provides the framework for local authorities to apply time of use charging to their local areas. This is not about revenue gathering. All the funds that are gathered through time of use charging will be reinvested back into the local areas, which is great news for places like Auckland. And I note that Mayor Wang Brown is a strong advocate for time of use charging applied to Auckland. So, Mr. Speaker, it is a rare moment where we have near unanimous favourable votes in the House today. And I would encourage my members from, my colleagues from the Māori Party, join the waka. There is still time because this, I think, is a good bill, and a good bill that addresses a very significant challenge facing our cities up and down the country. As I said, it's a tax on productivity, it's a tax on our economy, but it's also a tax on mental health, well-being. So on behalf of the Transport and Infrastructure Select Committee, I look forward to welcoming submissions. If you're listening to this at home, you can go online very shortly and make a submission as part of this process. So, Mr. Speaker, I commend this bill to the House today.
Mr. Speaker.
Arnold Williams.
Mr. Speaker, congestion sucks. It sucks 2.5 hours out of the day of a tradie from Manarewa who's working in town, might be working in Henderson, might be working in Mangere. 2.5, 3 hours gone from his day. It sucks 2 hours out of a parent's day that they could otherwise be spending with their kids at the end of the day, but instead they're in their car. And it sucks the joy out of living in the Auckland suburbs. I live in the best place to live in the country, Mr. Speaker. Manurewa is a paradise. Hill Park, where I live, is the best place to live in the country. We've got the bush, we've got the native birds, we've got the bus station in the town 5 minutes from where I live with the library. But you cannot live there and work in town if you won't sign up for an hour and a half on the way in, an hour and a half back. It's no good. We need to fix this. This is a bill that does that, and that's why I support it. But I've still got questions about how it'll apply to those people in Manurewa, and it needs the kind of controls that will make sure that it is fair for everyone and that there are viable alternatives. I looked today at the reporting from Auckland Council, and we've got Mayor Wayne Brown saying it's costing Auckland $2.6 billion each year by 2026. This congestion problem is huge, and it will only get worse if we don't have these tools, and we absolutely need them. But when I looked through that report, I thought about the alternatives that are being proposed by Auckland Council. The alternatives are obviously more public transport and access via the train and bus, and making choices like carpooling and travelling outside of peak times. Those are all really good options for people, but there are some people who won't be able to use those, and we need to keep thinking about how to design a system which is fair for them. Fair for shift workers, like people who cannot choose when they travel and how they travel, and are needing to get to work at times when there are not other colleagues that they can go with. Some businesses in South Auckland will actually put on transport for their workers because there aren't good enough public transport options, and that's important. But for those workers who don't work for a business like that, who can't put on those kinds of services, that is one of the number one issues that I encounter when I'm out door knocking in a place like Woody, where manufacturing workers are going to work at different times every week depending on their roster, and do not have other options with the dearth of transport options there. We also need to make sure that we're asking the questions of this government, that it has the right system in place to support these kinds of congestion charges. Because it's one thing to levy charges on people and demand behavioural change. But when the behavioural change happens, have you got what it takes to actually get people into the centre of the city? Are we going to see projects like the Northern Busway, great project, very effective transport project, and projects like the Eastern Busway, hugely upping demand there and ending up in bus congestion if there are no other options for people? Will we end up with a government that has actually hiked public transport fares, said it's going to build new roads as its priority, and furthermore, levy taxes on the Uber drivers who might be an alternative by levying charges on EVs? Those are the alternatives, but this government is turning the dial down on them. So we need some answers about how this is actually going to be supported for behavioural change, if behavioural change is in fact the thing that we're going for here. And I look forward to a select committee process where we can actually dive into the detail of this, because it will take bipartisan effort, it will take cross-partisan effort, and I also welcome the comments of the Greens, because there has to be alternatives for people if we're going to use regulatory tools like this to drive behaviour. Because we are, let's be frank, telling people that they should change their behaviour. So it is up to the government to actually make that possible for people to do. People with disabilities, kaumātua kuia, people who do not have other options currently and deserve them. And so this government, taking money out of public transport and reprioritising it into roads, needs to actually front on those issues which are facing central Auckland now. They need to be able to give Auckland Council the ability to design not only this program, which in the empowering legislation does propose a lot of licence for councils, but also the powers for Auckland Transport to actually get people where they need to go with appropriate fares, appropriate routes, and well-funded system that has to be backed by government to make something like this work. I'm excited to get into this. Chair Andy Foster has his work cut out for him. I commend this bill to the House.
Ryan Hamilton.
Mr. Speaker, it's a pleasure to rise and speak on this. This has been signalled for a long time, particularly from the infrastructure consultancy groups, and so it's great to see our government just getting on and doing it, and also great to see the support from the other side of the House, of course. As the Minister mentioned, that congestion is really a tax on time, and also the Chair of the committee, Andy Foster, made a really good analogy that when we're travelling in peak traffic, and I think of the great suburb or electorate of Hamilton East between sort of 7 a.m, 7:15, and about 9:15 peak traffic, particularly on school days. And I'm not necessarily saying this will be a solution for Hamilton, but you can see the effectiveness, or the change rather, of peak and off-peak traffic flows. And Mr. Speaker, this is, again, like a lot of our policies and decisions, it's a tool in the toolbox. It's not a silver bullet, but it's another option that can help, I guess, massage or feather the intensity of peak traffic flows. And so this is a tool that, like congestion being a tax on time, this can be an option that will make people rethink about travel arrangements. They've got an option of whether they can afford to pay their little bit extra because it's worth it and built into a business model, or they'll look at carpooling or public transport, or maybe starting earlier and finishing earlier. There's a myriad of options. But Mr. Speaker, this is just another tool in the toolbox that we'll be keen to explore through the select committee process. And so I look forward to that committee feeding back to the House and letting us know how those submissions pan out. Mr. Speaker, I commend this bill to the House.
Shannon Halbert.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it's good this afternoon to be able to speak to this piece of legislation on the time of use charging. Mr. Speaker, this is one of the most constructive things that we can do in this Parliament to decongest our largest city in Aotearoa, Auckland. Mr. Speaker, if I go back to 2021, we had a wonderful chair of the Transport and Infrastructure Committee, and we opened up an inquiry because we knew we were short of solutions at the time. We needed feedback from key stakeholders, the public, from councils, to say how do we actually address the congestion challenge in front of us. And so we put to Aotearoa, New Zealand, the idea of congestion charging across a number of cities, but particularly we had a focus on Tāmaki Makaurau, Auckland. And overwhelmingly, people recognised that we had a congestion problem. And in fact, once again this week we saw the largest amount of congestion in March Madness reported, of course. But the other thing that people said is that it is a cost on Aucklanders, and I acknowledge today that around the House generally we agree that this is a really good thing. The government members are talking about a tax on time, but we do need to recognise actually this is a tax on Aucklanders. It's a tax on Aucklanders because it costs them money to get from A to B. But the reality, Mr. Speaker, is that this, for those that choose to travel at peak time, it will halve congestion. It will be just like what we experience in school holidays. If we're going down Onewa Road across to the city, then that will be the experience that will change for many that will use it. We heard from countries overseas. We heard from Stockholm. I had the opportunity to travel to Vancouver to see how they were implementing congestion charging, and they were very clear that change is instant on the day that congestion charging is introduced. But there will be a reaction from the public that we, as members who are supporting this bill, will be challenged by that. And government members do need to hold their nose and move through it and support this, because it will be the change that we need to achieve in our city. But back in 2021, when we launched this inquiry, Mr. Speaker, things were quite different. The government of the day were investing largely in public transport, in active walking and cycling measures. That we were on the road to put half-price public transport and free public transport in place for under 13s. Those are the types of initiatives that supported things like congestion charging to be implemented. Because if we seek to achieve the behaviour change and we use this as a demand management tool, then there needs to be good alternatives in place to motivate people and actually to support them to get from A to B. At the moment, Mr. Speaker, the government of this day has taken away many of those measures. And so part of my concern, and where I will be looking at the select committee process, is how do we ensure that not only does the revenue that this generates goes back into our largest city, into Auckland, but also that it's invested back into public transport. And Auckland Council were very clear on this, Mr. Speaker. They want to see that investment in public transport and walking and cycling to give people alternative modes to get around our city. Mr. Speaker, my other concern here is that the government says this isn't about revenue generation, but we do have a reality in front of us. They committed in the last election to repeal the fuel excise scheme, the regional fuel tax in Auckland. They did that, but that left us with a $1.2 billion hole in dedicated transport infrastructure investment in Auckland. Those projects have now been shelved. They are no longer available, and so again I come back to those alternatives that are no longer there. So alone, I agree with government members that this isn't just one tool to fix congestion. What I'm looking for is what are the other tools alongside that they are putting in place to ensure that Aucklanders have meaningful alternatives to take at a lower cost to get them from A to B in the speed that they want to. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Cameron Brewer.
Mr. Speaker, like many others here today, it's of great privilege to be talking about the time of use pricing legislation that is having its first reading almost unanimously across the House. And what a great day. Some of us who are around local government and working in mayor's offices over 20 years ago were excited when the Transport Minister of the day, Paul Swain, through the Land Management Transport Act, was keen to introduce congestion charging and the possibility of tolling. That 2003 legislation never really quite delivered. And if you're looking through the Land Transport Management Act now, there have been various versions to get it up to a position where public partner private ships are enabled. And now with this amendment, it will allow for the development of time of use schemes. And so, Mr. Speaker, this, as I said, 20 years in the making. I remember when Michael Barnett, Chamber of Commerce and others were talking about $1 billion wasted in wasted time and wasted fuel in Auckland. Now, the report released by Auckland Council today talks about $2.6 billion by 2026. And that's just in Auckland alone. And as has been articulated, Mayor Wayne Brown backs it. In fact, the headline at 3:15 on the New Zealand Herald, Mayor Wayne Brown backs congestion charge amid $2.6 billion traffic cost. Brown said traffic costs businesses and Aucklanders alike, and it needed to be fixed to get growth in the city. Quote, a time of use charge will enable people to think of other ways to travel, like public transport, carpooling, or driving outside rush hour. And we've got to acknowledge that work flexibility these days enables people to change many people to just alter their car movements, their truck movements slightly to work around this. And there was concern that raised that perhaps this government wasn't going to be investing in the multimodal options that motorists needed as a viable alternative if they weren't prepared to pay for time of use charging. Well, can I remind the opposition about the Eastern Busway that we are committed to building? Can I remind the opposition of John Key and Simon Bridges and others pulling the lever on the City Rail Link? And can I remind the opposition of this government's commitment to the dedicated northwestern bus corridor, the northwestern bus corridor. And so there will be alternatives in place. And so, Mr. Speaker, we are committed to a multimodal system in Auckland and in other places, and we are committed to partnership with local government to ensure the design, that will be overseen by NZTA and community input through the land transport schemes that both deliver up through regional land transport policies. And so, Mr Speaker, it's with great delight that the National Party, in conjunction with ACT and New Zealand First, get this done. We remember the late three, and some of them were over there, Mr Speaker, in front of the Harbour Bridge. Remember that? And they were going to deliver the $56 billion plan. I thought to replace the bridge, and I thought maybe I got that number wrong. I just Googled it. Oh yes, 56 billion. That was talked from the tops of the cliffs down at the Royal New Zealand Yacht Squadron. $56 billion plan. It was going to be like spaghetti put over the North Shore, and it was going to see trams down Bidwa. Can you believe this? Trams up Glenfield Road. This was pie in the sky stuff. Thankfully, with this government, we're back to the basics, we're back to core business, we're back to something that Aucklanders, 90% of Aucklanders have wanted for 20 years. It's time of use charging. I commend the bill.
Question is that the motion be agreed to. Those of that opinion will say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. A party vote is called for. Please conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
49 votes in favour.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes in favour.
ACT New Zealand.
11 in favour.
New Zealand First.
8 votes in favour.
Te Pāti Māori.
Ono ngā po te whakahe.
The ayes are 117, the noes are 6. The question is agreed.
Land Transport Management Time of Use Charging Amendment Bill, first reading.
The question is the Land Transport Management Time of Use Charging Amendment Bill be considered by the Transport and Infrastructure Committee. Those of that opinion will say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. Call on Government Order of the Day number 2.
Taxation, Annual Rates for 2024-25, Emergency Response and Remedial Measures Bill, second reading.
Mr Speaker.
The Honourable Paul Goldsmith.
I present a legislative statement on the Taxation Annual Rates for 2024-25, Emergency Response and Remedial Measures Bill.
That legislative statement is published on the authority of the House, can be found on the Parliament website.
Mr Speaker.
The Honourable Paul Goldsmith.
I move that the Taxation Annual Rates for 2024-25 Emergency Response and Remedial Measures Bill be now read a second time. The bill, as reported back from the Finance and Expenditure Committee, contains a range of adjustments as a result of public feedback. I should point out that feedback from the submitters on the bill has not changed the bill materially. This is because the bill was generally well received by submitters. In fact, responses focused largely on opportunities for extending the ambit of proposals. 15% on interest payments. That's interesting. Yes, very good. Very good. Okay, excellent. That's very good. One of the many of the things that have been arranged in this legislation relate to interest payments, and they can also pay a levy of 2%. So we want to make eligible businesses to be able to access those savings, even if they mistakenly register for AIL late. So we're proposing that the borrowers could retrospectively register a security in some circumstances to qualify for the lower tax rate on recent on interest payments. Submitters supported the proposal but thought it could go further. One of the proposals in this legislation, some suggested that a 2-year time limit on applying for retrospective registration be removed. Others said the concession should be available not only where the borrower overlooked the AIL requirements altogether, but also where they failed to register on time despite attempting to do so. it was also suggested that tax pooling should be available to settle an AIL liability resulting from retrospective registration. Now, the committee agreed with those suggestions. Now, legislators were also needed for the Canterbury earthquakes and 2023 North Island floods and previous efforts. But submitters were generally supportive of the generic response to emergency events proposal, and I was pleased to see that. We also want to help young people secure their economic future. We're proposing to allow, as part of this legislation, young people under 16 to enrol in KiwiSaver with the signature of just one guardian. At present, they need the consent of all guardians, and that can be difficult where parents are living apart, for instance. One last thing to note is that some submitters expressed support for the bill's strong remedial focus. This is a positive thing. An important job in tax policy is to continue to work at rectifying legislation to ensure that it's fit for purpose while continuing to meet the intended policy objective. Mr. Speaker, I don't want to take up too much time of the House, and so on that matter, I now move that this be now read a second time.
The Honourable Dr. Deborah Russell.
Mr. Speaker, many, perhaps most of the measures of this bill are good and sensible measures with respect to tax law. And like a lot of the tax legislation that goes through this House, all sides of the House agree on particular matters in the bill. However, the Labour Party will be voting against this bill. The reason is not the particular tax measures, but the bill does contain the annual rates for 2024-2025. And unfortunately, we do not see in those rates any response to the fiscal needs of this country. So we will be examining those rates, in particular during the committee stage of the bill, when we reach that sometime soon, I hope, because this bill must be passed by the end of March. And in part one of the committee stage, we'll have a long discussion about the annual rates, as is traditional. That is the tax debate for the year in the committee stage of the annual rates bill. And I trust all members of the House will participate in it. I think at that stage you will hear us talking about how tax rates, how relate to services. You know, one of the duties of the Minister of Revenue is to safeguard the revenue system. One of the jobs for the revenue system in the country is to ensure that it supplies enough government revenue gathered from all citizens, all residents, to ensure that government can do the things that government ought to do, like pay for a health system, like pay for an education system, like pay for decent school lunches, like pay for the increased defence spending we're likely to need in this increasingly uncertain world. And yet we do not see the Minister taking responsibility for ensuring that the revenue system can supply those needs. So we'll talk about that extensively in the committee stage of the bill. However, in the meantime, we want to talk about some of the other measures in this bill, and as I've already said, we pretty much by and large agree with them, but I think they are worthy of comment rather than just a garbled rush in order to get the initial speech out in the House. So I do want to talk about some of the particular measures in this bill. The most interesting one is the generic response to emergency events. Now, members of the House and people who have joined the House in this Parliament will know that in the 6 years that the Labour government was in office, there were 3, arguably 4, black swan events that had a huge impact on the country. There was the COVID emergency, which had an enormous impact on the country. There was possibly the Whakaari explosion could be counted in this regard, but there was very much the Auckland anniversary weekend floods. There was Cyclone Hale just before the Auckland anniversary weekend floods, and then of course there was Cyclone Gabrielle. And in each of those big black swan events that had a huge impact on the country, of the nature which the current government hadn't had to deal with one of those yet. But in each of those black swan events, what happened was that we needed to take tax measures to help businesses through. Help them with their cash flow, help them with some of the extra expenditure, help them with some of the insurance implications of what went on. And so each time one of those events occurred, a whole series of measures was wheeled out. But it had to be wheeled out individually to each time for each event. So, and as that went on, the thinking in the tax community, the thinking in our party, the thinking of ministers at the time, the thinking of government departments was that actually there should be a generic set of measures. A set of measures that could be plucked off the shelf and rolled out as needed in order to ensure that people affected by a disaster could continue to manage their affairs in a satisfactory manner. And so the sorts of generic responses we're talking about is, you know, the ability to get some rollover relief, the ability to defer tax payments, the assurance that penalties would not be applied if tax payments were late, and so on, because of the nature of the emergency. So this is a particularly good set of measures, started under the previous government, quite correctly continued by the current government, as a way of ensuring that there could be a generic response to emergencies. Sitting in select committee, we did some work on that and to improve the particular set of measures that could be rolled out. But it has made quite I think when the next Black Swan event occurs, whoever the Minister of Revenue is, whoever the Minister of Finance is, won't have to try to design measures from scratch, won't even have to look back at the measures that have been used previously. They can reach for them from the shelf. So that's an excellent piece of work from across the House. There's some quite complicated stuff sitting in this, this new legislation, this particular tax bill, around when people moving to New Zealand from, in particular the UK, try to bring their pension funds with them. And it's quite a complicated, there are some particular interactions between the New Zealand tax law and the UK tax law that means that those people attempting to transfer their savings from the UK to New Zealand, to have them locked up, as they are with KiwiSaver, nevertheless face an extra tax burden just because of the interaction of the legislation. So what they have to do is they need to transfer their foreign investment savings, their UK investment savings, to what's called a QROPS scheme, and that stands for a qualifying recognised overseas pension scheme. And so, but with that, they did get an extra tax burden. Now, sitting in Select Committee, the thinking going into Select Committee was that all KiwiSaver schemes would be required to provide a QROPS service to people who wanted to join those schemes. But through the Select Committee process, we realised that in fact that wasn't necessary for all KiwiSaver schemes, that it could be done on a voluntary basis. So you'll see that change coming through in the legislation as it comes through the House in the committee stage, and I'm sure we'll talk about it a little bit more there. But the objective there, complicated as it was to ensure that people paid their tax, but paid no more tax than they ought to between the transfers in the country. Otherwise, it could have been a double taxation situation for some people, which does seem at least a little unfair. There was another nice measure in here sitting around the minor beneficiaries rule. Now, it's a rule that applies to trusts. There was a particular complication around trusts for people with disabilities where they could get hit with the minor beneficiaries rule, meaning they'd end up paying extra tax. This bill fixes that. So again, another good measure. And I would note that that was sitting in the remedials. The Minister just said that the bill contained a number of remedial measures, and of course remedial measures are important, and they occur in a couple of situations. One is where the tax law just doesn't quite, the drafting of the law, the way it's gone through, doesn't quite work in the way as was intended. Tax law is complicated, and sometimes there can be interactions that are not foreseen. Sometimes the law as drafted doesn't really quite meet the commercial situation, so you need to put through, well, we need to put through a remedial to remediate the law, I guess, to fix it up. sometimes the way that we do business changes and the law no longer quite fits. So that is the purpose of a remedial. Inland Revenue often spots remedials itself. Businesses write in all the time saying, or particularly tax consultants write in saying we need a remedial for this, that or the other. Something needs to be fixed in the legislation. And what that points to is a very important process in New Zealand that the tax community, tax professionals, the firms, the academics and the Treasury and the Inland Revenue, the tax experts there, and by and large politicians as well too, do work hard to make sure that those remedials get through the process and that we keep the Income Tax Act looking shipshape. It is a complicated act and it is hard to keep it that way, but there's a lot of work that goes into it with a lot of goodwill from across the House and from across the tax community. So, as I said previously, we will be voting in favour of all the amendments to the bill at committee stage, but we will not be supporting part 1 of the bill, and alas, we cannot support the bill overall because of the annual rates in it. But having said that, I'm looking forward to the debate we will have at the committee stage.
Madam Speaker, I just wanted to appreciate the contribution made by the Honourable Dr Deborah Russell just then, walking us through the changes that were made at the Finance and Expenditure Select Committee. It is, of course, in those moments that we see that cordial working across the aisle to try and improve pieces of legislation, even if indeed we are opposed to those laws. And herein, Madam Speaker, I just want to speak to, firstly, some of the parts of the legislation that the Greens do support, but make the point that we cannot support the bill in its entirety because it entrenches the government's trickle-down tax cuts. So some of those initiatives which we support in the bill are the likes of incorporating the crypto asset reporting framework and the amendments to the Common Reporting Standard, of course enabling young people under 16 to enrol in KiwiSaver with the agreement of one parent or guardian, making it a lot easier for solo parents, I might add, and also addressing the issue of locked-in KiwiSaver funds for migrants. But, Madam Speaker, it would be remiss of me not to spend the majority of my time in this contribution today speaking about the so-called meat in the sandwich that is the centrepiece of this government's budget from May last year, which was, of course, those trickle-down tax cuts. And here, Madam Speaker, if I may, I would like to refer to the regulatory impact statement of those income tax cuts which are entrenched within Part 1 of this legislation, and where we see the benefit of those tax cuts aggregating, who ends up actually winning from these changes that the government is making to our income tax system. And herein you can see the distribution of who gets what on an weekly basis based on quintiles, that is every 20% of the population. And you can see painted here very clearly that the top 2 quintiles, that is 40% of households, gain $1.6 billion or 55% of the total of the value of those tax cuts. But those top 2 quintiles, that top 40%, Madam Speaker, it must be noted, also benefit from $750 million a year from the landlord tax cut reduction. And when that is included, that top 40% in our country ends up getting 64% of the value of the government's tax cuts, by far the lion's share of that total. But what is actually even more shocking is that the lowest quintile, the bottom 20% of New Zealanders, are getting just 5.4% of the total over here. But even more than that, and the government knows this, we are seeing 130,000 households get nothing at all. Meanwhile, 8,000 households are worse off. Now, Madam Speaker, that's just about the distribution of these income tax cuts as put in Part 1 of this legislation. That's not even speaking to the bigger thematics and the consequences that we will see in our economy and in our society as a result of the decisions that this government has made in its budget in May 2024, which this bill goes some way to actually rolling out. Because these tax cuts were paid for, Madam Speaker, by the reintroduction of prescription fees, by increases in bus fares, by increases in vehicle registration fees, by increased and raised immigration levies, by higher tertiary education fees, by more toll roads, by increased court fees, of course by a hiring freeze at the front line of our public services, particularly at our hospitals, and by cuts to the need in hospital plans, cuts to the per-child cost of the school lunch program. Madam Speaker, this is trickle-down economics in practice. It is reheated from the 1980s, and what are we seeing in terms of the government's plan? Well, they're telling us a heck of a lot about their plan to go for growth. Yet so far, what we have seen in practice as a result of the intentional decisions that they have made is that they have knowingly increased climate changing emissions, they have knowingly increased child material hardship, and they have knowingly increased inequality. And Madam Speaker, I want to spend a moment particularly on that point of inequality, not just on the distribution of who wins and who benefits the most from these income tax cuts as put forward by the government, but with regard to the broader sense of disdain that this government seems to have, and that the Prime Minister echoed in his responses in question time to me the week before last when I asked him about whether he thought it was the government's job to deal with inequality. Madam Speaker, tolerance of inequality, of gross inequality in particular, is precisely what creates poverty. And this was spelled out by research done by the IRD in 2023, which told us that the top 311 households in Aotearoa hold more wealth than 2.5 million New Zealanders. And that report also spelled out that that is not an accident, but a consequence of a tax system which sees those at the top pay an effective tax rate less than half of that of the average New Zealander. And just before we got into this debate, we had one minister of this crown actually chastising me for making the point that there was something that economists across the board agree with. And the point that I had made is that economists across the board agree with the fact that Aotearoa New Zealand is an outlier and that we pay the cost for not having any form of capital gains tax, stamp duty, wealth tax, or otherwise that addresses that fundamental inequality. But more so than that, exacerbates the productivity crises that we have in this country. And here I would only just quote from the OECD Economic Survey from May 2024, where they say, and I quote, "There is a need to reduce distortions to household choice of asset allocation. Shares, land and owner-occupied residential property are tax favoured. Most capital gains from shares, owner-occupied residential property and land are not taxed. To ensure the tax system is not overly distorting saving and supporting broader growth," by the way, something the government keeps telling us that they care about, "capital gains taxation reform should be done as part of a review of tax settings for savings," end quote. But Madam Speaker, of course, we're unfortunately not having that debate today, are we? We're not actually meaningfully talking about, from an evidence-based perspective, how we go about improving productivity in this country, how we go about fixing those distortions in our tax system. No, we are unfortunately still stuck in the frame, of these trickle-down tax cuts and effectively of austerity, of being told that we need to put private gain ahead of the public good, which only continues to further entrench all of the issues that we see play out in society. Because, Madam Speaker, after 50-odd years of this playbook, New Zealanders are not safer, New Zealanders are not healthier, and New Zealanders are not happier. In fact, the opposite is true. The way to remedy all of these issues, Madam Speaker, is for us as a Parliament to finally take meaningful responsibility to build the public infrastructure and the public good that New Zealanders deserve and ultimately rely on, which I might add, those who currently enjoy untaxed capital gains also benefit from and make their money off the back of. Madam Speaker, we know that societies with greater wealth inequality are less cohesive, they are less functional, and they are less healthy than their more equal counterparts. Inequality corrodes the basics of a good society. That is people's ability to participate, not just in this ephemeral notion of society, but actually in our democracy. And Madam Speaker, I think ultimately what you will find in this bill is continuing to spearhead the charge for trickle-down economic thinking, which has deeply, deeply underserved our communities for at least 40 years now. And unfortunately, that is the reason that we simply cannot support this bill. Because despite there being a sprinkling of a few good things that are relatively overdue and have consensus across the House upon, this government is forging ahead with a path of continuing to cut our public services. And what do New Zealanders have to show for it? Some trickle-down tax cuts which absolutely do not touch the sides on the cost of living which this government promised New Zealanders that it would deal with. Madam Speaker, we simply cannot support this bill, and I would remind all members of the government that this is in the regulatory impact statement that was first issued along with the income tax proposals, and it shows all of you, all of this Parliament, Madam Speaker, precisely what this government values. And it is not fairness, it is not justice, and it is clearly not equality or everybody's ability to participate in our society or this economy that they keep banging on about.
I call Todd Stevenson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise on behalf of ACT to speak on the taxation annual rates for 2024-2025 Emergency Response Remedial Measures Bill. Let me start by just thanking my colleagues on the Finance and Expenditure Select Committee. As we've already heard in some of the contributions this afternoon, it was a collaborative process, and it is good to actually have some tax experts like the Honourable Dr. Deborah Russell on our committee. She's obviously very interested in these issues and a lot of the technicalities, so she does add a lot of value, so it's good to have her. We are also ably helped this year by John Canning, who's our advisor to the committee, and again, we really appreciated the advice that he was able to provide us, along with IRD officials. But it's good to have an independent advisor just to check on those officials and also make sure that the IRD are reflecting what the tax community are thinking. So, as we've already heard, there's actually a lot of things to agree on in this bill. We're putting in place some of these issues around the OECD framework for tax reporting. We've dealt with issues around pension transfers across borders. We've heard about the ability for under 16-year-olds to enrol in KiwiSaver with just a single consent. And there's a few other issues including actually streamlining the tax settings for an emergency response and actually having something that can be used immediately without having to pass additional legislation. And as we've witnessed in the last few years, we have had a few of those matters here. So there's a lot, obviously, there's consensus on across the House, which is great. Obviously, though, a very key part of this bill, Madam Speaker, is the setting of the annual tax rates. And look, in ACT, we're unapologetically in support of that as part of this government, because we are actually about delivering tax relief for New Zealanders. And look, we should be very proud of our tax system. We do actually have a very robust tax system. It actually does have a lot of transparency. We don't have a lot of deductions. It works very well. And so with our package, we're obviously putting in tax relief for Kiwis. But it does show a difference between our government and some members of the opposition think. We have, in addition to dealing with lowering tax, actually giving Kiwi families and businesses a break, actually letting them get on with spending some of their own money. We've also been able to do that by actually reining in government spending. And so we've actually had to take a very considered approach to actually how we're taking and spending taxpayers' money. We want to make sure that that is being spent well, and they are actually getting the public services that they deserve. Well, that's right, because under the last lot, we didn't measure how public services were actually being delivered and what they were getting, and so we're actually taking a different approach. I also heard Ms Swarbrick say that tax cuts won't actually improve productivity. Well, that's actually wrong. Actually putting in place a capital gains is actually a tax on investment. And in fact, what we need to do is actually have people investing in our businesses to actually improve productivity, adopting new technology, training their staff, etc., etc. So, look, actually, lower taxes actually do improve productivity. The other thing that we've made sure we've done is We're being very clear about what people are getting for their taxes. And so we've been able to do two things with this reduction in taxes. One, we're saying people, you had no tax relief for many, many, many years, and we're delivering that. But number two, we're taking a hard look at the government books and making sure we're getting value and spending for money. It's a totally different approach to what has been done previously, but we're very proud in ACT to be a part of a government actually taking that approach. And so I will be commending this bill to the House on behalf of ACT.
I call Jamie Arbuckle.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise on behalf of New Zealand First to support the taxation annual rates for 2024-25 emergency response and remedial measures bill. But before I begin, Madam Speaker, I do want to say congratulations today to Stuart Smith, who has become the Chief Whip of National and of the government, someone I work closely with in the Kaikoura electorate, and also just reminding this House the importance of South Island MPs, and as we're now sitting in very prominent positions. And also our new Minister for the South Island. But, Madam Speaker, I realise I need to get focused and get on to the bill in hand. So the New Zealand First does support this bill for a number of reasons, and as you can see, this bill is substantial, it's complex, 170 odd pages with 200 amendments. So it is a piece of legislation that is difficult to get to know every amendment in it, but again, the people who have specialised knowledge, and I do acknowledge the Honourable Deborah Russell and her contributions during the committee stage, because this stuff in here can put ordinary New Zealander to sleep. But the ordinary New Zealander, Madam Speaker, they're interested in the tax rates, and they're being confirmed in this piece of legislation. And it is also difficult to hear from the opposition as they again discuss that they will not support this as we go through the readings. And this government made the finally the proactive decision to change the thresholds in the tax rates. And that is something New Zealanders waited since 2010 to see changes in the thresholds. 2010, and we actually have the opposition saying to us, actually we don't support that, we don't support seeing extra money in New Zealanders' pockets. And I find that very difficult to understand in a cost of living crisis, that we can't get support across the House to actually get the support our families, our business owners and our individuals need to just buy the basics. So that, Madam Speaker, is disappointing. It's a different philosophy where that side of the House believes they will tax, and their philosophy is they will do everything for everyone. But there is self-responsibility, and this side of the House believes putting more money into people's pockets that people can make the right decisions. Also, as I mentioned, there is so many amendments in this piece of legislation. The probably most substantial one is the emergency events. And I've seen in my electorate in Kaikoura the earthquakes that came. We've seen the North Island floods and weather events, and we're seeing over time the different events that come. And this piece of legislation, the changes here, allows order in council, and I think that is the big thing. Instead of having to have a piece of legislation that goes through the House, order in council can make the necessary quick changes to actually help people that are in times of need and times where different emergency events have occurred. So that is good that there's consensus across the House on that amendment. We've also heard around the KiwiSaver, the overseas pension transfer reforms, and we heard through submitters people bringing their pensions back into New Zealand, how they were actually being penalised. So this actually, for those people, helps them to actually not get taxed in a bulk amount, but actually allows the money to come back into the pension fund and actually be dealt with in a way that the pension fund can actually pay the amount of tax that is required, instead of the individual ending up with a lump sum of tax to have to pay. We also, through the bill, there was the zero-rated issues that got the GST zero-rated issues around the international vessels. So some common sense remedials in that sense. We also heard from the Minister of Finance a few weeks ago around family boost and the importance of changing so people are eligible for family boost, so some minor changes there. So we did hear, Madam Speaker, from we had 28 submissions. It's a technical bill, but we did hear from the likes of PwC, KPMG, those tax advisors who specialise, and they were able to bring those finer details to light. And the committee, through the 16 oral hearings, have made changes. But what I can say is it's a minimal fiscal cost to the government, but they make substantial changes to individuals and to businesses in New Zealand. And I think what I want to end up on here, Madam Speaker, is sometimes with remedials, they only affect you when it's something out of the blue or it's a minor thing, but when they actually affect your business or you as an individual, they become a substantial issue. And that's what this remedial bill does. It actually, those loopholes, it actually gives an answer to people having to pay their tax. So in that, it is good to see that this bill sorts out those issues, those pitfalls, and it actually, what you hope happens is in the future taxpayers, they don't have to stumble or fight IRD or have to go through lengthy discussions, because we actually find a solution in this bill. On all those parts, Madam Speaker, New Zealand First supports, and look forward to this going through to Committee of the Whole. So I further say we commend it to the House. Thank you.
I call Raurui Waititi.
Madam Speaker, it's, I rise to my feet and give a short quarter on the taxation annual rates for 2024-25 emergency response and remedial measures bill. The change is a change of income tax by stealth, hammering the wrong end of town once again. And I just heard the last speaker talk about it has a minimal fiscal cost on the government, but it would have quite a substantial a cost to the income earner. And I'm talking about our Māori as a whole. As we all know, our tax system has fueled extreme wealth inequities, and this government changes will further facilitate the theft of our hard-earned money. The government's tax adjustment will make our poorest whānau worse off. 3,000 single-parent householders are earning less because of these tax cuts. This government has given $3 billion tax cuts to landlords, while over 1 million people who are earning less than $30,000 a year will only get $2 a week from their tax cuts. They have taken away public transport subsidies, free prescriptions. They've also taken away first home grants. They've increased the rates. They've cut the minimum wage, cut the benefit, cut 10,000 jobs. All of this for a couple more dollars a week. We are not stupid. We know that you are taking away more than you are giving. There are $3 billion tax cut for landlords is more than just a blatant example of the real priorities. Looking after their rich mates. This tax cut is actually going to make the housing crisis so much worse in the long run. It will allow mega landlords to borrow more money to buy more houses until 99% of the people in Aotearoa are paying their rent to the 1% of homeowners. We've heard a lot of talk about Māori privilege because the super wealthy need us to blame each other before we blame them. First, they stole the land, then they stole our labour. This is what this country has come to. It is an absolute travesty that the tax policies were implemented. 98% of whānau, if we had a tax policy, 98% of the whānau here in Aotearoa would be better off overnight. And I'll tell you why. Removing GST, removing income tax for whānau on low incomes. We would increase take-home pay for 98% of whānau. Income tax on those earning more than 200k. The company tax rate from 28% to 33%. We'll introduce wealth tax, foreign companies tax, land banking tax, vacant house tax. These are the omnibus taxes that we should be discussing in any bill. When you've got 2% of the country controlling 50% of this country's wealth, that is a travesty. And we continue to talk about omnibus bills that affect the lowest income earners here in Aotearoa. This government has no aroha. It has no heart for those hard-earning, hard-working communities out there. And this, once again, is going to make it even harder. Yes, there are some good things in there, but there are a hell of a lot of other things we should be doing with our tax system. The tax system is broken, and it continues to allow the rich to pay only 9%, while the rest of Aotearoa pays 20.2%. This is the reality, and that's the omnibus bill that we should be talking about. All of these changes will actually affect 98% of Aotearoa's earning capacity. But what we're doing is continuing to favour the 2% that continue to control 50% of the country's wealth. And this government continues to move bills in their favour. We must look at a tax system that's fairer. Wealth tax is the only way. It's the only way. So you're allowing people to be able to transfer monies from overseas back here. But we are not punishing those who are making billions of dollars, the banks, the supermarkets, who are Australian owned, to take the income and the profit that they make overseas. That's the tax we should be talking about. That money should be used for the greater good of Aotearoa, but it is not. And what we're doing here is discussing an omnibus bill that's going to put more pressure on those who work hard to uphold the lavish lifestyle of the rich. And again, the 2% that control 50% of this country's wealth. We will not be supporting this bill to the House. Kia ora tata.
I call Lawrence Sunan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As my colleague Chloe Swarbrick mentioned before, the Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand will not be supporting this bill. Yes, there were parts that have been mentioned that is a technical change, but let us be clear, this bill is a technical solution. It is a gentle edit to the potential hopes and dreams that people of Aotearoa, New Zealand could achieve. And this bill does nothing for most of the people of Aotearoa in this case. So let us reiterate that through this bill, the top 40% gets a break of $1.6 billion or 55% of the break. And that is from the officials themselves. That is in the regulatory impact statement. On top of that, $750 million a year for landlords for tax cuts. The bottom 20% only get 5.4% of the tax cuts. 130,000 households gets nothing. Let us just remember those stats. 130,000 households get nothing at all. 8,000 households are worse off. Before you have people who tell you, isn't tax cut good? Isn't it nice that some people just get a little bit of money in their back pocket? Let us break it down. So if you are a couple and you are on superannuation, and that's all you are on, you are getting, through the government's own budget calculator, you're getting $8.62 for the couple, for the two of you, per fortnight. That is $2.16 per week. That is 31 cents per day, Madam Speaker. Milk, a 2-liter bottle of milk has gone up by 29 cents, just most recently. A 1 kilo block of cheese has gone up by 10 cents. So, Madam Speaker, when the cost of living cannot keep up, when the money that people are getting, the tax cuts people are getting, cannot keep up with the cost of living. That is not a tax break. That is not beneficial to the people of Aotearoa. What we are seeing is a government that only talks about growth. And before we talk about the fact that we have seen a prime minister that consistently used the term ruthlessly in pursuit of growth. Madam Speaker, I would like to remind the House that the adverb ruthlessly has never been used in any positive light. That is only ever used to describe cruel and cold-blooded intent. That is the official definition of ruthlessly. This is the leadership that we have in Aotearoa. We are seeing that the government, in order to cover the deficit, using overseas as a way of selling off and of entertaining the privatization and the commercialization of assets from Aotearoa, of things that people of Aotearoa has worked and earned them for themselves and for their whānau and for their communities. We have seen the fact that just today that the Prime Minister will not commit to our NDC as part of the Paris Agreement, and without even recognizing the fiscal cost that this will have on Aotearoa on the whole. We are seeing shocking poverty stats for child poverty. We're seeing 1 in 8 of our tamariki living in material hardship, 1 in 5 for tamariki Māori, 1 in 4 for children, for Pacifica children. We're seeing hack and slash to the Kaora Ako program. And within that, we're seeing that the way that this government chooses to evaluate programs and meant to be feeding our tamariki, out of the 6 evaluation that they will be using, 3 are about cost saving. They are not about our tamariki. They are not about our mokopuna, and they are not about our future. This is the reality of this bill, Madam Speaker. But an alternative is possible. It just requires political will. Poverty is a political choice. Taxation is a political choice, Madam Speaker, and we have the tools to make those kind of genuine changes based on data, based on what economists around Aotearoa and internationally are telling us what we need in terms of a capital gains tax, what we need in terms of trust tax or stamp duty. Those are things are possible for us. So, Madam Speaker, this is the time for us to hold on to that hope, and let's not just simply edit.
I call Cameron Brewer.
Madam Speaker, we've heard a lot on this bill, particularly the opposition continuing to decline and continuing to reject the tax cuts that New Zealanders deserve 14 years on from the last lift of the tax thresholds, 14 years on. And so what we are hearing for those that are upset about this reconfirmation of the 2024-2025 tax year is their anti-ness of hard-working Kiwis getting some tax relief as they have done in the last 9 months. And can I remind the House, Madam Speaker, that overall 83% of Kiwis or 94% of households benefited from the government's tax package, personal tax package that we are confirming today through this taxation bill. And so, Madam Speaker, the thresholds have risen from 14,000 to 15,600 for the 17.5% tax rate. They've risen from 48,000 to 53,500 for those paying 30% tax rate. They've risen from 70,000 to 78,100 for the 33% tax rate. They haven't been, the threshold above that hasn't been changed. This is a tax cut that only benefits those that are earning those dollars, for those the dollars treated beneath $78,100. It's a tax cut for low to middle income workers. It's not skewed towards the wealthy. It's effectively capped. The tax cut benefit stops at every dollar earned after $78,100. So this is a tax cut not for the rich, I reiterate, this is a tax cut for low to middle income workers. And frankly, any dollars earned after 78,100 are not getting a tax cut. This is for middle New Zealand. We are proud of this, and this is why this side of the House will be voting for this taxation amendment bill. Thank you.
I call Camilla Ballard.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for the opportunity to comment on this bill. I do so mainly in my capacity as the Labor Party's spokesperson on emergency management, and for those who are familiar with the content of this bill, they'll be aware that there are significant changes that this bill makes in relation to the way that emergencies are dealt with in New Zealand. Unfortunately, Madam Speaker, we do live in a country, otherwise known as the Shaky Isles, that does frequently experience emergency situations due to natural events, and also we've had emergency situations in our recent history to do with COVID-19. So this is something that everyone in this House will be familiar with, and I'm sure there's many people who have lived through and supported their constituents through some of these events which are mentioned in the documentation provided to support this bill. So in relation to those emergency measures that are in this taxation bill, essentially, as I understand it, Madam Speaker, and I wasn't privileged enough to be on the committee that looked into this, but from my understanding, this bill more effectively enables an off-the-shelf measure of tax support that can be utilised in an emergency situation. And we did have that under the previous Labor government and also under the previous National government who dealt with other disasters, and we've had a number of emergencies that have been looked at in relation to tax relief, and that I think we've had the Kaikoura earthquake, we've had the COVID-19 response, we've also had the Auckland floods and Cyclone Gabrielle as recent examples of when tax has been utilised in order to assist the emergency response in a situation. And that part of the bill, Madam Speaker, the Labor Party is supportive of, and you would have heard my colleague Deborah Russell, who has been participating extensively in this at Select Committee, mentioning the reasons that those provisions are necessary. So that is something that I think will be welcomed by New Zealanders in terms of these particular changes. Another thing which I think is interesting is the proposal to turn off the bright line test in the situation where there is an emergency and event, and obviously that type of situation would be quite catastrophic for the person involved, and so these obviously address those situations. And I mean, I don't need to tell the House about how awful some of these situations can be, but it was interesting for me to see how our taxation system and the good people at Inland Revenue were able to utilise the existing measures in order to address some of these emergency events, but also hopefully to make this easier in the future, so that future governments, obviously we all knock on wood and we hope that there aren't huge emergency situations that this country has to face in the future, but we understand that an emergency management people will tell you that it is when, not if, we face another disaster. So I think it is prudent that those are included. That was the main aspect that I wanted to cover in my contribution today, Madam Speaker, but the other thing that I feel I must address is the fact that, as has been mentioned by other members and also members across the House, we will not be supporting this bill as a whole, and that is really because of the fact that there are the inclusion of the tax changes that were brought in the budget as a schedule to this bill, and that is something that we disagreed with. And I've heard members opposite say they can't understand why we would feel that way, and I just think it's important to look at this holistically in terms of the impact that those tax changes have had on New Zealand. Of course we want New Zealanders to have support in a cost of living crisis. Of course we want all of our needs to be met within a society, but unfortunately the thing with tax cuts is timing is really important. It was a very difficult time, and we're seeing the consequences of that through our health system. We're seeing consequences of that through other programs like the school lunch program, which has had a reduction in funding. We are seeing things that we wouldn't necessarily choose ourselves. This is a very important political difference that is highlighted within this bill, within the way that we approach taxation within New Zealand. And on this side of the House, we want New Zealanders to flourish. We want to see an economy that is doing well. We want to see a productive economy. We want to see people doing as well as they possibly can. And in our view, the changes that were put in place by the government during the budget process are not the way to do that. And that has been seen through some of the terrible implications to our public services and our health system and our education system that we have already discussed. So this is an important matter of principle. It's not something that we do lightly, and I just wanted to acknowledge some of those comments that the members on the other side of the House had in relation to that. So overall, this is a bill that we can't support, but at the same time we do recognise the hard work that has actually come about through not just this government but also the previous Labor government and possibly even previous governments to that and towards building a better taxation system. So, you know, not everything in a bill is either always something that is bad, and so in this bill there are aspects that we support, and I think we really showed our good faith in that through the participation of, as has been widely acknowledged around the House, our resident tax expert, Dr. Deborah Russell, who participated in good faith to make sure that the changes, although she didn't support wholeheartedly the purpose of the bill, she worked very hard to make sure that the changes within that are workable. That sometimes happens in this House. I think that we've set that out really clearly. Madam Speaker, I cannot commend this bill, but I want to acknowledge the work that has been done by others on the committee and through other parliaments in the House.
I call Ryan Hamilton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's very telling what the last speaker just said. Things like we take a holistic approach and tax reduction is all about timing. And we actually felt that after 14 years and a cost of living crisis, it was actually pretty good timing. But no, that side of the House thinks government knows best. That's why we're now having reforms with tertiary, hospital, tax, just a mess everywhere we go because they think Wellington knows best. Well, Madam Speaker, we like to give money back to the Kiwis that earn it. And one thing that I haven't heard also is about Family Boost, which is another supportive mechanism which was some of the elements of it were ratified through this tax bill. In fact, one of the things I learned, and you might learn too, sir, is that you can actually claim Family Boost for up to 4 years. So if any family members haven't claimed, sorry Madam Speaker, not you personally, but anyone that wants to claim Family Boost can actually reclaim it for up to 4 years, such as the opportunity there, which really helps those lower and middle income families, as Cameron so aptly put before. Madam Speaker, there was over 100 tidy-ups in this bill, and given it as a second reading, it is important to reference the Select Committee process, and I just want to read some commentary from Deloitte, which was published at the time. This bill itself is less controversial than some of its predecessors, as it largely contains taxpayer-friendly measures aimed at reducing compliance costs and increasing productivity. For this reason, all government parties and the Labor Party also voted in favour of the bill at the first reading, while the Greens Party and Darlene Tana voted against the bill. Note, Te Pati Māori were not present to cast a vote, so there's not much surprises there. But Madam Speaker, one thing that was quite interesting with this is this bill touches on tax administration, GST, KiwiSaver, stamp and cheque duties, income tax. And the great thing about KiwiSaver is those under 16 can now access it with only the consent of one parent or guardian, which is just awesome because we support that's a brilliant thing. And the other thing which I wouldn't want to go unnoticed, Madam Speaker, was SPV or special purpose vehicles. There was a bit of a tidy up, recommendations 65 to 68. We've heard a lot about infrastructure and infrastructure funding and financing, and a lot of the entities that sit behind that are special purpose vehicles. And it's very important that the tweaks, such as has received assets from a third party that is not a trust or has self-originated assets, those things were tidy up, Madam Speaker, and it's wonderful. So I'm pleased to commend this bill to the House. Very good.
I call Glenn Bennett.
Madam Speaker, and it's interesting listening to the previous speaker about how votes were cast at previous readings, and because that's part of this Parliament, this part of the process is to to litigate the issues and to vote yes sometimes, and then it moves through select committee, and then minds can be changed, as they should be, because it's not a binary decision from the first reading to the third reading. It's actually about looking at the issues and debating them, which this place is all about. So I feel really comfortable with the fact that maybe at one stage a party has voted yes and now they're voting no. And as we are here, because we on this side of the House in the Labour Party will not be supporting this legislation. Madam Speaker, as the spokesperson for economic development, it is really interesting to look into the taxation and what it means, and then to hear the comments from the other side in terms of, giving tax cuts and people's hard-earned money that they get to keep, which, of course... Yeah, I'm just going to if you let me continue my train of thought, which you're not even sure where I'm going with this. The fact is, around economic development is something that is crucially important to the well-being of Aotearoa. And in terms of the challenges we have in this space, I believe comes back to looking at the expectations that councils had, which has been removed from the current government, which is around the well-beings, because we've got to look at this holistically. We've got to look at this and not in just an ecosystem of economics and cash. We've got to look at where it fits within our environmental, with our cultural, with our society. And it is so important for us to be looking at taxation, not just taking money off people, but we've got to rethink the narrative around that. And they have their views and opinions. They're not even listening, which is fine by me, because we need to talk and have better conversations around tax, Madam Speaker. We've got to consider it as our contribution. We are members of society, and unless they were part of the 1980s Tory government in the UK, we do believe in this country that society is something that we participate in. And participating in society is around paying our fair share to drive on our roads, to access our hospitals, to access our education system, to access the infrastructure needs that we have. So the challenge that the Labour Party has around this legislation, Madam Speaker, is really seeing that the government made some choices. They made some choices to give some tax cuts, but the challenge now is, where do we find the money to ensure that our hospitals, to ensure that our schools, to ensure that our public transport is world class? And that's where we really need to sit back and consider the conversation around tax, and not just that it's mine, I've got to keep every last penny and I've earned this, it's my right. It's around, what is my contribution to my community and what is my contribution to my neighbour? And I know that many people in the National Party that I meet with and talk with, they do believe in that. They believe that we as a society are judged by how we treat our most vulnerable. And being a member of the New Zealand society, being a New Zealand taxpayer, is around our contribution. And so as we look at this legislation, as it's been through the select committee process, Madam Speaker, there have been things from the Labour Party that we have looked at and said, well, we just can't support this going any further forward. I find it interesting also that in my community of New Plymouth, as we look at what choices government has made in terms of tax breaks, and then what things have had to be cut because of that. So I was very passionate and very confident in the work that I had been doing around housing, which was something I did long before coming into this House, and then since being in this House. And the fact that we're able to get many new kāinga order houses on the schedule to be built. We got many built. In fact, just earlier, or just late last year, we had 48 new beautiful homes open in central New Plymouth. But to see then the hard work that was done and investment made to then be cut, to have the number of kāinga order houses that were being built in my own city, to have that cut, has been devastating, not only for the community but for myself, in terms of championing the causes of getting everyone into a place that they can call home, because it is so important. Madam Speaker, we can't support this beyond second reading. We want to work constructively with government, and we can't support this bill.
I call Dan Bidwell.
Oh, Madam Speaker. Well, look, the irony, Madam Speaker, with a couple of minutes to go, of hearing from the spokesperson for economic development that he would oppose this bill, because, Madam Speaker, the best way to achieve economic development is actually to make sure hardworking people get to keep more of their hardworking dollars. Wellington does not know best, Madam Speaker, but people do. And let me finish with a quote from the famous economist Milton Friedman, who, by the way, shares the birthday with my wife. Milton said, "I am in favour of tax cuts under any circumstances for any reason, whenever it is possible. Governments never learn, only people do." And with that, Madam Speaker, I commend the bill to the House.
Members, it is time for the dinner break. The House is suspended until 7:30.
Coming up at 6 p.m. is a repeat of some of today's earlier proceedings. Live coverage from the House of Representatives will resume at 7:30 p.m. Live coverage from the House of Representatives will resume at 7:30 p.m. Until then, some of today's earlier proceedings will be repeated.
Mr. Speaker.
Almighty God, we give thanks for the blessings which have been bestowed on us. Laying aside all personal interest, we acknowledge the King and pray for guidance in our deliberations, that we may conduct the affairs of this House with wisdom, justice, mercy and humility for the welfare and peace of New Zealand. Amen. Members, I've been asked to rule on the use of the word Aotearoa in the House, and I said I would consider the approach taken by the New Zealand Geographic Board, though this is not at all binding on the House, which does enjoy unfettered freedom of speech. The official name of New Zealand may only be altered by legislation. However, Aotearoa is regularly used as a name of New Zealand, including by the Geographic Board itself, in its own name and in the title of the legislation that created it. It appears on our passports and it appears on our currency. I pointed out several times that Standing Order 109 says that members may address the Speaker in English, Te Reo, Māori or New Zealand Sign Language. That really is the end of the matter. In light of Standing 109, it's not for the Speaker to arbitrate when an individual words in any of those three languages may be used. I suggested to Ricardo Mendes March he might like to use Aotearoa New Zealand for the sake of order in the House and to assist anyone who might not understand the term. However, members may speak in any of the three languages at any time. If other members do not like certain words, they don't have to use them, but it's not a matter of order, and I don't expect to have further points of order raised about it. Come now to petitions. The clerk will present 6 petitions.
Petition of Connor Sharp requesting that the House asks the Government to work with local government in Auckland to deliver surface light rail in Auckland. Petition of H. Haka on behalf of Te Pāti Tangata Whenua requesting that the House increase the number of Māori electorates. Petition of Conrad Peterson requesting the House repeal and rewrite Section 24A of the Arms Act 1983. Petition of Chris Gilmore requesting the House urge the Government to hold a referendum on the Gene Technology Bill. Petition of Christian Vanderpump requesting that the House urge the Government to release incident statistics collected by Fire and Emergency New Zealand. And petition of Councillor Sam Bennett requesting the House urge the Government to require NZTA to immediately plan, finance and undertake remedial work on State Highway 3.
Ministers have delivered 5 papers.
Government responses to the report of the Petitions Committee on the petition of John Hernshaw, on the petition of Raina Vermani and on the petition of Rainbow Labour Christchurch Branch. 2024-25 Annual Report for Whaikaha, Ministry of Disabled People. Report on unappropriated expenses and capital expenditure for the financial year ended 30 June 2024.
I present the report of the Controller and Auditor General entitled Regulating Vehicle Safety Inspections. I also report the OPTCAT, Aged Care Mentoring Report, Chief Ombudsman's Observations. I don't like acronyms. Those papers are published under the authority of the House. Eleven Select Committee reports have been delivered for presentation.
Report of the Economic Development, Science and Innovation Committee on the Regulatory Systems Economic Development Amendment Bill. Report of the Finance and Expenditure Committee on the Taxation, Annual Rates for 2024-25, Emergency Response and Remedial Measures Bill. Reports of the Foreign Affairs, Defence and Trade Committee on the International Treaty Examination of the Agreement on Climate Change, Trade and Sustainability, the International Treaty Agreement examination of the agreement under the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea on the conservation and sustainable use of marine biological diversity of areas beyond national jurisdiction, and on the International Treaty examination of the US Tuna Treaty amendments to Annex 2 of the Treaty on Fisheries between the governments of certain Pacific Island states and the Government of the United States of America. Report of the Governance and Administration Committee on the Auckland Harbour Board and Takapuna Borough Council Empowering Act Amendment Bill. Reports of the Petitions Committee on the petition of Brian Webb, the petition of Deirdre Kent and the petition of Kylie Kelly. Report of the Primary Production Committee on the report of the Controller and Auditor General monitoring importers of specified high-risk foods, and report of the Social Services and Community Committee 2023-24 Annual Review of the Social Services and Community Sector.
The bills are set down for second reading. The report of the Controller and Auditor General and the international treaties are set down for consideration. The Clerk has been informed of the introduction of 3 bills.
Referendum Framework Bill, Introduction. Term of Parliament Enabling 4-Year Term Legislation Amendment Bill, Introduction. Appropriation 2023-24 Confirmation and Validation Bill, Introduction.
Those bills are set down for first reading. The Honourable Paul Goldsmith.
Mr Speaker, I seek leave to move a motion without notice and without debate to acknowledge Te Mata Tine 2025.
Leave us off for that purpose. Is there any objection? There appears to be none.
I move that this House congratulate all those who participated in Te Matatine or Te Kahui Maunga National Kapa Haka Festival last week, and in particular Te Kapa Haka o Ngāti Whakauei, the supreme winner, and note that Te Matatine this year was attended by record numbers of both participants and guests, with 15,000 people attending the finals on Saturday, generating an estimated 26.5 million from the Taranaki region. Ka tū te ihi, ka tū te wehi, ka tū te wana. Have no fear and compete.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. Those of that opinion will say aye. Aye. The contrary, no. The ayes have it. Members, I've received a letter from the Right Honourable Chris Hipkins seeking to debate under Standing Order 399, the resignation of a Minister, the Honourable Andrew Bailey. This is a particular case of recent occurrence for which there is ministerial responsibility. That warrants the attention of the House and the Government. The conclusion of oral questions, I'll call on the Right Honourable Chris Hipkins to move that the House take note of a matter of urgent public business. The House comes to oral questions. The first in the name of the Right Honourable Chris Hipkins.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. To the Prime Minister, does he stand by all of his government statements and actions?
Yes, and especially our action in recent days to make it easier for New Zealanders to see a doctor, Mr Speaker. We know that too many Kiwis wait too long to see their GP, which is why we're putting more funding into primary health care. And thanks to that funding, Kiwis will see more nurses working in primary care, more international doctors working in their community, more opportunities to enrol with their local doctors, and more choice with the rollout of a 24/7 digital service. Fixing the healthcare system won't be easy, but our outstanding Minister of Health is backing patients and making sure we can get them the care they need. He's funding more, he's growing the workforce more, and he's getting rid of the bureaucracy.
Supplementary question. Why has he expressed confidence in David Seymour's ability to clean up the mess he's made of the school lunches program, given his own Minister of Education has refused to share that confidence?
Well, David Seymour is the accountable minister. I've got every confidence he's all over the detail, and he's going to make sure all the food and the meals get up to scratch.
Supplementary question. Was Erica Stanford correct that David Seymour's announcement cancelling teacher-only days overstepped the mark? If so, what has he as Prime Minister done about it?
Well, I have clear delegations and clear responsibilities. David Seymour is the accountable minister for school lunches. He is aware of the issues and he will fix them. Erica Stanford is the accountable minister for teacher-only days, and she will manage that.
So weak. Why is Erica Stanford being left to clean up David Seymour's messes while he fails to show up to meetings with her, and as he as PM won't do anything about it?
Sorry, can you explain which meetings?
Mr Speaker, I don't believe I need to explain questions, but the Prime Minister might like to read the news.
Excuse me.
Yeah.
I'll read it.
Just do we move on to question 2 then, if that's where we're at?
Point of order, Mr Speaker. Well, I've asked the Prime Minister a question.
Yes, you did, and then you decided to qualify it when he gave an answer that was unacceptable. I'm asking you now to ask the question again and nothing else.
Okay. I'll repeat the question. Why is Erica Stanford being left to clean up David Seymour's messes while he fails to show up to meetings with her? And why will he, as Prime Minister, not do anything about that?
Well, as I said before, I have every confidence that David Seymour is working his way through the issues around the school lunches. He's aware of the detail, he's on top of it, and I have every confidence that he will sort it out.
A supplementary question, Mr Speaker. Why does Erica Stanford have the fortitude to repeatedly stand up to David Seymour that he seems to lack?
As I said, David Seymour...
The last part of that question is not in order. Next up.
The question. Is it still his expectation that the new, cheaper, mass-produced school lunches will be at least as good, if not better, than the healthy, locally made lunches his government cancelled? If so, when can hungry school students expect him to deliver on that promise?
Well, I'll just say to that member, it's a bit rich because we saved school lunches because that Prime Minister didn't fund school lunches. So we are spending more on school lunches and we are giving them to more kids. That's a good thing.
Supplementary question, Mr Speaker.
Just when the House comes to a little bit of quiet.
If it hasn't taken feeding children melted plastic, failing to deliver lunches at all, serving up the same food 13 days in a row, or serving pork to halal students, what will it take for him to finally step in and sort out the mess that his government has made of the school lunches program?
Why is he laughing?
Look, again, I'll just say to that member This is a government that has actually put together a school lunch program that is feeding more children and is funded. He hadn't funded it, we funded it, we're expanding the access to it. Yes, some of the food is not up to scratch, but the Minister is working his way through the issues and I have every confidence he will resolve it. And I just say to parents that may be listening to this, feel free to prepare a Marmite sandwich and an apple for lunch.
That is the last mass outburst that we're going to hear today. We could be a very empty house if people continue to participate in that. Dana Kilpatrick.
Mr Speaker. Thank you. My question is to the Minister of Finance. What recent reports has she seen on the economy?
Mr Speaker.
The Honourable Nicola Willis.
Recent data releases are consistent with a growing New Zealand economy. Yesterday, for example, the latest trade figures were released. These show that in the December quarter of last year, New Zealand exported $26.7 billion worth of goods and services. That's an increase of 9.6% over the same period a year earlier. Dairy was particularly strong, making up almost a quarter of our total exports in the quarter.
Supplementary. What is driving this increase in exports?
Well, Mr Speaker, both export volumes and prices have been rising. That is, the amount of goods we export has been rising and the world price we get for those goods has also been going up. Furthermore, the New Zealand dollar is currently at a competitive rate for exporters. ANZ's Commodity Price Index, which follows movements in prices for New Zealand's exports like dairy, meat, horticulture and forestry, has risen 15% in the past year when measured in world prices and has risen 25% in New Zealand dollar terms. That is good news for New Zealand's hard-working exporters and the people they employ.
Supplementary. How do export prices compare to import prices?
Mr Speaker, import prices are, of course, the other side of the equation. Luckily, economists have a measure of a country's export prices relative to its import prices. That's the terms of trade. New Zealand's terms of trade have been rising strongly, as export prices have been rising much more strongly than import price rises. Currently, the terms of trade is at a near record high in a series that goes back to the 1950s. Now that is good news, as New Zealand's purchasing power has effectively gone up. We are getting more in return for what we export.
Supplementary. What other export industries are picking up?
Well, Mr Speaker, I'd like to share with you facts from a letter I received from New Zealand Apples and Pears, who tell me that New Zealand's apple and pear industry has achieved $1 billion in orchard gate returns for the very first time. I would like to congratulate the apple and pear industry, which also has revealed that this is worth $2.5 billion in revenue impact to the New Zealand economy, up 27% from 2023, with employment in the sector also increasing to more than 13,700 jobs, and this growth trend looks set to continue.
Question 3, the Honourable Marama Davidson.
Mr Speaker, to the Prime Minister, e tautoko ana ia I ngā kōrero me ngā mahi katoa I tōna kāwanatanga.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Yes, and especially our action to support Kiwis with the cost of living. We know it's a tough time for New Zealanders, which is why it's so important to get on top of wasteful spending, inflation and interest rates. We've made real progress, repealing the Auckland Regional Fuel Tax, delivering tax relief and supporting young families with family boosts, but there's more to do, and that's why the focus this year is on unleashing growth so that Kiwis have more money in their back pocket. That's why we're backing farmers, that's why we're backing exporters, backing tourism, fighting hard offshore, and trips like Vietnam to make sure that we actually create more deals for Kiwi businesses to create more jobs at home and more money in the back pockets of Kiwis.
Does he agree that ka ora ka ako is about supporting our tamariki to be healthy and well in order for them to learn? And if so, can he tell the House how he can be proud of his government's rollout of the updated school lunch program?
Well, I'm proud of it because that member was part of a government that didn't fund it. And this is a government that has come in, has funded the program, has extended it to more children. And that's a good thing.
Does he agree with Ragni Maxwell, Principal of Porirua College, that the Ka Ora Ka Ako program is, quote, one of the most direct ways to tackle intergenerational poverty?
Well, I think it's an important thing for kids who come to school with no lunch. We're not willing to let them go hungry. We don't want them not to learn, and we don't want them ending up or being consigned to welfare or other things. We want them to have potential and future.
Does he stand by his statement made this morning that, quote, some of the lunches aren't up to scratch, and if so, what is he doing as the Prime Minister to ensure our tamariki are given on-time, nutritious, edible kai?
Well, again, the Minister is who's accountable for... Well, I'm talking to the Minister to make sure that he has got everything he needs to make sure that he gets the food up to scratch and the food that was contracted is being delivered.
Will he, as Prime Minister, take responsibility for failing to achieve the purpose of Ka Ora Ka Ako and feed our tamariki?
Well, again, we have funded the program and we've extended it to more kids.
Does he agree hunger should never be a barrier to learning for the over 156,000 tamariki whose households cannot afford basic essentials like food and who deserve better from this government?
Well, that is why we have a welfare system and a school lunch program.
Supplementary question.
The Right Honourable Winston Peters.
Has the government ever considered that there are comparisons of a former time when much more poorer Maori families in largely Maori schools nevertheless provided the food for the children every day, with the older students doing the labour who are males and the girls doing the cooking, and never relying upon the state at that point in time when we were being better educated at the same time?
Well, I do agree with the Minister that there is actually some parental responsibility. We would like not to have a state lunch-funded program, but we do have one to make sure that we are supporting the kids who don't or can't have lunches to make sure they can learn.
It's not to happen again. Unbelievable. It's all right. I know what I saw. I'm not going to mention names because that would be naming someone. I'm not going to do that. But be very aware that that sort of level of barracking is not going to be accepted. A point of order, the Right Honourable Chris Hipkins.
Mr. Speaker, I think that's one of the most chauvinistic displays that we've seen in the House in recent times. I think that is going to prompt a bit of a reaction.
Well, the count on the one hand say that this is a House where people can, within bounds of decorum, speak freely, and then start asking the chair to determine whether or not a view that's held by someone is acceptable or not. Frankly, I've got my own strong views about lots of things, but I listen to stuff respectfully here in the House every day, and I expect every other member to do the same. You may not like what's being said, but there's every right for it to be said. I hope this isn't going to keep this going on. Point of order.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I take objection from a number of people who get up and give their views when questions are being asked, who clearly evince that they know nothing about poverty, how it smells, how it feels, what it tastes like, and they show it every day in this House.
Good, well, that was helpful. I think we'll go now to Marama Davidson. Have you finished your question? We'll go to the Honourable Ginny Anderson.
My question is to the Minister of Justice. Does he agree with Mark Mitchell's statement? I think there's real risk of seeing a tragedy unfold with members of the public who have become exasperated. Every week I've got to try and talk to people that want to take vigilante-type action to protect themselves. That's the worst possible thing that could happen, and I'd encourage people definitely not to go down that road. If not, why not?
Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Paul Goldsman.
Yes, and I agree that many New Zealanders have become exasperated at the high level of crime occurring in our communities. And that vigilante justice is not the solution, and that's why this government is focused on restoring law and order so people are confident that our justice system delivers real consequences for crime.
What advice did police give the Minister of Police on the public safety risks of citizens' arrest powers?
Point of order, the Honourable Nicola Willis.
The Minister of Justice is not responsible for advice received by the Minister of Police.
Speaking to the point of order, I assume.
Yes.
Mr Speaker, this question was originally posed to the Minister of Police. The government decided to transfer it to the Minister of Justice. Speaker's rulings and McGee are quite clear that if the government decides to transfer a question to another minister, that minister should be in a position to answer the following supplementary questions.
Well, not to argue or correct you, but the decision by the government has to be in favour of who can best answer the question that is placed as the primary question. I think the difficulty starts to arise where a question immediately reverts to a different minister with an expectation that the minister answering the question would have the same information. It's a messy process. There's nothing clearer. But I've sat in this House for a long time and seen this sort of thing occur before, and I think it is fair to say that the question that was asked would be information specific to the Police Minister, not necessarily related to the primary question.
Speaking to that, sir. So 2 points there. The first one is that the primary question was asking the Minister of Police if he agreed with statements that he had made before becoming Minister of Police. The issues may well occur when they transfer a question to the Minister of Justice asking him to stand by a statement that someone else made. The second point is that if this Speaker's ruling and the expectation outlined in McGee is not, in your view, applicable here, can the Honourable Ginny Anderson have another opportunity to ask that supplementary without penalty in a way that the Minister of Justice may have a better chance of answering?
Well, firstly, I'm not disputing anything that's written there, but clearly it's my job to interpret it. I think that would be a reasonable way to progress if the Honourable Ginny Anderson asked a question perhaps about awareness.
What advice did police or the Ministry of Justice provide him on the safety risks associated with the new citizens' arrest power?
There was a range of advice. The police, quite frankly, were not broadly in favour of the changes. They had concerns around potential impacts. We weighed that up against our concerns about the current situation where that during the day...
You can't say that. Just calm down.
Yeah, we weighed that against other advice and considerations, given the fact that New Zealanders currently have citizens' arrest powers for things that happen at night, but then the same thing happens during the day when somebody walks out of a shop with around $900 worth of food or clothing or electronics. Nothing can be done about that, and we don't think that's a correct situation.
What consultation did what consultation did the Minister of Police or the Minister of Justice undertake with the Police Association regarding the impact of citizen arrest powers on frontline police?
Well, the proposals in particular came from the Ministry Advisory Group led by Sunny Koshal in response to a significant increase in retail crime over the past few years. And New Zealanders are fed up with the level of retail crime that they're experiencing in our communities. And that's why this government has considered proposals to change the rules, because if you want to have a different outcome, sometimes you have to change things. And that is what we're proposing. And so in the course of developing those proposals, the Ministry Advisory Group talked to a wide range of people. And of course, when we introduce this legislation, it will go off to the Select Committee, and then many New Zealanders will have their say, including the Police Association.
Will there be police operational guidelines issued to the public in addition to his advice, quote, "It's not necessarily a headlock, it's just holding someone steady"? And if so, how long will the members of the public be allowed to hold someone steady for?
A point of order, the Honourable Chris Bishop.
Mr Speaker, Minister Goldsmith is responsible for many things, but he is not responsible for police operational guidelines.
Okay, have you got another sub?
Is a store owner required to inform the parents of a child who is being held steady or detained in a storeroom?
Well, the requirements, if a situation occurs when somebody is stealing from a business and reasonable force is being used to detain that person, what the proposal is that they would then need to contact the police and follow instructions from police, then that is the situation. It's already the law. It's already the law at 9:05 at night, and our proposal is to make it the law during the day. And ultimately, every retail worker needs to consider the broad circumstances and the situation that they confront. But this government makes no apology for coming up with new ideas and new responses to deal with the significant increase in retail crime that we experienced over the past few years. New Zealanders want change, and that's what we're going to deliver.
How does he justify a $3.6 million spend on the Retail Crime Advisory Group when there are 72 fewer police on our streets and methamphetamine use has doubled under his watch?
Well, Mr. Speaker, I think people would recognise that retail crime costs our community billions of dollars, and all New Zealanders have to pay more for the things that they buy because some New Zealanders steal it and don't pay for it. And that is why we think a modest investment in a retail advisory group to come up with bold ideas. And the purpose behind the Retail Advisory Group is to say that we have a Ministry of Justice and a whole justice sector that has continued in its ways for a number of time, and we're open to radical new ideas coming from elsewhere in order to come up with different solutions so that we can have better outcomes and for New Zealanders to keep safe in their communities.
The Honourable Chris Bishop.
To the Minister, is it the case right now that it is legal to initiate a citizen's arrest on someone stealing something at 9:01 p.m. at night with goods worth more than $1,000, but illegal to initiate a citizen's arrest at 8:59 p.m. at night for stealing a toaster? And does he think that this is a particularly sensible move to bring these things into line?
Well, yes, I do think it is a sensible move, and there'll be a wide variety of views. And I would note that there is one fellow called Stuart Nash who said, "I am a fan." And there's no doubt about that. And of course, I can understand why he's out of step with the current Labor government, which seems to be wanting to defend the current situation whereby people walk out of stores during the middle of the day and nobody can do anything about it apart from escort them to their car. And New Zealanders are tired of that.
Will he take responsibility if someone in New Zealand loses their life because of his law change?
What I can tell that member is that the only person that is responsible for losing a life in a situation like that would be the person that took the life, that swung the axe, that used the weapon to kill or hurt or maim somebody. And if that member doesn't understand that and wants to create excuses for that kind of activity, then I don't think they understand how law and order should work in this country. So we are very determined to ensure that New Zealanders are kept safe in their community, and that is why already in government we have brought back 3 strikes, increased sentencing reform, and given the police the powers that they need to deal with gangs, and all of those things are designed to keep our communities safe.
Supplementary, the Honourable David Seymour.
How long has the Minister believed that crimes were the fault of the person who committed them, and was he surprised to be asked about that fact just now?
Well, look, I think one of the biggest changes in the last year or two in justice policy has been a shift away from a culture of excuses for crime that we inherited under the previous administration, where crimes were the fault of all sorts of reasons other than the actions of an individual. And this government is about restoring responsibility for criminal actions to the people who undertake those actions.
We come now to question 5. Debbie Ngāruiwapeka.
Tēnā koe te pika. My question is to the Prime Minister. Does he stand by all his government statements and actions?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Yes, especially our action to build the infrastructure that Kiwis need to get the country moving and our economy growing. That's why it was so positive last week to see the infrastructure pipeline continuing to grow, hitting almost $204 billion last quarter. We know that high inflation and interest rates have hit the construction sector hard in the last few years, and that's why we're so positive to see that it's more than $15 billion more than expected. It's going to be spent on infrastructure this year, with more than half of that going to transport. New Zealand won't get rich doing phantom projects like Auckland Light Rail or Let's Get Wellington Moving. We've got real projects that have an impact and get Kiwis growing and get the country moving.
Supplementary. Does he stand by his statement that if parents are unhappy with the government school lunches, they should, quote, go make a Marmite sandwich and put an apple in a bag, end quote?
Absolutely.
Supplementary. Does he believe that parents are sending their kids to school hungry because they are too lazy to make lunches, or because they cannot afford to make their kids' lunches?
Some, yes.
Supplementary. How will the parents who have lost their jobs, who have had their benefits sanctioned, who have been thrown out of emergency housing, afford to, quote, go make a Marmite sandwich and put an apple in a bag for the kids who cannot eat the government's slop?
For those that are not provided with a lunch going to school, there is a school lunch program which has been expanded, as I've said before, to many more kids. There's also a welfare system that's available to help people in need. We continue to support both those programs.
Sanction them.
Supplementary. Will his decision to cut the school lunch program make it easier or harder for children in low-income families who are already struggling to learn?
We haven't cut the school lunch program, we've increased it. We've funded it, which is what the last government didn't do.
That's not true. Supplementary.
Just enough, thank you.
Oh, my apologies through the Chair, through the
Withdraw and
Speaker.
apologise.
Thank you, I withdraw and apologise. Supplementary. What do you say to the 1 million people who can earn less than $30,000 and only get $2.15 tax cut per week, when a loaf of bread costs $4 and 250 grams of Marmite cost $5?
I'd say that that's why this government's working incredibly hard to grow the economy so that we can lift incomes, get people into more jobs, so they can have greater opportunity and more choices about how they get to live their lives.
Question 6, Todd Stevenson.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Associate Minister of Finance and asks, what recent announcements has he made to encourage overseas investment in New Zealand?
The Honourable David Seymour.
Mr Speaker, I thank the member for his question. On the 23rd of February, I announced changes to the Overseas Investment Act. The Cabinet has approved a package of legislative reforms that will ensure faster decision-making, greater investor certainty and stronger national interest protections. Specifically, I announced reforms that will change the presumption of the Act to better acknowledge the benefits international investment provides to New Zealand's economy, will reduce the timeframes for the regulator's assessment of most applications to 15 days unless escalated to a comprehensive assessment in more sensitive cases. These reforms will make New Zealand a more attractive place to invest, enabling businesses to access capital, grow and create higher-paying jobs.
Supplementary. Why does the government believe these reforms are necessary?
Mr Speaker, because we follow economic evidence. The evidence in particular is clear around productivity. Our growth has stalled. It was 1.4% per year from 1993 to 2013, but only 0.2% over the decade to date. One of the keys to achieving improving productivity and driving growth will be reversing these trends by ensuring that Kiwi businesses get the investment they need to grow. When businesses get capital, they can invest in better technology, expand production and pay their workers more. That's what this government is committed to enabling with these reforms.
Supplementary. How do these reforms compare with overseas investment regimes in other countries?
Well, Mr Speaker, New Zealand is currently one of the hardest countries to invest in. Other OECD countries such as Australia, Canada or the United Kingdom protect their natural interests effectively. Meanwhile, they receive billions more foreign direct investment than we do. The reality is that other countries are competing for global capital while we've been scaring it away. That must change, and it is changing, including with these changes to the Overseas Investment Act, making us a country that actually welcomes our friends around the world sending their money and their ideas to our country so we can trade value for value and get stronger together with higher wages and better jobs.
Supplementary. what protections remain in place to safeguard New Zealand's national interests?
Mr. Speaker.
A concise answer would be good.
That was concise, Mr. Speaker. There's just a lot of quality content.
Concise, you're rewriting the dictionary.
Mr. Speaker, this government believes in smarter regulation, not more regulation. We are retaining screening for farmland, residential property and fishing quota, and we're strengthening our ability to intervene if an investment is genuinely against New Zealand's national interests. These reforms ensure that the government has the power to step in when needed, and a ministerial directive letter will provide clear guidance to Land Information New Zealand in case additional scrutiny is needed to protect our true national interests, in particular our national security and our public order. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Question 7, the Honourable Giantinetti.
Speaker, to the Associate Minister of Education, does he stand by his statement that school lunches would be, quote, the same quality or better, unquote? If so, why?
Mr. Speaker, thank the member for her question. Yes, I do stand by that statement, and the reason is that the program has been set up to ensure that the nutritional standards under the previous iteration of the school lunch program will be met under this iteration.
How are plastic containers melting into food the same or better?
Mr. Speaker, plastic containers melting into food is not a part of the program. For the member to claim that would be to say that every single failure, including, if I recall, 7 different food safety investigations into the prior scheme, were a feature of that program. Now, I'm sure the Minister wouldn't think that MPI investigations into the lunches she served were a part of the program. However, in this particular instance, we have taken it very seriously and done so rapidly. We have investigated the cause, which was the overheating of plastic by using the wrong temperature at an oven in one of the 27 regional kitchens, and then failing to do correct quality control before they were sent out. The people concerned have been spoken to about this, and we are taking steps to ensure that it won't happen again. And this is important, Mr. Speaker, because we are here to make things better every day, and we are. People said once that, I beg your pardon, she said it's ChatGPT. I tell you what, if that member used ChatGPT, she'd make a lot more sense.
Good.
And ChatGPT, you know, ChatGPT doesn't hallucinate as much as that member. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
How are undelivered meals that leave kids hungry all day better?
Mr. Speaker, that would be no better if it were true. However, it is not. As I said in my primary answer, if the member heard me say that, the specifications and standards for the Healthy School Lunch program are equal to those under the previous program. But I tell you what they're much better than, Mr. Speaker. They're much better than zero. Because people tend to forget that when the previous government budgeted for the Healthy School Lunch program, there was a fiscal cliff where there was no money in the budget for the Healthy School Lunch program in 2025. That's a minister in the past who budgeted no money for Healthy School Lunch programs. This government is delivering.
Those answers can go on for as long as they like, as long as that barracking continues.
Thank you.
It's ridiculous.
How is providing the same meal 13 days in a row better?
Mr. Speaker, I think I addressed this question, and it speaks to the issue of what people are happy to have and not. In this particular instance, I seem to recall it was actually butter chicken. Now, a lot of people I know, if someone gave them butter chicken for free 13 times, they wouldn't be complaining. They'd actually be thrilled. Namaste.
How is school staff having to go to a bakery to buy sandwiches because their school lunches were not delivered better?
Mr. Speaker, throughout this program we've been upfront and honest about any teething problems we've had, and then we've fixed them. That's what you do when you have challenges. You own it, you accept it, and then you fix it. And in terms of fixing it, yesterday on the 3rd of March, we achieved 99% on-time delivery up and down New Zealand. That's how you start off with a problem. You put on your thinking cap, you solve it, and make the world a better place. And if that minister had done it when she was the minister, we wouldn't have to work quite so hard.
How are hundreds of local jobs being lost up and down the motu in favour of a centralised system that clearly doesn't work better?
Mr Speaker, I believe that it is working better. Wherever there are problems, we fix them. And in many instances, we hear from children that they believe that the food is better. There's been some confusion. For example, that member tweeted outrage at the quality of the healthy school lunch program, but we all know how this ends. She forgot it was a picture that had been sent to her of the school lunches that she was responsible for. And I got something else. I got news for the member. I heard a rumour which cannot be substantiated. that that picture was sent to Jan Tinetti by Young ACT.
Just wait, please.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. If his school lunch program is better, how is it that he won't even show up to a meeting with the Education Minister, Erica Stanford, to discuss it?
Mr Speaker, well, it's very simple. We had a meeting scheduled contingent on our respective caucuses finishing on time, but the ACT caucus is a very tight, busy and productive group of people, and we can't always be ready for that. Oh, the chairmanship of the ACT caucus I'm being asked about now, Mr Speaker. I've got to say that I am a great admirer of David Seymour's chairmanship.
Dr. Carlos Chong.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister of Health.
Excuse me. We've got a question being asked. Dr. Carlos Chong, start again.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister of Health. What recent announcements has he made to improving access to timely, quality health care for all New Zealanders?
The Honourable Simeon Brown.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Yesterday, the Prime Minister and I announced a boost for primary health care to help Kiwis access timely and quality primary care for all New Zealanders. This includes 100 clinical placements for overseas trained doctors to work in primary care, incentives to recruit up to 400 graduate nurses per year for the next 3 years, a new 24/7 digital healthcare service for online medical appointments, and a $285 million performance-based uplift for general practice over the next 3 years. Our government is putting patients first, and these measures will help ensure Kiwis have more access to the care they need where they need it.
Supplementary. Why is the government increasing the numbers of overseas trained doctors working in primary care?
Well, Mr Speaker, we all know that we need more doctors, and that's why we are funding a new 2-year primary care training program for up to 100 extra overseas trained doctors. It makes no sense that overseas trained doctors living in New Zealand and who are willing to work in primary care can't, because there aren't the training opportunities available to them. By funding 100 clinical placements, we will provide them with the support needed to work in general practice where they are most needed, putting their skills to good use so that New Zealanders have improved access to both timely and quality care.
Supplementary. How will the new 24/7 digital health care service improve access to timely, quality health care for all New Zealanders?
Well, Mr Speaker, we are investing in a new digital healthcare service that Kiwis can see a doctor or a nurse, get prescriptions and lab referrals anytime, anywhere using their phone or laptop. Enabling Kiwis to access video consultations with registered clinicians at any time from anywhere will play a key role in improving access to timely, quality healthcare for all New Zealanders.
Supplementary. What reports has he seen from the healthcare sector about the government's healthcare boost?
Well, Mr Speaker, good news. I've seen some very positive reports from the sector. The Chair of General Practice New Zealand, Dr Brian Betty, said yesterday that our government's investment will, quote, help ensure that patients receive the care they need when they need it, while also strengthening the sustainability of the workforce, end quote. The College of GPs President Dr Samantha Merton has backed our actions, saying that, quote, focusing attention and resources on general practice and primary care will go a long way to turning our health services around.
Question 9, Tanya Unkovich.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Associate Minister of Police. What announcements has she made regarding the government's commitment to boost frontline police numbers?
The Honourable Casey Costello.
Mr Speaker, on Sunday I announced that the New Zealand Police will be opening a training base in Auckland, increasing the training capacity of police and supporting the attraction and training of quality new officers from our largest market. This government is committed to restoring law and order, and adding a training facility in Auckland is another example of what can be achieved with a government that is backing police.
Supplementary question.
Just wait for the calm to come. Yeah, when you're ready.
Why is another training facility needed?
Mr Speaker, this government wants to do everything they can to drive the recruitment, increase the number of police and make our communities safer. Opening a training facility in Auckland is a concrete example of that. This government knows that delivering our additional 500 police is not just about delivering people, but implementing the systems and providing the resources that invest in frontline, which includes expanding our training facilities.
Supplementary question. How does adding a training facility in Auckland complement other work being done to boost recruitment?
Mr Speaker, police now have record numbers of applicants, and having an extra training location will support their efforts to get applicants through the pipeline and into training faster. I would like to recognise and commend the efforts of the recruitment teams and the police frontline, who have worked diligently to improve processes, create efficiencies, engage earlier with our applicants and achieve an outstanding pipeline of quality recruits that are now entering the college.
Supplementary question. How are police recruitment processes becoming more agile and fit for purpose?
Mr Speaker, I'm advised that police are holding recruitment days where resources will be on site to assist applicants in moving through the first stages of recruitment processes at the time to help reduce wait time within the current processes. We have reconfigured the advertising campaign with the relaunch of the He Ain't Heavy campaign to ensure that the quality of police are recognised and the service they deliver is recognised. We also have recently launched an updated version of their recruitment management system to allow candidates to better manage their recruitment experience and support police to understand what options there may be for future improvements. Police are working incredibly hard, investing resources nationally and across the districts, and I would also highlight the Round the Bays efforts, which will be in Christchurch at the end of this month, where we are actively engaging with the public to attract recruitment.
The Honourable Mr. Peters.
Can I ask the Minister that this build on the multi-tranche record of New Zealand First with respect to 2,338 new frontline police when we were last in government?
Mr Speaker.
And so much as the Minister's got knowledge of that.
Yes, Mr Speaker, I can commend that, and it is the reason that we recognise that we also need to complement investment in training resources and trainers and capacity to meet the added demands for frontline police.
Question 10, Tangi Utakere.
Kia ora, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Rail. Did he discuss in his meeting with Hyundai on Friday 28 February 2025 the cancellation of the rail-enabled ferries? If so, did Hyundai raise any concerns about future shipbuilding contracts with the New Zealand Government?
The Right Honourable Winston Peters.
I want to thank that very sensible member for his very sensible question. We shared with Hyundai the fact that a two-ferry project in May 2020 involving $400.1 million of government funding when I was Minister was on track to reach over $4 billion under his government. That's the opposition now. The core objective of infrastructure to safely berth ships blew out to involve the highest possible specifications for the renewal of almost every piece of infrastructure, all at the taxpayer's expense.
Point of order.
Yeah, I'm going to ask the Minister to consider the question that was asked and perhaps make some comment at least on the intent of that question. Which
I used the words, Mr Speaker, we shared with Hyundai. That's the answer to the question.
Yes, it is. Yeah, it is.
Good education.
Supplementary. Did he discuss the $300 million break fee with Hyundai? If so, what did they have to say?
It would be unusual that a minister in that circumstance did not have that as part of the background information, but with respect to that discussion, that lies with KiwiRail and Hyundai in a contractual sense. However, the so-called 300 million break fee has been misrepresented by the questioner in the sense that there are a whole lot of infrastructural costs that make up that 300 million, not just the IREX project.
How confident is he that Hyundai will put in another contract bid for the new Cook Strait ferries when they are currently negotiating out of an existing contract with his government?
I've got some good news for the member. The head CY Park was delighted to meet us with his team. We had a very, very amiable and profitable discussion, and we were delighted to learn of their renewed interest in this tendering process.
Is it correct that it was his government that triggered the multi-million-dollar break fee with Hyundai that's now required him to go back crawling for a redo?
It is correct that when this government realised, that's this present government realised, that a 400.1 million project was blowing past 4 billion in the interest. No, it is probably not true. It's probably 4.2 billion, but I'm being modest now. That's past not true. I've probably been 4.2 billion, and it is true. And what would that member know about costing? And he said in his speeches recently that the mistake they made with all their calculations was that they didn't do the work on it in the first place. And this was just one more example.
Did he consult with Finance Minister Nicola Willis before inviting a new bid from Hyundai? And if so, what was her response?
In this government, we're famous for consulting with each other. And she wished me the very best. She wished me the very best and hoped that I could fix up the Labour Party's mess.
If Hyundai signs another contract for new ferries with this government, is he confident that Nicola Willis won't pull the rug out from under them again?
The reality is that no responsible finance minister could not take the action that the Minister of Finance took because, well, the responsibility of a good government is to be as careful about spending the taxpayers' money as they're spending about their own. Not borrow and hope, frivolously throwing away, running the country into tens of billions of dollars of debt, which is the reason why they're over there and we're over here.
Question 11. David McLeod.
Kia ora te māngai. My question is to the Minister for Infrastructure and asks, what recent announcements has he made about improving infrastructure funding and financing to get more houses built?
The Honourable Chris Bishop.
Mr Speaker, last Friday I announced Pillar 2 of the government's Going for Housing Growth policy, 5 improvements to infrastructure funding and financing to support urban growth, replacing development contributions with development levies, regulatory oversight of those levies, increasing the flexibility of targeted rates, improving the Infrastructure Funding and Financing Act, and broadening existing tools to support value capture. Mr Speaker, we're developing a flexible toolkit to support growth, paying for growth, to allow responsive supply of infrastructure where it's commercially viable to build new houses. A flood of urban land coming to market plus responsive infrastructure will unlock an abundance of development opportunities, drive down the price of land and make housing more affordable.
Supplementary. Why do our existing funding and financing tools need to change?
Mr Speaker, as I think many members around the House acknowledge and recognise, as indeed councils and developers do as well, there are significant challenges in our infrastructure system around funding and financing. Development contributions, for example, can only recover infrastructure costs for planned and costed developments, meaning councils need certainty about when and where the growth will occur. It is true that some councils have not been able to effectively recover growth costs, leaving ratepayers to pick up the cheque and cross-subsidise those growth, for example at Drury, and there are other examples that members will be aware of around the country. We are creating, Mr Speaker, an environment in which there are no ceilings on how high our cities can grow, and there are no rings around how far our cities can expand. And that means the days of careful drip feeding of land into a hot market fed by artificial scarcity, driving up land prices and therefore house prices, is over. We are creating a system where if you want to build and you can fund the infrastructure to build it, subject to normal environmental constraints, you can go for it.
Supplementary, the Honourable Nicola Willis.
What impact will these reforms have on New Zealand's economic productivity and growth? And how would that compare with a scheme such as, say, KiwiBuild?
Well, Mr. Speaker, one of the single best things New Zealand can do to get productivity going in this country is fix our dysfunctional housing market, make housing more affordable, and make sure we get on top of the $4 billion we spend as a government every year on housing subsidies. Bigger cities are better cities, Mr. Speaker, and they are drivers of economic growth and productivity. So we are focused on fixing the fundamentals, not tinkering around the edges, but focusing on what actually drives our housing market: land supply, responsive infrastructure funding and financing, and in due course, with our friends in the ACT Party, we'll get to incentives as well.
Supplementary.
The Honourable Nicola Willis.
In devising these new reforms, did the Minister reference at any point a speech given to the New Zealand Initiative by the Honourable Phil Twyford, and has that influenced his thinking at all?
Well, Mr. Speaker,
he's allowed to. Sorry, just a minute. Those little chips are not particularly helpful. The House knows that someone can be questioned about what reports they've seen or what information they might have received. Both those questions complied with that.
Well, Mr. Speaker, one of the theses advanced by Mr. Twyford in his initiative speech, I think it was from May 2019,
that's not the way to do it. If you ask about what you'd seen, you don't need to go through what he said or where he's going. Well, have you seen it or not?
I was answering the question, which is that urban containment policies have driven up land prices and house prices, and that is the underlying thrust of the government's policy ambition in this area, which is to let our cities grow. We are a country with the land mass the size of the United Kingdom. With only 5 million people, we have created a housing market that has seen the fastest house price growth in the Western world in the last 2 decades. The solutions to that are to let our cities and regions grow and sort out the infrastructure system so that they can, and that's what we're doing.
Simon. Sorry? Simon Court. My apologies.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Court,
Minister, how did the
you.
new funding and financing tools announced last week line up with the value capture?
Point of order, the Honourable David Seymour.
I apologise to Member Simon Court asking the question, but Pena Henare made a comment, first of all, that the nature of which I think he should withdraw and apologise if he respects the House, and second of all, he should be silent while the question's being asked, as with when somebody's raising a point of order.
Look, I don't know what was said. I didn't hear it. I'll have to ask Mr. Henare, was there something that was said that might be slightly out of order and therefore require a withdrawal?
Speaking to the point of order, if I may, sir, for my comment, I withdraw and apologise. For the second point that the member made, this question hadn't even started, which is the offering of help I gave and offered you in the House, sir.
Well, thank you very much. I always appreciate that. Much less than people realise.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. How do the new funding and financing tools last week line up with the value capture approach outlined in the ACT National Coalition Agreement?
Well, Mr. Speaker, it's been good to work with my Under-Secretary on this policy. And one of the changes that didn't receive a lot of attention last week was a change that Cabinet has agreed around value capture for major transport projects, which we believe will unlock a new funding stream for city-shaping infrastructure like highways, rapid busways and potentially metro. Our simple proposition, Mr. Speaker, is that those who benefit from publicly funded infrastructure should help contribute to the cost of it. So the changes the government's making will allow infrastructure funding and financing levies to be charged on landowners, for example, to help defray the costs of major state highways and indeed other public transport projects that are located next to them that drive up the value of that land and make it more likely that people will actually utilise that land.
David McLeod.
Thank you. My last supplementary. What feedback has he heard from the sector about these changes?
Well, Mr Speaker, this is a complicated area, but we have worked through the issues with an expert advisory group, and it is very pleasing to see much support from around the community. The Property Council says it's an important step towards creating a more sustainable and transparent approach. Tauranga Mayor Mahi Drysdale and Hamilton Mayor Paula Southgate said it was a much needed change. Local government New Zealand said it was a game changer, and developers have also said that it will save cost, resources, time, and at the end of the day the end user gets a cheaper product. And Mr Speaker, I do want to acknowledge the support of the opposition on this, genuinely, who said that it seems like a step in the right direction. I've offered a briefing, or I'm in the middle of arranging a briefing for the opposition in relation to these reforms. It does pick up on some of the thrust of where Mr Twyford was taking things when he was housing spokesperson. I'm keen to get bipartisan buy-in to these things. It is one of the most fundamentally important things this government, or indeed this country, can do to fix our housing crisis.
Chloe Swarbrick.
To the Prime Minister. E tōtoko ana ia I ngā kōrero me ngā mahi katoa a tōna kāwanatanga.
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Yes.
Does he stand by the statement of his Climate Change Minister regarding the Paris Agreement that, quote, it is not a liability on our books, it's intent, and there is no legal obligation in the context around that, end quote?
I agree that we are working incredibly hard to deliver on NDC 1 for 2030, and I also note that we have signed up for NDC 2 in 2035.
Is the government committed to meeting the Paris Agreement, or does he agree with his Climate Change Minister that Aotearoa is just, quote, seen to do its part?
What we're committed to doing is going incredibly hard on economic growth, and we're going to make sure that it's in our national interest to continue to do so. We'll continue to put Kiwis first and make sure that we're acting in our own national interest, but we are determined to drive for growth, and we are going to do everything we can to deliver on net zero 2050.
Why is the Prime Minister so far unwilling to use the word committed, as in the government is committed to meeting our nationally determined contribution under the Paris Agreement?
Well, what I'm very pleased about is that our NDC 2 2035 target now finally aligns with our internal targets for New Zealand net zero 2050. That's a good thing.
Is the Prime Minister and his government committed to meeting our nationally determined contribution under the Paris Agreement?
We are committed to delivering on net zero 2050, as we have consistently said from the beginning.
Is the Prime Minister committed to meeting our nationally determined contribution under the Paris Agreement, and can he be specific about that commitment under the Paris Agreement?
I've got nothing further to my previous answer.
Same question.
And that concludes question time.
Live coverage from the House of Representatives will resume at 7:30 p.m. An uncorrected transcript of today's oral questions is available at www.parliament.nz.
Members, the House is resumed. Before dinner, we were debating the Taxation annual rates for 2024-2025 Emergency Response and Remedial Measures Bill, and we are on call number 11, which I believe is a Labour Party call. Speaker. The Honourable Penny Henry.
Tēnā koe, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much for the opportunity to stand and speak on this bill. And I reflect on a number of matters in the bill from my time as a minister, and importantly, the ones around the emergency events. I think it's a little known fact that only 2 ministers in the history of this country, if I recall correctly, have actually signed a national declaration of emergency, and I know I was one of them. I was the what was termed the Civil Defence Minister at the time of the pandemic, and when we locked down the country, one of my key roles was to use the powers I had in the legislation to declare a national emergency. And of course what that does, Mr. Speaker, and the pandemic itself was unique insofar as it's one every 100 years, I think it was. And so it triggered a whole heap of other things that needed to happen to make sure that we could support New Zealanders, and that was about ensuring that where there were challenges around taxes or the ability to file, businesses who were struggling. So I do see some of the sense in making sure that we've got a particular piece of work underway, and I know when we were in power, Mr. Speaker, we looked at how we might make things a little bit more streamlined, make it far more efficient. The fact of the matter remains, though, is that emergency events are different just by the fact of the types of emergency events that happen in New Zealand. So through my time, I can say I've dealt with 2 fires, 3 floods, a pandemic, a volcanic eruption, and there was one more I was trying to think of. I wasn't quite there. I wasn't quite there when the Kaikoura earthquakes hit, but I remember there were a lot of apprehensions around a lot of those emergency events that happened in New Zealand. So, Mr. Speaker, the point here is making sure that a tax system is able to respond when it needs to, but overall, and underlining much of what we talk about in tax is around the tax policy and its overall intent, what it looks to do to support New Zealanders. And while there are parts of this bill that I can reflect upon, as I mentioned in the emergency stakes, overall, ultimately, what we can't accept is that we would change a tax policy, and we opposed the tax changes that this government did in last year's budget because we believed it didn't actually provide the kinds of supports that New Zealanders deserved. And at the time, New Zealanders were sold something that said that you could get up to $250 a week back through the tax cuts being proposed by this government. Yet what the reality tells us is in our communities that isn't the case. And so just overall the tax policy from this government is something that we can't support. But as I mentioned, there are some things, and that's just by virtue of the experience I've had as a minister to try and make sure that tax works for our people, because for the most part, people don't understand how tax works or doesn't work for them. Most people will sit back and just expect it to happen to them. And that's certainly the case in a lot of the communities that I've represented in my years here in Parliament. And I reflect on some of those communities like the ones who were impacted by significant emergency events. So it just sort of happens to them. But as I've mentioned, the Labour Party made it very clear that we didn't support the work that this government was doing overall on tax because we didn't feel that it actually supported Kiwis how they had hoped, how they promised it would, and how we hoped on this side of the House it might. And it just simply didn't. What we've seen from this government over the past, over a year at least, is more changes to see those who are worse off have less, and those who are well off actually get to save a lot more of their money for themselves. Now, when we look at such omnibus or big bills like this, we look towards the detail, and as I mentioned with respect to the emergency stakes, there's some good stuff there. For some of the other things though, and there were some expressions throughout the select committee process that showed concern around the Privacy Commissioner and their view about the sharing of information. I mean, in light of a number of events that have happened over the past 12 months, it's important that people's data, people's personal information continue to be protected and have the kind of apparatus around it to give confidence in the public institutions, and simply having a sort of quite a liberal approach, if you will, to the way that information is shared with other agency or what have you, should always bring questions about from all members of this House as we look towards the work that we do to support our constituents, because as I've mentioned, there have been a number of challenges with data security, and I suspect that those challenges will only continue to grow when we look at the big challenges with the protection of data. I can recall, Mr. Speaker, one time in one of my previous roles as an Associate Health Minister, the health system came under huge cyber attacks, and significant amounts of data were challenged and were compromised. And it'd be easy for New Zealand to say, well, we're a small country, we should be able to secure it. Well, the fact remained was the way that it worked was it was so broken up into different parts that there was no way actually that we could have protected that data. So simply having a provision in this bill that looks towards an easier stream or share of data without the kind of analysis on the systems that I've been privy to in my previous roles as a minister with different portfolios must always bring questions about in the House. And the fact that the Privacy Commissioner in their submission and in their advice that they gave to the committee highlighted that, I think, is one of the things that need to be said on the record here to make sure, Mr. Speaker, that the New Zealand public see that this government take their data and their information as something serious, and that we continue to grow the kinds of supports, the kind of confidence that New Zealanders expect when they think about their own personal information, Mr. Speaker. So, on top of that, there are a number of other smaller things that I've attempted to do, looking at offshore superannuation accounts and the ability to look towards tax support or provisions there. Ultimately, though, when I think about that particular provision, Mr. Speaker, I think about what actually needs to happen on a bigger scale as we look towards the way that people travel between countries, the arrangements that we have with those countries, because I'm sure most constituency members of Parliament, or those who support the constituency, have constituents that come into their office to talk about their super that currently sits in another country. And now I accept that some of them are countries that we would never have an arrangement with that would allow them access or to bring those super here, or something that's more favourable to them. But for others, they do have questions. And I recall just recently, Mr. Speaker, jumping in an Uber here in Wellington, and the Uber driver, a scientist sadly laid off by a number of the cuts the government made, but nonetheless, a lovely wahine who is German, and her and her husband, had constant battles with the law, with Inland Revenue, as they looked towards their super that they had offshore. Now, my point here is we can tinker around the edges on these things, but ultimately there's going to have to be something far more substantive to make sure that those who are impacted by these matters around overseas super, the ability to access, the ability to transfer, and even the sharing of information around those particular superannuation schemes must be something that's looked at with considerable, one, competency, but two, with a considerable view to the entire superannuation package. That's why, Mr. Speaker, on this side of the House, I'll reiterate the point, the devil is in the detail, but we can tinker with a tax system as much as we want, and we can always change little bits here and there on the edges, but ultimately what the country deserves is a tax system that is clear, it's transparent, it's easy to understand, and it's something that the country and the public have the ability to have a clear eye across and a say on. And I think on a number of these matters, because there are a lot of matters in this bill, I feel the public are in the dark. I don't know if they've actually been consulted or whether or not it's just something that's driven out of Wellington. And I think of the family tax credits, which just in recent days, a number of stories in the media have highlighted the shortcomings of how this government is managing the family tax credit scenario and complicating it for more and more Kiwis who rely on those types of matters. So, Mr. Speaker, we can't support this bill, despite there being some parts in there that were started under our government. But ultimately, if this government wants to get it right, they've got to make sure that tax works for New Zealanders instead of the other way around.
Nancy Lou.
I'm very proud to be standing as the last speaker to support the taxation annual rates for 2024-25 Emergency Response and Remedial Measures Bill in the second reading. Now, I think it's time to make it clear now of the 11 speakers before me who spoke about the different parts in this bill, and yes, it is a giant bill in a way that included so many hundreds of changes, and there are many in media responses and also in expert responses that experts having to look into the different categories to really understand the areas that they're interested in. But I guess now as the last speaker on this bill, it is very important for me to just summarise for everyone who's turned on TV right now, and also summarise all of the speakers above me on the key messages that this bill is really doing. It is a bill to ensure that the New Zealand tax system is efficient, it is fair, and it is also fit for purpose. For what? For who? For the ever rapidly changing New Zealand economy and tax system for all New Zealanders. And all of us sitting in this house, this side or the opposite side, we are lawmakers in New Zealand trying to make laws for who? For New Zealanders. So all that we are doing here is to make sure that our tax system, our revenue system, is reflective of what New Zealanders need on a day-by-day basis so they can get on with making money, making progress and making things work for their family. So I think it's very important to actually look into the community, to look into the economy on what people think that this bill is doing. And now that I have to quote one of the big four accounting firms, Deloitte, and there are many more, and I've worked for some of them, so I respect the level of expertise that they have in their firms. And I have to quote this one that I particularly like. The bill itself is less controversial than some of its predecessors, as it largely contains taxpayer-friendly measures aimed at reducing compliance cost and increasing productivity. This is exactly what the national government is doing. We are talking about cutting red tape, so therefore reducing compliance cost. We are talking about growth for New Zealand, which is about increasing productivity. This is why I commend this bill to the House.
Very good. The question is that the motion be agreed to. Those of that opinion will say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The ayes have it. A party vote has been called for. The clerk will conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
49 votes in favour.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes opposed.
Green Party of Aotearoa New Zealand.
15 votes opposed.
ACT New Zealand.
11 votes in favour.
New Zealand First.
8 in favour.
Te Pāti Māori.
Ai ono ngā pōti e whakahe.
The ayes are 68, the noes are 55. The motion is agreed to.
Taxation annual rates for 2024-25 Emergency Response and Remedial Measures Bill, second reading.
This bill is set down for committee stage next sitting day. I call on Government Orders of the Day number 3 and 4.
Regulatory Systems, Immigration and Workforce Amendment Bill, second reading. Regulatory Systems, Economic Development Amendment Bill, second reading.
Mr Speaker, I present legislative statements on the Regulatory Systems Economic Development Amendment Bill and the Regulatory Systems Immigration and Workforce Amendment Bill.
Those legislative statements are published under the authority of the House and can be found on the Parliament website.
Mr Speaker, I move that the Regulatory Systems Economic Development Amendment Bill and the Regulatory Systems Immigration and Workforce Amendment Bill be now read a second time. Mr Speaker, these bills are omnibus bills introduced with the agreement of the Business Committee to make changes to legislation administered by the Ministry of Business, Innovation and Employment, MB. These bills are about good regulatory practice, keeping legislation up to date. Continuously reviewing and amending legislation is an important contributor to having well-designed regulatory settings that provide the foundation for economic growth. Each change made by these bills is small by itself, but collectively the changes will reduce compliance burden and red tape, fix known problems with the legislation, clarify unclear provisions and remove redundant provisions, allow legislation to adapt to changing information and technology, and ensure that people are getting their intended entitlements and regulatory protection. Because the bills have similar purposes, the Business Committee also agreed that they can be considered together by this House. MB is one of the largest regulatory agencies, being responsible for around 140 pieces of legislation across a wide range of subjects. Some of this legislation is very old and may have been amended many times, which can mean that aspects are out of date or that it's become difficult to understand and administer. Between them, these bills amend 31 acts and associated regulations administered by MB. The Economic Development Bill amends 24 acts and associated regulations across 5 portfolios: Commerce and Consumer Affairs, Science, Innovation and Technology, Media and Communications, Justice and Energy. The Immigration and Workforce Bill amends 7 acts and amends and revokes associated regulations across 3 portfolios: Immigration, Workplace Relations and Safety, and Energy. In keeping with the broad range of MB responsibilities, the amendments in the bills do several things. They tidy up unclear definitions and ambiguous language. They make it easier for registrars to correct inaccurate information on the registers they administer. They facilitate the use of electronic means to provide information to regulators and for regulators to provide notifications and to maintain registers. They also provide for certain types of deeds to be signed electronically. They remove redundant requirements to provide information, file reports and renew notices that are always renewed in practice. They correct inadvertent errors in a couple of recently passed acts, the Electricity Industry Amendment Act 2022 and the Plant Variety Rights Act 2022. They facilitate the implementation of international mutual recognition schemes that allow managed funds based in one country to be offered more easily to investors in another country, like the Asia Region Funds Passport. They provide for collaboration between the Commerce Commission and the Financial Markets Authority on matters involving unfair contract terms in contracts relating to financial services or products. They ensure that people get their intended entitlements to paid parental leave in certain circumstances. They also allow ACC to issue a single invoice to cover ACC and health and safety at work levies, which will reduce the health and safety at work levy on average by $20 per year for the ACC clients it applies to. They allow the Ministry for Energy to approve dedicated electricity and gas safety instruments to keep technical regulatory requirements up to date. And finally, they strengthen aspects of the regulation of immigration advisors. Being represented by an unqualified or an unscrupulous immigration advisor can impose significant costs on a visa applicant. The Economic Development Bill has been considered by the Economic Development, Science and Innovation Committee, and the Immigration Workforce Bill has been considered by the Education and Workforce Committee. I'd like to thank the submitters who took time to make written and oral submissions on the bills, and to thank the committees for their careful consideration of the bills. The committees have recommended that the bills be passed with a few amendments, which I agree with. I want to draw attention to some of the committee's recommendations. The Economic Development, Science and Innovation Committee has recommended some additional amendments to the Telecommunications Act 2001, proposed by the Minister for Media and Communications. These amendments address the expiry of rights of access to shared property for low and medium impact fibre installations. The rights that expired on 1 January 2025 will be reinstated for 3 years, while a review is carried out that considers the long-term future of the issue. This will continue to support New Zealanders getting access to high-speed broadband. The committee has recommended some amendments to electricity regulations. These amendments are a consequence of changes in the bill relating to regulation of specified persons. The committee also recommended removing the proposed requirement that a building society must have 70% of its depositories by number and value of deposits living in New Zealand. This requirement is not necessary because other amendments to the Building Societies Act 1965 will ensure that building societies have a substantive New Zealand presence to be registered here. The committee has agreed with submitters that there should be a transition period of 6 months to allow organisations affected by the proposed changes to the Financial Reporting Act 2013 to adjust to the new requirements. The Education and Workforce Committee has recommended several changes to the provisions that amend the Immigration Advisors Licensing Act. These changes make the provisions for complaints about immigration advisors more accessible to complainants, clearly convey that those subject to a tribunal order can seek to have that order lifted or varied, clarify that the tribunal or the registrar of immigration advisors can determine whether specified conditions have been met, and clarify that certain information may no longer be required for the purpose of the Register of Immigration Advisors. These bills are an increasingly important tool for regulatory agencies to keep the legislation they administer up to date. Collectively, the amendments in these bills will make a difference to the people regulated by and who benefit from the amended acts. The amendments will also allow the Ministry of Business, Innovation and Employment to operate more efficiently and effectively. I commend these bills to the House.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. Glenn Bennett.
Kia ora, Mr Speaker, and thank you for this opportunity to speak on this legislation. And it's interesting because as this Parliament moves in mysterious ways, and this came into the House under the guidance of the Honourable Melissa Lee, and it comes back into the House under the guidance of the Honourable Nicola Willis. And so, yeah, a lot changes in a select committee stage that moves things forward. I'm going to speak because obviously the way this has been put together is there's the economic development side, and then there's employment and the side around immigration. So let me just gather my thoughts. Mr Speaker, we do support this as it continues on. And it is good news because it's simple, it's pragmatic, and it's work that I believe that back in 2012 some changes were made to allow this sort of tidy up and fix up of acts of Parliament to modernise and to ensure that they meet their current requirements and purposes. Simple things like electronic and online use, etc. I want to speak for a moment about the proposed amendments around the Building Societies Act of 1965. And that's a classic example of how legislation in this House works. That was done long before I was born, and of course the world has moved on and has changed, and New Zealand society has moved on and has changed. And so within the original bill, and then coming back to the House, we look at clause 26, which would insert new section 13(2)(b) to require that 70% by number and value of depositors to the building society be New Zealand residents. As a result of feedback of these requirements from the building societies and MB, we recommend that actually this would be removed. And I was a bit concerned about that because I felt that in terms of as we have moved forward as a society and as we become far more multicultural and international, the challenge for us as a society is obviously ensuring that building societies, ensuring that they actually obviously retain New Zealand ownership and a connection to us. So it's something that we can live with, and I know through the select committee process there was discussion, and the reason it was taken out was the fact that submitters made it clear that there were some fishhooks and ongoing consequences of that. Therefore, again, seeing the parliamentary process at work, seeing it at work where it comes into the House in a certain form, the Select Committee does the work that the Select Committee does, which is, of course, being informed by the voice of New Zealanders to move that on. Mr Speaker, this bill, as I said, is technical. It's for some of us it might seem a little bit boring because it is just trying to deal and move through different parts of what has been. I want to also commend, in terms of the process that we go through, is the staff at MB. Now they do is a huge organisation in terms of the portfolios and the work that is put on their plate, but the fact that we have such good officials and staff who actually look after MB, and in terms of this legislation they're able to guide, inform the Select Committee, but also obviously in terms of that consultation, which is such a gift in New Zealand that we are able to, even though we get frustrated and even though things don't always go our way, and even though sometimes we wished and hoped that people would do what I say or what people say, that actually in this situation things can be talked through, can be sifted through, and we can find pragmatic solutions to the issues at hand in the Select Committee. Mr Speaker, The Charitable Trust Act of 1957 is also something that this bill is looking at, and it's around just again simplifying in terms of the fact that nowadays we have not only physical addresses but electronic addresses that need to be considered, and just those sort of things are things that we need to move through quickly, just so that we can be in the 21st century. It's very simple. Mr. Speaker, this is non-controversial, I believe, in terms of where we stand. We will be supporting it. More of my colleagues will be speaking on the other elements of the bill as we go through the second reading. But from my perspective and from our perspective, we support this legislation.
Ricardo Mendes-March.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. So, on behalf of the Greens, we continue supporting the Regulatory Systems Immigration and Workforce Amendment Bill, as well as the Regulatory Systems Economic Development Amendment Bill. As others have noted, we've seen a change of ministers who are shepherding these bills, and I want to acknowledge the work of the Select Committee in charge of this bill, particularly because it was, as the previous speaker noted, it is a technical bill. It actually touches on a broad range of issues, so it did require some technical advice as well on behalf of the different public servants who were guiding us through this bill. And I also want to thank the people who've submitted on this bill. There weren't many, but I think many of them added really valuable contributions. As people have noted, and I'll start with the Immigration and Workforce one, I mean, this one touches on, for example, the Electricity Act 1992, Employment Relations Act 2000, the Gas Act of 1992, the Health and Safety at Work Act 2015, the Immigration and Advisors Licensing Act 2007, Mines Rescue Act 2013, Parental Leave and Employment Protection Act 1987. But I do want to talk on the Immigration Advisors Licensing Act 2007 changes. We did have some submitters who were calling on us to look at the changes that were made in this particular space. And I think, you know, if we look at what was changed, it touched on issues, for example, around whether Immigration New Zealand could decline or refuse to accept applications or requests from unlicensed immigration advisors where they have been automatically accepted by an electronic system in error. It also touched on issues like removing a 12-month stand-down period preventing former Immigration New Zealand officers from being licensed as immigration advisors, and a 2-year stand-down period from preventing them from being employed by the Immigration Advisors Authority. I think on that particular point, there was a good discussion and noted by submitters on considerations about, for example, whether somebody who had been working at Immigration New Zealand would have, you know, I guess a competitive advantage or privileged knowledge that would set them apart from their peers. I think there were some parallels being drawn to, for example, the conversations we've been having around whether former ministers should be able to become lobbyists, for example, or whether there should be a grace period. But I think there were some distinctions being drawn around the types of services that, for example, immigration advisors in this case would be providing to clients, and there were some contributions and around the fact that actually, and even from talking to people outside of this place around the benefits of actually having people who understood the ins and outs of Immigration New Zealand, then being able to be equipped with the tools to then guide people through what is actually a really complicated process. There is a reason actually why, you know, the work of immigration advisors actually took a lot of the time at the Select Committee, and that is because we do have right now the reality where, because of our immigration systems being so complicated to access, because we have built an immigration system that actually is disconnected in the sense of actually it being really hard to access by migrants when it comes to getting, for example, a real human face on the other side of the phone. What we do have is a profession that is now needed more and more often. And there are some challenging conversations we needed to have. One of those at the Select Committee that was brought forward by submitters was the opportunity to look at how unlicensed advisors were providing, or unlicensed people were providing advice from offshore, so those like offshore agents, for example. That's something that I think I do think needs more work. I can accept that perhaps it would have sat outside of the scope of what we were looking in the bill, but I think when we were asked to look at this, and particularly the changes to the Immigration Advisors Licensing Act, this is something that was encouraged to us to pay attention to, because there is that reality that no matter how much you resource a profession domestically, what you have inevitably is a range of people offshore who are providing often not robust advice, and the downfall of having that coming to the immigration advisors on shore is that you end up with people who've paid a lot of money, who've been given the wrong advice, and that's the detriment of actually the profession locally, but also the migrants here. So that was one of the, if we look at Part 5, in terms of the amendments to the Immigration Advisors Licensing Act 2007, that's one of the, and I can see Mr. Speaker's probably trolling through the papers to see which bits I'm referring to, but rest assured I've got the paper in front of me. That was one of the areas of particular interest to me, but also to our stakeholders and submitters. And yeah, that's one of the key areas. I want to acknowledge Camilla Bellich, who was also quite an active contributor at the Select Committee, particularly more on the issues to the other parts of that are being changed on the Employment Relations Act. And so I think there was a bit of a tag team going on in terms of our areas of interest, and I think this is particularly important in these regulatory systems bill, because they do touch on such broad areas that it does require actually us putting our brains together and our areas of expertise into good use. I will also note, like others said, that this, despite the sort of robust contributions we'd had from submitters, there weren't issues that were massively controversial. Most of them that were part of the different amendments in this legislation were often about modernising our legislation and ensuring that it is up to date. We accept that, but at the same time, I think the government should be ambitious that sometimes there are opportunities to modernise legislation and actually go beyond that. And as I mentioned earlier, when it came to immigration advisors, like actually then if we're getting the feedback that actually there is more that we need to do that sits within this sort of like non-controversial space of regulatory systems, that energy should be put in to address these issues. And so I hope that the government takes the contributions of submitters and doesn't let them just kind of enter into a void where nothing else happens, but rather that those contributions are then taken to address other issues as well. Finally, I'll just touch on a reflection, which is that I remember when the previous minister at the time came to present to the Select Committee on a public hearing, there was, I guess, a bit of journalistic attention to her presentation. I do want to reflect that as many of us struggle to grapple with the technicalities of this bill, I wouldn't want to harshly judge on the former minister for her presentation at the time, even though I know that there were prying eyes on her when she was presenting. I think this is an opportunity for us to realise that, as many others have spoken, we MPs rely on the public sector to often also help inform us on how legislation will impact our communities, and this is why we need a well-resourced public sector so that we can get the best advice possible on, for example, technical bills such as these ones, and that I think bills like these also help continue sparking a conversation about whether the number of MPs that we have in this place is actually fit for purpose to then handle incredibly technical pieces of legislation when we have an increasing demands to meet in terms of a growing population. So with that, I'll end my contribution and hope that this debate continues to be constructive for the remainder of the debate and its third reading.
Dr. Panjit Pama.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm taking this call, Mr. Speaker, on behalf of ACT, and ACT is supporting both the bills which are being debated together. And I think it's a good idea to debate these bills together because both bills are associated and are actually channeling towards economic development, because when we talk about workforce, we talk about immigration, that is all about economic development as well. So in the Select Committee process, we received submissions, and I would say that based on my experience of numbers of submissions that we receive on various bills and the contributions that were made by submitters during their oral presentation of their submission, these bills are definitely non-controversial bills, and it's really good to say that other parties are supporting these two bills going forward as well. It was really good to be on both select committees which considered these bills, as we have heard from members, those who contributed previously, that the Regulatory Systems Economic Development Amendment Bill was referred to the Economic Development, Science and Innovation Committee, which I chair, and the Regulatory Systems, Immigration and Workforce Amendment Bill was referred to the Education and Workforce Select Committee. So it was good to see how the bills went through the Select Committee process. And based on those observations, I can say that this bill makes some minor and technical changes, and even in the Select Committee process, the changes that we made to these two bills are quite minor and technical. There wasn't anything that was controversial. And as Ricardo Menendez March mentioned before, that there were some contributions which were not in the scope of this legislation. For example, he mentioned about the stand-down period for people, those who come from backgrounds like working in Immigration New Zealand, MBI, Ministry of Business Innovation and Employment, or if somebody is a Minister of Immigration, the stand-down period for them to become a licensed immigration advisor. So those kind of things came through, but they were not in the scope of this bill. Now, going forward, Mr. Speaker, as I've said, the changes that we made in the Select Committee to these bills, because these two bills overall are quite simple and technical kind of changes, just to make that our systems are working efficiently. And each bill is amending a large number of acts. For example, the Regulatory Systems Economic Development Amendment Bill amends 24 acts. And most of these acts in both legislations are administered, I say most are administered by MBIE. And just to give an example, Mr. Speaker, to substantiate that the changes that the Select Committee made to these two bills were actually minor, I would pick the same field, that is the immigration. So the complaints against immigration advisors, because we know that immigration is an important area, not only for people, those who come from overseas to contribute here and to have a new start for themselves as well, but also for everybody who is here. We want to see that our immigration system is fair for everybody. The complaint system for immigration advisors is an important system, and Section 44 of the Immigration Advisors Licensing Act 2007 sets out how complaints against immigration advisors are made. So Clause 32 of the bill, this regulatory system bill, is to amend Section 44 of the Act to update the requirements for written complaints. And we wanted to make sure that the complaint process is fair for people, those who want to make a complaint, those who have concerns. And we wanted to see that if they do not recall a particular kind of detail, that they are not obstructed from proceeding with their complaint process. So this is one example, and just very quickly, Mr. Speaker, as we know, these both bills are non-controversial, and I don't want to take too much of our House's time, as this time is really important. Another example is of the Employment Relations Act 2000. Section 64 sets out an employer's obligation to retain a copy of an individual employment agreement, individual terms and conditions, or intended agreement. So in this, the change that we made in the Select Committee was basically to clarify that the copy should be held not only by the employee but employer as well, and it should be readily available. So these are the kind of changes that we made in the Select Committee, basically just wanting to make sure that the intention of the changes that these two bills are making are clearer and they are fairer for the sides that we are dealing with. That is, there are always two sides to things when we are dealing with some legislation, that they are fairer for both. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I would say that the ACT Party supports this bill, these two bills, and commends these two bills to the House. Thank you.
I rise on behalf of New Zealand First in support of both the Regulatory Systems Economic Development Amendment Bill and the Regulatory Systems Immigration and Workforce Amendment Bill. I was fortunate to be on the Select Committee of the Economic Development Bill, And it was actually quite an experience, I must admit, because there was so much technical knowledge coming across our desk. We really did have to think. And I'm very grateful that the submitters were very invested in this piece of legislation. And they gave us very detailed pieces of work as far as the submissions go. And I'd like to share just a few of them. Being an accountant in a past life, I was very interested to see some of the changes that were coming through in the audit and finance side of things. Back in my day, when I was a young auditor, we had big suitcases of paper that we carried around, and now here we are doing legislation to amend electronic signatures, for example, which back in my day would never have happened. So things have changed, and that is why we need this sort of legislation. It's a bit like a repairs and maintenance, you may say, of a whole group of legislation. It's one way of doing it efficiently and effectively. I kind of liken it to me doing my clear out of my pantry every couple of years. I find all of the things that have expired or that I no longer use and replace them or update everything. So in a way, this is what we're doing with these bills. With regards to the Economic Development Bill, we had 18 submitters, not a lot, but they all gave very detailed explanations of why and what they were doing, and they were quite wide and varied. As an example, we had a lawyer who specialised in charities law who gave her opinion on definitions and wording. She was very technical and very detailed in the information that she gave on why, and was very focused and wanted to ensure she came in and gave that orally, that particular submission. We have a submission from a big legal firm. They, for example, made their comment on audit fees and why some big public companies, known as large companies, are forced to incur costs of up to $100,000 when they do audits. So there were certain loopholes there that these firms that are very specialised came in to explain to us in detail. A financial services organisation, they came in and spoke of the importance of having the electronic signatures now. Times like during the COVID period when we couldn't do things like that, they needed to be introduced temporarily, but now it is being introduced. So, look, New Zealand First, we believe in cutting red tape, doing things efficiently, effectively, and having that mix of common sense in every decision that we make. So we feel that these bills will provide the clarity and streamline the processes, and so we will commend both of these bills to the House. Thank you.
Tēnā rā koe te pika o tira, tēnā rā tātou e te whare e tū ana hau ki te waha i ngā kōrero mō te Pāti Māori i te pōnei. Ka kore au e tōro ai i taku kōrero i te pōnei, engari hei pānui ko te katoa o tōku kauwhau i te pōnei ka reo Māori. Nā runga anō e te mea mai tētahi me maki au, rua wiki ki muri, ka te pānui o ku pepa. Nā reira, e harau i te tangata tino matatau ki te reo Pākehā, nā reira, ka reo Māori. Ko tēnei o ngā pire, ngenei pire e rua, ara ko te Regulatory Systems Economic Development Amendment Bill, ka tahi ka rua ko te Regulatory Immigration and Workforce Amendment Bill. Ko ngenei pire e rua, hākua tā rau moro iti ke āhua ko ngā wahanga e tēnei ka panoni, ka kaori i te mea ka panoni i te horopaki o ngā ture, ka whai roto i tēnei o ngenei o ngā pire. Ko etihi o ngā pire o ngā ture aroha mai, ka whai pehitanga ki te tau pātata atu nei ki te 2013, tai atu ki te tahi mano iwarau rima te kaumawhetu. Nā reira, ko ngā rautau ki muri nei, ko te tino pūtaki o tēnei ngenei pire e rua, ko te whakawhanake ake i ngenei o ngā ture, ka nui ngā ture ka whai pehitanga ngenei o ngā pire e rua. Nā reira, ko tāna pūtake, ko te whakawhanake ki te ao anamata, ki tēnei rangi tonu, wai hoki hei tauira, hei tāpiri atu ki ngā panonitanga o te wā whenei I te ao hangarau. Ara atu noa ngā horopaki o te auhanga ki te komiti whakahaere nā koutou anō I whera I a tawānanga I enei o ngā pire e rua. Mā te ohu Pākihi anō hoki e kōkiri whakamua, ka ono marama mā rātou e whai ki te wānanga, ki te ata whera, wai hoki ki te whai hāneaneatanga ki ngenei pire e rua. Nā reira, mā ngā ohu katoa ka whai pēhitanga ki ngenei pire, engari ka nui ngā ture ka whai pēhitanga. Nā reira, ko ngenei pire e rua, hākua tā rāua, moroiti, panoni āhua, ko tāna pūtake ki te whakawhanake I tihi o ngā ture. Nā reira, e tautoko katoa te ana I te Pāti Māori I ngenei pire e rua. Kia ora.
Tēnā koe. Dr. Lawrence Unan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise on behalf of the Green Party to also in support of these two particular bills. And as many of the previous speakers have mentioned, both of these two regulatory systems bill are sort of technical fixes on a largely ever-changing system, and in order for us to be able to continuing ensuring that the system works as intended and are updated to the latest, both in terms of the latest technology and the latest understanding, because like many would understand and appreciate, the way that we construct primary legislations in this particular house requires this house to actually then make those kind of changes to the law. So the regulatory systems bills are an important element of of our legislative infrastructure and process. In saying that, Mr. Speaker, these two bills, one of them, the Regulatory Systems Immigration Workforce Amendment Bill, and the other one, the Regulatory System Economic Development Amendment Bill, are reviewed by two separate select committees, one by the Education and Workforce Select Committee and the other by the Economic Development, Science and Innovation Committee. And again, I want to echo the previous speakers in thanking those committee members for the work that they've done in order to get the bill through the Select Committee and to the House for second reading. In terms of my comment, I think I would like to start first with the Immigration and Workforce Amendment Bill and part of that regulatory system. And I think, like many, the one element that I would like to hone in on, and granted there are other important amendments here in terms of the amendments to Electricity Act and also in Gas Act in terms of updating of provisions and safeties around equipment safety, and particularly from a workplace health and safety perspective. I think, like many, one of the things I would like to focus on is Immigration Advisors Licensing Act 2007. I think, as we heard from some of the speakers, although it's really, really important that we have allowed us to have a much more, improved process for making complaints and also for requests from from unlicensed immigration advisors. One of the things that we must address is in terms of what do we do in the context of unlicensed immigration advisors offshore. Mr. Speaker, as you would appreciate, when we're looking at immigration advisors, particularly those who are registered with the Immigration Advisors Authority, IAA, there are certain provisions that we need to put in place. But one of the things we are seeing to be a continuous loophole in this particular element is around the requirement for offshore advisors, particularly on student visas, to have license and registration, and also in terms of accountability to Aotearoa when it comes to supporting students, international students, as part of their international education journey. This is something that we've seen that in other countries like Australia, that they have addressed that particular loophole. Offshore immigration, advisors for student visa must be registered with an Australian authority. But it is, as far as my understanding, still not entirely the case here in Aotearoa. And I think that is something that we could potentially see improvements further on down the track when it comes to the accountability of immigration advisors overall. In terms of the regulatory systems economic development amendment bill, I think one of the key focus in this area, and like I mentioned, there are many other things that have mentioned, but I think one of the things that I echo in terms of the submission done by the Regulations Review Committee is around the ability for Reg Review Committee to actually be able to scrutinize as part of the bill as well. Again, Mr. Speaker, as you would appreciate, when we're looking at regulatory systems bill, one of the key function of that and one of the key sort of I guess the way that our primary and secondary legislation operates is that within this piece of primary legislation, it also touches on a lot of secondary legislation as well. And I think in particular, when we're looking at amendment papers to incorporate from the Minister for Media and Communications and amendments to the Telecommunications Act, one of the requests that was made, and I think this is continuously a reminder for us, is how we can incorporate the whole thing. But with that, we support this bill.
Cameron Brewer.
Are we mere mortals from the Finance and Expenditure Committee to argue with the decisions and the work done by the Economic Development, Science and Innovation Committee on this Regulatory Systems Economic Development Amendment Bill?
That's a great start.
And can I just remind the House that that committee has reviewed the bill conscientiously, diligently, and has recommended it be passed with all amendments unanimously. And for those tuning in to Parliament TV at the very exciting end of the night, this is an omnibus bill that amends 24 acts. And Mr. Bidwar, I am happy to read out those 24 acts of statute. But Mr. McLeod has said no thank you. And so they are available on the parliamentary website. And so this is an omnibus bill amending 24 acts of Parliament. It is part of our regulatory systems bill framework. It's aimed at making technical and regulatory improvements across multiple sectors in a timely and cost-effective manner. If you're still interested, it's all on the parliamentary website. In the meantime, I commend the bill to the House.
The Honourable Phil Twyford.
Mr. Speaker, the sparks are really flying in the House tonight.
I know.
One of the more.
Calm down, everybody. Calm down.
One of the more hotly contested bills we've had to consider. I serve on the Education and Workforce Committee. It's my privilege to review bills like this very exciting omnibus bill that the member who spoke before described. And I wanted to just make in my contribution a couple of brief comments about the part of the bill that deals with amendments to the Immigration Advisors Licensing Act. These bills are really just kind of legislative housekeeping, and in this case they allow a number of different regulatory acts to be fine-tuned so that MB, the government department that is responsible for administering this particular clutch of laws, has an easier job of administering and carrying out its task. I wanted to first just say something about a little bit about the context around licensed immigration advisors and why it's important that the regulatory framework actually works and can be administered. As Ricardo Menendez-March commented before, we've built an immigration system that is complex, and often for migrants and people who are trying to navigate that immigration system, it's a very tough ask. They're often people who, in many cases, may not have English as their first language. They may not be schooled in the ways of New Zealand bureaucracy, and actually working their way through the Immigration Act and the whole system of immigration can be very challenging. And so they go looking for support, they go looking for advice from people who have experience and expertise to help them. I'm one of those members in this House that does a lot of immigration advocacy in my work as a local MP, and having been Associate Minister, I have a particular kind of interest in the way our immigration system works. And hardly a week would go by without someone coming to my office seeking assistance and seeking immigration advice who hasn't fallen foul of an unlicensed immigration advisor, who has given them bad advice, who's often taken large amounts of money off them, who might have their passport sitting in a cupboard with 300 other passports in their spare room. This is not uncommon, and these often rogue, unlicensed immigration advisors wreak havoc with some very vulnerable members of our community who are trying to make sense and do their best, for instance, to regularise their status or apply for a particular visa. And so it's really important that the regulatory framework works, that it's able to weed out, detect and appropriately punish people who break the law, who give unlicensed advisors who give advice. And so there's a really strong public interest that this works well. There are a number of classes of people who are exempt from these requirements. Members of Parliament happen to be one of them, lawyers are another. So the bill makes a number of amendments. Some of them are quite small. For example, it enables Immigration New Zealand to decline or refuse to accept applications from unlicensed immigration advisors where they've already been automatically accepted by an electronic system in error. So, and there's a list, and I won't go through them, of very small nuances where the regulations are just being having the kinks ironed out. One of the more substantive discussions about this section of the bill that we had was the question of removing the 12-month stand-down period, preventing former staff of Immigration New Zealand from being licensed as immigration advisors, and a couple of colleagues have already made reference to this. When the Act was passed back in 2007, there was a view that people who'd worked for Immigration New Zealand might have been privy to inside information or have relationships, friendships with colleagues who were still working for the department that might give them an unfair advantage commercially if they're working as an immigration advisor, or access to information that they shouldn't in normal circumstances be privy to. And but the strong advice of the officials that I think influenced members on the committee was that, in fact, the people that we're trying to protect with this legislation, members of the public, actually had the most to gain from having access to advisors who might have very fresh experience and knowledge of the inner workings of Immigration New Zealand, having been working for the department, and that there are a number of codes of conduct, public service codes of conduct, and others that govern the treatment of privileged information, and that they provide sufficient protection. So, Mr. Speaker, I'll leave it there. Labor is supporting this bill, and the committee was unanimous in recommending that the bill proceed. We made a number of pretty minor amendments and improvements, but we're happy to support, Labor is happy to support the bill.
Ryan Hamilton.
Speaker, we do love a good omnibus bill, and as the Chair of Finance said, this covers 24 acts, and it's like a big bus with 24 passengers on it. So not only are we into productivity and efficiency, but we're into public transport too. We like a good omnibus bill. And also on the subject, Mr. Speaker, happy birthday to the member of Aotearoa today, Tim Costley. I'd like to pick up the last comments of the former member there, that this is about fine-tuning And you know when you're trying to tune into a radio and you're just a little few clicks out, and when you hear it, it's that sweet sound. And if you're in Hamilton or the mighty Waikato, you go 97.8 or the Rock 93 FM or maybe ZB 97 FM. But Mr. Speaker, it's about fine-tuning, and we've got a lot more fine-tuning to do in the next 18 months. But for now, I commend this bill to the House.
Helen White.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am part of the Economic Development Select Committee, but I want to talk first of all about the impact of the work done by my colleagues on the Workforce Committee, because I was listening very carefully to what the Honourable Phil Twyford just said, and it resonated in my own electorate. Immigration is one of the things that is very important if you're a local MP. You really do see people who are at sea, they are vulnerable, and it is a really difficult thing to come in and work out who are people you can trust in a new country. So it's incredibly important, this work. And I totally take the point that the advisors made and has been turned into legislation, that a workforce that understands the intricacies of immigration, which has to be a careful system because it's a big stakes thing for everyone, but it is really important that that workforce can become our trusted advisors. It's good for those people too because it's a career path, but it's also the people who are most likely going to be able to do things efficiently and effectively for our migrants. I do share the concern over unlicensed agents, and I have seen those cases where there has been far too much money spent on doing things like applying in a way which in fact somebody could have done without spending any money at all. I think most recently the bill I saw for that was $5,000, and it was something that in fact there was no need to have anyone involved in at all, and it was actually a misdirected application. So it's a really important thing, and I commend my colleagues for doing that work and putting it into this legislation. I also wanted to talk about the employment changes here. The issue about copies of agreements and copies of terms and conditions being held but also being available. So held by an employer. It's not something that always happens. Again, I practiced in that area, and quite often people didn't have access to their employment agreement, and it's very undermining when you need to really make sure that people are communicating well, that they know their rights, if in fact the agreement has not been kept or has not been actually given up. So that's another thing I think is a really practical change. Finally, I don't want to go through and list 24 acts. I think that can be really unhelpful for the public. I do want to reassure the public that these bills are taken really seriously, and people do go through them in quite a lot of detail, and it is really helpful when submitters come along who point things out, and I take the point made by the New Zealand First speaker tonight that we had in our committee Sue Chetwin come along on the Charities Act. She's a very renowned and expert person in that area. And it was great to hear what she had to say, and we do absolutely listen. I also wanted to make the point that I was interested in one of the amendments there, which was a cooperation between the Financial Markets Authority and the Commerce Commission. This is an area I think that New Zealand's going to have to get right, and we're improving it, and we need to do a lot more in the area of communication between our organisations, synchronisation of what they're doing, and this is about the passing of information and the working together to deal with the situations which have arisen in what's called a standard contract, an unfair term in a standard contract. There's nothing short of exploitation going on in those situations. So it's really important that our agencies, like the Financial Markets Authority and ComCom, work on those together where both should be applicable. And so I'm pleased to see that. Finally, I've got 30 seconds, and I want to do a shout out to Ricardo Menendez-March. because recently in this House we had an allegation or a kind of abuse about whether he was a migrant. The fact that he's on a committee listening to the stories and the law that changes if you're a migrant is really helpful. And one of the wonderful things about this House is people come in from every walk of life, and they get to participate and they get to bring their experience and their vulnerability here. I commend the bill to the House.
Nancy Lou.
Speaker, I rise to also contribute to the Regulatory Systems Economic Development Amendment Bill and Regulatory Systems Immigration and Workforce Amendment Bill. I've counted there are over 20 different changes to the Act and a long list of amendments. This bill is really about improving our regulatory framework, making laws in New Zealand more efficient, more up-to-date, more modernised, reducing the red tapes, reducing administrative burdens for who? Again, coming back to the topic, the core message in my debates tonight in this House, on the last bill and also on this bill, that we are lawmakers in New Zealand making laws for New Zealanders. All we want to do is to make sure that the laws are performing efficiently, because efficient regulation is good for economic growth, which is exactly what we do as the national-led government, is about promoting growth, because growth means better wealth for the country, better wealth for our families, better wealth for all New Zealanders. Because of that, I commend this bill to the House.
Very good. Camilla Bellich.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just want to acknowledge at the start of my contribution today the passing of a very close family friend, Gabriel Rikihana of Ngāti Raukawa, who passed away at 97 on Sunday. So I just want to acknowledge her. Moe maira e te whaia. Mr. Speaker, I was privileged to be able to participate in the Select Committee process around this particular bill, and I think, as you would have seen from the contributions tonight, we took this process very seriously, and even though that this particular reading is unusual in the sense that it's the reading of two bills together, there's been, I think, effective scrutiny on both of those bills and of the different components of those bills. And so you would have heard my colleague Phil Twyford speak about the immigration aspects of the Regulatory System Immigration and Workforce Amendment Bill, and my colleague Glenn Bennett speak about the Economic Development Regulatory Systems Bill. And the part that I want to focus on is the workforce elements of the Immigration and Workforce Regulatory Systems Amendment Bill. Not, I haven't read out the title exactly, but I think you understand what I mean, Mr. Speaker. So the three aspects that I wanted to cover in this bill were, first of all, the changes in relation to employment agreements, and this was a change that is made by the bill that my colleague Helen White mentioned, which was an attempt to make sure that it wasn't just the employer or the employee that had a copy of the employment agreement, but it was in fact both parties. And I think that's an objective that is helpful for everyone, because it means that everyone has a copy of the written agreements. At the same time, we did scrutinise this quite intensively at Select Committee, and we did make a few changes to this particular provision to make sure that this provision was fit for purpose. It also wasn't clear on the original drafting of the bill that it wasn't meant to be as if only the employer was to hold a copy of the agreement. I think it's a point of fairness that both parties do have access to that as well, and just also to make sure that it was not only the individual employment agreement, but also the terms and conditions as well. So I think that was a beneficial discussion that we did have at Select Committee, and discussions around the fact that you can be an employee when you're an intending employee, which is quite a technical point, but one that I think was very elucidating for members of the committee, to realise that when you do receive an employment offer, you do actually fit the definition of employee under the Employment Relations Act, even though you haven't started a job. So that was a helpful discussion that I think that we had. One point of disappointment, Mr. Speaker, that I do have is in the updated legislative statement, those very good changes are not reflected in the legislative statement. So there is changes to the Electricity Act, the Immigration Advisors Act, but not the changes to the Employment Relations Act. But we did in fact make them, and I just wanted to note that for the record there as well. The second area that I wanted to cover was the amendments to the Health and Safety at Work Act. These are, as other members have stated, pragmatic changes that will make the Health and Safety at Work Act work more effectively. And the point I really want to make about this, Mr. Speaker, is not necessarily the individual provisions which are helpful in terms of returning levies, are helpful in terms of mine operations, are helpful in terms of the distinction between a tourist mine and a working mine. All of these are sensible changes that have been scrutinised and are included in this bill. But overall, a message to my colleagues over the other side of the House, especially those in the National Party, I think health and safety is an area that we really should be working on in a bipartisan manner. I don't think it's in anyone's interest that we have these very, very important fundamental rules about how people conduct business that change every time we have a change of government. And that has been what has happened to date. The National Party brought in the Health and Safety at Work Act. We, as the Labor government, fundamentally supported that. There is now a review which is happening, led by the Minister, into this area of work. And my plea to you really is let us not lose the benefits of a bipartisan approach to health and safety. Our objectives are the same. We don't want people to be injured at work. We want people to come home safe at work. So please, in this review, can we work together to make sure that these objectives are upheld? There's a lot of agreement. Unions agree, businesses agree. This is a really good example of how agreement can work in practice. So if there's people on the other side of the House listening, that is my plea on behalf of, I think, New Zealanders who would appreciate that as well. So hopefully my ACT colleagues can pass that on to the Minister too. The last part that I wanted to mention was the changes to the Parental Leave and Employment Protection Act. And this is a really interesting part of the bill, Mr. Speaker, that we did scrutinise a lot extensively at Select Committee, which is essentially something that people may not know about, and if they do know about it, it might be because they've gone through a very difficult time in their life, and that is the fact that New Zealanders are entitled to a preterm baby payment, and that is when your baby is born prematurely before 37 weeks. You can have up to 13 weeks preterm baby payment in addition to your paid parental leave. So that is really to acknowledge the fact that people who have had a baby prematurely face additional challenges, very extremely stressful time, if not one of the most stressful times for people in their lives when they do have a baby arriving prematurely. And these preterm baby payments kick in around 24 weeks, and anyone who has known anyone who's had a baby that early, it's a very, very difficult time. So the parental leave provisions that we have follow from the preterm baby payment. The effective purpose of this change in Part 7 of this Act is to make it really clear that those do follow on from one another, and the preterm baby payment for how many weeks you're entitled to it, you will be entitled to that first, and then after that you will be entitled to parental leave around about the effective due date of your baby. So this is a really important entitlement that New Zealanders have for support at a really difficult time, and a really important clarification as to how those rights work. And so I really hope that people in this House and people who are interested in the workings of this bill do discuss and advertise the fact that that is the case, because it might be that people are unaware, and it's an additional stress that you don't need at the time of having a baby prematurely to feel that you maybe won't be entitled to payment for that period of time, through parental leave equivalent payment, or that because your baby has arrived early, perhaps your time that you'd plan to take off work will be significantly changed. These essentially clarify what should have been implemented, but there was sufficient doubt as to whether that was currently being correctly implemented that advisors through MB told us that this would be a beneficial change to put in, and it's one that I'm very happy to see. So that's another example of, I think, a really good change that is in this particular bill. So those are the three areas that I really wanted to highlight, Mr. Speaker. As I said, colleagues have highlighted other aspects of this bill in relation to immigration and economic development, and those I think in relation to workforce, as the spokesperson for workforce relations and safety, that I really wanted to highlight. And so on behalf of myself and the party, I commend this bill to the House.
Dan Bidwell.
So the last speaker in this debate, is my pleasure to round off this discussion we're having on a riveting set of bills this evening, Mr. Speaker. And as a former member of the hard-working Economic Development, Science and Innovation and Technology Committee, it was my pleasure to help review the details of one of these bills. My colleague Cameron Brewer mentioned that the bill that before us is an omnibus bill. Over 20 acts that are going to be changed as a result of this. But Mr. Speaker, as we know, not all change is sexy retail change that we go out and campaign on. A lot of it is around marginal tweaks to regulations that help improve people's daily lives. And that is what these bills seek to do, Mr. Speaker, is make very small tweaks to regulations so that people can go about their lives in a daily matter more efficiently, more effectively, without cumbersome regulation. So, Mr. Speaker, without taking up much more time of the House, because I don't think any of us will be rushing out the door to speak about this bill in particular, but I do want to acknowledge the select committees for their work in this, the officials and the ministers responsible for bringing this bill to the House. I commend this bill to the House today.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. Those of that opinion will say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it.
Regulatory Systems Immigration and Workforce Amendment Bill, second reading. Regulatory Systems Economic Development Amendment Bill, second reading.
These bills are set down for committee stage next sitting day. I call on Government Order of the Day number 5.
Sentencing Reform Amendment Bill, committee stage.
I declare the House in committee for consideration of the Sentencing Reform Amendment Bill.
Members, the House is in committee on the Sentencing Reform Amendment Bill. We come first to Part 1. This is the debate on clauses 3 to 16, amendments to the Sentencing Act 2002 and the schedule. The question is that Part 1 stand part. Dr. Lawrence Yunnan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just signalling to Madam Chair as well that I've got a number of amendments to this particular bill, but also the bill is, well, the bill has the potential to be quite complex in terms of the ramifications of the relationship with both sentencing but also with the Crimes Act, and also in terms of the wider scope of the aggravating and mitigating factor, which granted is some of the bedrock of our Sentencing Act and our sentencing procedures in Aotearoa. So just signaling to the Chair that we will be going through section by section. But I want to start by asking the Minister, starting with clause 4, starting with section 4 in terms of interpretation, and this is specifically in reference to the remorse mitigating factors. Now, understanding we've had some discussions around this and some clarifications around this during the committee stage, and as we can see, that is an amendment that's being done as part of the committee, of the select committee stage. But I'm curious in terms of the remorse mitigating factors, and particularly with B, excluding anything described in section 10. And I want to check with the Minister whether either the Minister or any of the officials has done any form of modeling around what are the possibilities of people, of it punishing people on a lower socioeconomic status more than people on a higher economic and social status, because I'm sure the Minister is aware in section 10 of the Sentencing Act, it is to do with expressions of remorse, which could be both in terms of actions but also in terms of finance, or in terms of I guess, other forms of financial repatriation. So I guess allowing, excluding Section 10 as part of the 40% cap, would the minister consider, or could the minister provide clarification on whether that could be a possibility that people who could afford to pay the victim are able to essentially get a higher percentage of discount than people who do not have access to that particular source? Thank you.
Honourable Dr. Duncan Webb.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Interested in the Minister's comments on the kind of underpinning policy of this Act. And I'm aware that in terms of sentencing principles in the Act, the Minister has suggested an amendment paper, and in particular, an amendment paper which sees an additional aggravating factor as posting online. And that's Clause 5A, which replaces Section 9A, I think, of the Principal Act. And I'm just interested in his views because whilst, in fact, that's probably unobjectionable, which is a rare thing from this minister, but there you go, I'm interested in his views of what other factors should be taken into account given this government's apparent or so-called victim-centric approach. And I know there's an amendment paper on the table that my colleague will work to speak to, I'm sure, but in terms of placing greater weight on the views of victims, I'd be interested in his views on that. That's Clause 5 of the bill. Be interested in views there.
Mr. Chair.
Helen White.
Madam Chair, sorry. I'd like to know from the Minister about the issue of the guilty plea, because I can see a statement that is about these actual discounts for things like guilty pleas and youth pleas, and a kind of attempt to make a hard and fast rule in those situations. Now, my experience with people who are young is that if they're actually developing so much that you might get a remorseful plea at a later time in their maturity that means a lot more than the one that happened before. But my understanding is under this new rule, the judge's discretion to look at the person before them and to think that person there has developed some common sense, some true remorse, has appreciated what they've done, may actually be constrained in terms of finding an appropriate pathway for that person. So I'm very interested in those particular things. We've got a guilty plea discount, we've got a youth discount. Are those factors sufficiently flexible in this situation? Now, I do understand that there is absolutely a scepticism when people continually say they're sorry, demonstrate remorse, but there's also the real thing. And so I would like to know from the Minister what flexibility has been built into the system when a judge, who after all we pay a lot of money because they've been there around the block a few times and they've seen this, sees somebody in front of them who in fact is perhaps young, but perhaps they're not young, there are other reasons. For example, they may have had real issues with addiction, which they have overcome. So they're seeing someone who for some reason has come through a crisis, and the crisis may have contained offending, which is not an excuse, it's just a reality. And they're in that position there where they actually, that's when remorse matters. That's when their age matters, etc. So I'd like to know from the Minister, what is the story with that? How are they going to have a sufficient flexibility for us not to have an unjust and just a stupid outcome, just a silly, damaging outcome to both the victim, or both the victim and to the perpetrator? Thank you.
Dr. Lawrence Yunnan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. While the Minister seeks some advice to my earlier question, I think this is something that I want to pick up on what the Honourable Dr. Duncan Webb has mentioned in terms of the Minister's amendment paper number 224. And I guess I have a number of questions to this amendment paper. I guess the first thing is understanding that this amendment paper is in response to the Abuse in State Care and Faith-Based Care report. I wanted to check with the Minister, Haka, what was the reason behind the amendment paper coming to the House so late when it was, my understanding, was brought to Cabinet in November 2024, and in terms of what some of the recommendations are. So because the thing is, if the amendment paper, if the Minister has brought it to the Cabinet early in November, we actually could have incorporated the amendment paper as part of our discussion in Select Committee. And there might have been opportunities for people to be able to submit on that. So I wanted to know, is there a rationale behind why this amendment paper was introduced so late? I guess the second part, in terms of the delay in terms of this amendment paper as well, is whether the Minister has sought advice from the Office of the Attorney General, as all amendment papers should, because one of the things I am interested in and also have observed repeatedly is, particularly within the justice portfolio, there has been a reoccurring habit of ministers introducing amendment papers during or just before the committee stage without going through the select committee process. So I would like to know what sort of recommendations or what sort of clarifications the minister is able to provide on having to do that over and over, because we've seen that with gang legislation bill, we've seen that with three-strike legislation, we're now seeing with this bill as well, where kind of reasonably substantial amendment papers dropped sort of last minute. So that's my second question. My third question is around the rationale behind why the minister decided to only take up 2 of the recommendations from the Abuse in State Care report and not the third one around potentially considering the mitigating factors as, or different, not so much not in terms of mitigating factors, but taking into past convictions or as a result, or convictions as a result of the abuse in state care into consideration when we're looking at Section 91J of the Sentencing Act, because that was something that was in the recommendations. And my understanding from the minister is that that would be hard to implement, but also at the same time, with what we're seeing is a lack of emphasis and priority being placed on cultural reports. How would the minister ensure that if the minister doesn't take that particular recommendation on board, because citing that is already existing in the current legislation, or it's going to provide additional complexity, how will we be able to have the confidence that that particular recommendation from that report will be taken on board, and that people who are convicted or have previous convictions as a result of their abuse in state care, their voices will be listened to as part of the aggravating factors being applied under Section 91J. So those are my 3 questions. The first one is, if this was brought to Cabinet in November 2024, was there a reason why the amendment paper itself was brought so late to the House and didn't get a chance for public to submit or have a say on it? Has the minister sought advice from the Attorney General on this particular amendment paper? Because we are seeing that worrying trend of major substantial amendment papers being dropped just before or even during committee stage. And finally, the rationale behind not taking up recommendation, the third recommendation from the abuse in state care and faith-based care recommendation, and how is the minister going to address the fact that we are not seeing that emphasis being placed on cultural reports. So what effect would that have in terms of Minister not including that recommendation?
Honourable Paul Goldsmith.
Well, look, I want to start by thanking members for their questions, and this is an important part of the legislative process that we work our way through the proposed legislation. So for people tuning in to this debate, the broader issues is Parliament generally, when it comes to sentencing laws, sets a maximum sentence, whether it's for murder or for aggravated assault or various other things in the Crimes Act. And then judges in New Zealand have discretion beneath that maximum. There is a kind of a rule of thumb as a starting point, which is often guided by Court of Appeal decisions. And then judges have been in the habit of listing a number of discounts applied to that starting point to get to the final sentence. And that's how the system works. It's not set in stone that it has to work that way, and people will say, well, Parliament shouldn't interfere with the independence of judges. It's perfectly within the realms of possibility that the Parliament could, instead of having maximum sentences, could have minimum sentences, or they could have compulsory sentences. Parliament could do any approach that it likes, and all around the world people have different approaches. But the feedback and the concern that we've had across the community is that there have been an excessive use of discounts in recent times, and I don't refer to any particular cases because that's definitely for the courts to decide, but overall in sentencing policy, Parliament wanted to, this government wants to send a clearer message that we want to have real consequences for crime, and we're not comfortable with very significant discounts applied so that people are convicted of serious crimes and then through a series of discounts end up with detention and home detention or something like that in particular circumstances. And so that's why we've brought in this legislation which ultimately limits the ability of government, of judges to have discounts of more than 40%. And people tuning in will say, well, 40%, that's quite a lot. Why are we allowing that much discretion? And of course, an important part of that is recognising the guilty plea and for the functioning of the courts, and the best thing we can do for victims of crime, other than doing everything we can to avoid them being victims of crime in the first place, is to at least to be able to deliver timely justice and not have the system, the court process dragging out for years and years, re-traumatising victims. And so a guilty plea which avoids all that process and deals with the situation in a faster manner is a good thing and is something that should be acknowledged within the sentencing. And so that up to 25% is important. One of the most important things we're doing in this legislation, though, is recognising that that full discount shouldn't be offered if people wait to the very last minute, to the morning of the case, to plead guilty, because that that still creates an enormous amount of stress for the system and the victims. And so there should be a sliding scale. If you plead guilty at the first opportunity, yes, get a significant discount. If it's later in the time, you get a less significant one. Now, just quickly addressing some of the issues raised by our friend from the Greens, in terms of amendment papers being delivered late in the process. Yes, this is an extremely busy government. We've got a lot on our legislative agenda, a lot going on, and the blockage in the pipeline to get even more done is working our way through all the pieces of legislation and the policy advice. And sometimes, in an imperfect world, we need to we have an opportunity with a piece of legislation before the House on a particular topic to add a couple of things to it, and we take that opportunity rather than starting a whole new process with a separate piece of legislation. And so when it came to some of the recommendations of the Royal Commission, Commission in terms of state abuse, we saw that as an opportunity to introduce an amendment recognising one of the recommendations there. Now, we didn't take all the recommendations in terms of the recognising the background of people who have been in state care independently. We think there are many opportunities within the existing law to recognise, for judges to recognise the background circumstances of the perpetrators of crime, and so we didn't think any additional reference was required in that regard.
Honourable Dr Duncan Webb.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. Look, we accept that it is open to the government to signal penalties in a particular way, and if it's the view of this government, and it clearly is, that the judges have been perhaps a little light, then that's certainly part of our democratic process that can be done, even though on this side of the House we might not agree with everything there. But in doing this, Minister, there is a risk that you're introducing a whole lot of new concepts and approaches which is quite disruptive to the sentencing process. And so I'm throughout this committee stage, I'm keen to just explore some of that. And whilst you've given a policy overview of the approach, I'm keen to kind of dig down. And one of the brand new concepts that this bill, I think almost by accident, has introduced is a distinction between a mitigating factor of the circumstances of the offence and a personal mitigating factor. And that's a definition, got this brand new definition in section 4, which sets out a personal mitigating factor because, and I'll come to starting points later, because this is critical to the sentencing process because the discounts that are limited by your reforms are limited in respect of personal mitigating factors. So you've got a crime which is committed, and it might be a serious premeditated assault on an unsuspecting person. Now they're not personal. What a personal mitigating factor appears to be is factors about the offender which can be taken into account in lowering the sentence. So it might be youth, it might be mental impairment. Whether they pleaded guilty is another one there that's listed. And I guess I'm very interested in, because one of the problems is you get a degree of uncertainty. You got number 6, any evidence of the offender's previous good character, and then subsection B, a mitigating factor under section 9.4a, which is itself open-ended, that the court considers as personal to the offender. So I guess, and this is very relevant, the government's intention, this Parliament's intention in having a personal mitigating factor, exactly what is meant by it. What isn't a personal mitigating factor is the fact that the offender was responding to a threat or physical assault, him or herself. Is that a personal mitigating factor, or is that a factor about the offence itself? Is the fact that the person was, hungry and stole food, is that a personal mitigating factor, or is that just a factor about the circumstances of the offence? Because this is actually a critical point. Now, whilst a shoplifting offence probably isn't going to raise too many issues, when we get into issues of, a murder, the old provocation offence, where someone is so incensed with a set of circumstances they find that they react in an angry and uncontrolled manner, now that is a factor of the offence that the judge can take into account. And I guess I'm asking you, Minister, a factor like that, is that a personal mitigating factor which is capped in terms of what can be taken into account? Or is it a circumstance about the offence which is not capped and where the judge can address the starting point of the sentencing process. That's a critical point that I think really requires your clarification.
Dr. Lawrence Judan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I just want to say that, Honourable Dr. Duncan Webb has raised a lot of really important points. Because again, let's not forget that from a criminal perspective, the interaction between the Crimes Act 1961 and the Sentencing Act 2002 forms the very foundation of our criminal law system. So in terms of getting these sort of clarification from the Minister, it's absolutely crucial in guiding the way that we do look at criminal law cases going forward. Now, just want to pick up on something the Minister said before, because I want to get, and I thank you, the Minister, for both providing the background, but also to answer some of my questions. But I think the two things I want to pick up on first that the Minister said, the first one is that the government have a lot of bills to get through and gives the impression that if an amendment paper is late, it's late. But I just also want to raise the same concern and warning that the Attorney General has raised last year in terms of speeding through legislation without proper consultation and proper view. And I think the other thing that I asked the Minister specifically regarding not taking on the third recommendation from the report of abuse in state care and faith-based care is around the fact that if the existing 91J of the Sentencing Act is already sufficient, how would we address the general concern that communities and particularly victims of abuse in state care and faith-based care have around the defunding and also the lack of prioritization being placed on Section 27 cultural report. So my question was specifically on the weight of Section 27 report that is going to be placed on the existing 91J from the Minister's perspective. Now, going on to what the Minister mentioned before in terms of the broader discount concern, and I hear from the Minister that there are concerns about the fact that people might perceive that the way that we discount is potentially, loose or potentially too weak. But I wanted to check from the Minister, because during the Select Committee stage, we heard from legal experts who are in these areas, and not just Law Society in New Zealand, but also community law and other aspects and facets of law and the legal profession, people who work in this field and are experts within this field. I want to check with the Minister, how has the Minister consulted with experts in the field, or whether they share the same concern that Minister just expressed in terms of discount concerns? Because based on both the departmental report, it doesn't seem like that the legal profession experts in this field share that same concern. And judging by what both is present in terms of the regulatory impact statement and the supplementary analysis, we're seeing that the limitations being placed and the narrow scope of the bill meant that officials couldn't actually consult more widely. In fact, in this, the supplementary report that was mentioned specifically on the two new aggravating factors that was mentioned, there is the fact that the Ministry has also been, it says that the Ministry has been unable to assess the potential impact the inclusion of the aggravating factors could have on sentencing. Had officials had time, they would have done X, Y, and Z. So I wanted to check with the Minister, who are these people who express concerns about the fact that the current discount is too high?
Madam Chair.
Honourable Paul Goldsmith.
Well, obviously, there's obviously a wide range of opinions across society around sentencing law. But, for example, when we went to see members of the Sandringham Business Association in Auckland and the town, and in the people operating in the retail space, many occasions has it been expressed to me that the deep frustration of people who are just trying to make a living running a business or a dairy or any kind of retail business, and find that they're being attacked physically, and then finding that if somebody is actually finally held to account and convicted in a court, and then reading the very long list of discounts offered so that the sentence ends up and it's always a question of judgment, but that they feel it's very far removed from certainly the maximum sentence and maybe a home detention or some such outcome for a violent assault. So there have been many people who have been concerned about the message that society is sending in terms of the seriousness of the consequences for convictions. Now, obviously it's not the role of Parliament or the Executive to critique or to interfere with individual cases and individual judgments made by the court, and I don't do that. But it is very much the appropriate space for Parliament and the government of the day to consider the messages that it sends in the Sentencing Act. And the primary message that we're wanting to send through this legislation is that Parliament wants to see a more judicious approach taken to discounts. We don't want to see repeated discounts offered for remorse. You can be remorseful, of course. Everybody understands that people can be remorseful, but we're not so convinced of it as many times. And you can get a discount for being young, but not many times. And when you look at the overall amount of discounts on offer, and I think, frankly, one of the things that's been of interest to people has been the recent reporting of many court cases in the open justice media approach that's been taken over the past few years, and people have seen many instances where significant discounts of sometimes up to 60 or 70% on the starting point have been offered. And so there's been widespread public concern. If I think back to the election of late 2023, number one issue that was consistently raised on the doorsteps was the cost of living, people concerned about that. But a fairly consistent number two, particularly in Auckland and Waikato and Takanini, certainly in Takanini, was real concern around law and order in the community and people wanting to see a stronger message. There's a philosophical thing that comes into it, and we had a sense that the previous administration did offer up a lot of excuses for crime and a culture of excuses for criminal behaviour, and we wanted to send a message that was much more focused on the needs of the victims of crime. And the sentencing element, of course, is only one part of that, and we have to locate that in the broader context, sending a clear message, holding people to account, and taking those worst serious repeat offenders out of circulation for longer as part of the response. Equally important part of the response is better rehabilitation and dealing with the long-term drivers of crime, and the government's equally interested in that. So when it comes to the broader justice response, the sentencing element is one element of it, but it's not the total response, because I think everybody in this House recognises the importance of dealing with some of the broader long-term social issues that we face as a country.
Dr. Duncan Webb.
Madam Chair, I know I beat my colleague Tracy McClellan to her feet there.
Look, sorry, I didn't see you. You might have to call louder.
The Minister has given a couple of good speeches on sentencing policy from the government's perspective, but he hasn't answered some of the really detailed questions. My earlier question was in respect of personal mitigating factors, and I gave him some examples, but the critical one was, is a degree of lack of control due to being taunted, for example, or provoked, to use the old language, is that a personal mitigating factor, or is it a mitigating factor that goes to the overall offence? Is it a mitigating factor that can be discounted only to 40%, or is it one which goes to starting point, which apparently can be discounted without limit? That's really important. So great policy speech, but Minister, we really appreciate it if you could answer the really detailed questions that are appropriate in a committee stage. Because my next question is about remorse, and I get it, right? The judges already are sceptical of repeated I'm sorries. I'm terribly remorseful about this, and rightly so. This government said you can only play the remorse card once. I can understand what's behind that. But we've got a tricky situation, because on the one hand, you're like, we don't believe you're sorry enough to give you a discount, But on the other hand, we don't want to disadvantage victims. And this is in Clause 4, which is the interpretation clause, which talks about what a remorse mitigating factor is. And it identifies the mitigating factor in section 9(2)(f), which identifies remorse, but not anything described in section 10. And it's that distinction which is important, Minister, because the section 10 distinction is people who show they're sorry, not by saying it, but by doing something. And this runs into a problem, because if you're Whittle from Pike River and you've got $4 million of insurance money to show you're sorry, then all of a sudden that can become very helpful indeed. But if you don't have means and you can't show in a tangible way how sorry you are by an offer of compensation, and you're not equipped to go and rebuild the fence that you smashed down or whatever it might be, then it doesn't matter how sorry you are. So I guess one of the questions I have in terms of this section 10 provision is, what space is there for people who can't make financial recompense, because it looks dangerously like you get a discount for paying to being sorry, but not a discount where you can't pay for being sorry. And that's deeply problematic, because we don't want justice that you can buy and sell. So please explain, in respect of saying, no, we don't believe you're sorry if you say sorry twice, but we will believe you're sorry if you'll pay for being sorry twice. That's actually a deep policy question about who the justice system serves and whether it is tilted in favour of people who have money and against those who don't. So, referring to my earlier question about provocation, I would really like an answer on that, and I'm sure there'll be courts later down the track that would like an answer on that. And second, what are we doing about people being able to buy their remorse discount?
Honourable Paul Goldsmith.
Look, just in terms of the personal mitigating factors which are included in the cap, they are things such as the age of the offender, whether they pleaded guilty, whether the offender had taken steps during proceedings to shorten the proceedings or reduce the cost, evidence of the offender's good character, those elements. Some of the things that are not included in the cap, because they're not relating to the personal circumstances, are things such as the offender spent time on bail with an electronic EM condition as defined in section 3. That would be one example. Another one would be any adverse effect on the offender of a delay in the disposition caused by a failure by the prosecution's part. So that would be another thing where that wouldn't have to be included in the cap. The conduct of the victim is not included in the cap, and that's an element there. So there's a range of things that we've included and excluded from the cap, particularly things that relate to like I say, things such as time already served on EM bail.
Dr. Tracy McClellan.
Madam Chair, I must say that answer from the Minister isn't totally satisfactory, because as my colleague, the Honourable Dr. Duncan Webb, has just said and given several examples, to highlight the fact that it's actually a deep and heavy kind of policy question, and one that requires a requisite amount of analysis, let alone familiarity. And I think certainly my other colleagues have mentioned the fact that this is the stage where we need to have those answers in terms of what was the rationale, what was the thinking behind it. Because when we look at this section, and as other people have said, the very deliberate parcelling out of mitigating factors relating to the offence versus relating to the person, which by definition is deeply personal, and therefore by further definition is undoubtedly complex. Because people are complex. And the Minister's account of that, notwithstanding the fact that we still haven't heard anything specific or concrete about provocation, doesn't really feel as if it's as weighty as what one would imagine answers to be. The Minister in his previous response and his contribution talked a lot and spent the majority of his time mentioning messaging and sending messages. And this isn't, simple PR. This is a piece of legislation that has potentially quite profound effects on actual people. And so whilst I appreciate the government's intentionality, or rather their basic intention to signal to people that somehow this government is, tough on crime, or is going to be tough on crime, and do things to be tougher on crime, this doesn't really feel like a very nuanced or a very well thought out example of doing that, mainly because, as colleagues have pointed out, there seems to be several holes, several inconsistencies, and we're just trying to get to grips with what ties those things together to make a little bit of a more cogent theory behind what is happening. Now, if we look at, as others have, the remorse and the age angles in particular as personal mitigating factors, and I trust that the Minister will endeavour to ask a little bit more fully those questions that have already been asked. But the one that the offender has taken steps during the proceedings, other than steps to comply with procedural requirements, to shorten the proceedings or reduce their cost, is a very specific example that's not terribly personal, that the Minister might like to just provide a little bit more information about, in terms of, as a rather dry clause, what the thinking was behind that. I also note that, as I said, whilst the Minister has said on numerous occasions that this mainly and primarily is about signalling and sending messages, in terms of how that then interacts, because crime isn't linear, it's cyclical, as we all know, and he mentioned rehabilitation and sentencing and only being one tool in the toolbox, so to speak, and therefore rehabilitation and various other factors impact that crime cycle. But he didn't really mention anything to do with drivers of crime and how these measures in here in relation to these personal mitigating factors, and if they're not able to be given the weight that they should be, or they're not being able to be used as they could be as part of that breaking the cycle of crime, or that readiness for future rehabilitation, should that involve sentencing that lends itself to that. So can the Minister quite specifically look at Section 4A5, and I just want to know a little bit more about what the specifics are around shortening the proceedings or reducing their cost, whilst we're waiting on perhaps the Minister to take some further advice around provocation, and some more advice around just providing a little bit more fulsome answers in relation to remorse and age, and how those things interact or not in this process.
Dr. Lawrence Yunnan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. While the Minister ponders on Dr. Tracy McLeland's questions, I just want to throw a few more questions to the Minister. Again, we are looking at something that's partly getting into the nitty-gritty of the bill itself. The Minister has expressed some of the policy intent, which would also need to be questioned, as well as some of the elements, fundamental elements of statutory interpretation of the bill itself. I think the first thing I want to pick up on was what the Minister mentioned before. I think it is absolutely crucial that when we do look at bills like this and when we look at sentencing, that victims' voice are placed in a position and they are taking into consideration. And from our perspective, that's one of the fundamental requirements when it comes to restorative justice. However, when we're looking at Section 5, and particularly Section 5, I guess a clarification, because the current Section 8F of the Sentencing Act already has elements that talks about taking into the consideration of the victim as part of the sentencing. But this particular bill does clarify and divide that into two separate elements. So we're looking at Section 5F, Roman numeral 2, concerning the interest of the victim. Now, the Minister before has mentioned that when we're looking at the people that the Minister has spoken to, which the Minister didn't mention any particular legal bodies or lawyers around that other than businesses and local community, which arguably is incredibly important in the context when we're looking at this bill. But one of the things we did see that's being submitted on is that when we do take the victim's interest into consideration, that it should be one that is of restorative in nature and not punitive in nature. And one of the submitters, the community law, that does mention that whether the wording will allow victim to seek a particular and vengeful punishment for the offender and make actually things worse for both parties. And so I wondered if, first of all, if the Minister would consider my amendment paper, which insert the new word restorative as part of that, considering the restorative interest of the victim, just so that there are clarifications that we're not seeing the mentality of an eye for an eye, which, let's be honest, unless the Minister has data that could shed light otherwise, it's not something that's beneficial to anyone. So that's my first question around Section 5. Now, my second question is around Section 6. I'm going to first ask a question around, from the context of statutory interpretation. Now, in this bill, we've introduced a new cross-heading, which is AAA, and just above the new Clause 6.1, that's basically talks about adult offenders actually committing, etc. But this will sit above, presumably, Section 9.1. Now, the problem with that is that if you're looking at from the context of statutory interpretation when it comes to aggravating factor, Section 9.1 is empowered by the heading, let me just quickly find it, that in sentencing or otherwise dealing with the offender, the court must take into consideration the following aggravating factors to the extent that they are applicable in the case. But putting a cross-heading above that, I'm not entirely sure what the Minister wants to do with that. Is that something the court should consider? Is that applicable to the entirety of Section 9.1 or indeed possibly, entirety of Section 9.1? Is that just for the purpose of this bill? Either of those could be possible, so some clarification from the Minister would be grateful. On top of that, it specifically used the term adult. Now, adult is not defined in any part of this bill, nor is it defined in the Sentencing Act. So it will also be important for the Minister to define what does the Minister consider adult to be. And that actually is a clarification that's important. And it could be as simple as 18 years and over, or 25 years and over, that's perfectly reasonable, but a clarification is needed. And I do have more questions for the Minister on Section 6, but I'll wait to hear from the Ministers on my current questions first.
Honourable Paul Goldsmith.
Just picking up on the member raised a multitude of points on that, and I'll pick up on one in relation to the message being sent through sentencing, and he's referred to the possible interest in punitive responses, and also a focus on rehabilitation in sentencing, and the desire to and a restorative intent, and both of those are important. I think the other element that we sometimes lose sight of is the one of the purposes of the Sentencing Act is for society to denounce the act. that's carried out. There is a very good, I mean, there's been cases, many examples of people who are convicted of very serious crimes, such as raping multiple people, ending up with a very short prison sentences, or indeed no prison sentences and time on home detention. From a victim's point of view, there is a reasonable question of doubt as to whether that outcome after, and we all know the difficulties of achieving convictions in such cases, and all the pressure on the victim and the horror of that process, to go through all that and the consequences to be what some people would regard as very lenient. There's a question about whether that effectively is society effectively denouncing the act that has taken place, and same with many instances of violent crime, again being dealt with in a manner where many reasonable people would look at it and conclude, well, actually, from what the consequences of that are, society is not effectively denouncing the act and sending a very clear message that we do not tolerate that. We do not tolerate that activity, and there will be consequences for it. And I think that's what broadly what people are looking for in the sentencing reform, is a clearer message from society about what we do tolerate and what we won't tolerate, and where there will be significant consequences for certain actions. And so by limiting the overall discounts, that's what we're hoping to achieve.
Helen White.
Take that point up, and it very much resonates with what I want to talk to the Minister about. The issue over aggravating factors is you're adding factors, you're selecting things that are particularly heinous. And while I accept that there's a real role for punitive action when we are sentencing people for things they've done that are wrong and sometimes evil, there's a whole lot of things that just don't get on the list, and yet they're harming people enormously. My colleague raised the issue over whether you could buy your way out of a punishment, which hasn't been answered yet. But I ask you about the selection of those aggravated factors, because my understanding is we are not punishing anybody who's involved in any white-collar crime whatsoever. We don't punish a whole lot of people who actually end up on home detention in situations where they're in mansions. Now, I've seen that happen in my career. I have been in Chin Chin when Mark Lyons came in while he was away, when he shouldn't have been in Chin Chin at all, and he was there. And he was repeatedly given softer sentences, and nobody asked, what background did that man come from? What privilege did he have? Was it something where, in fact, his crimes were hurting people enormously, and he should have, in fact, been better off? In fact, we all would have been better off if he'd been inside at that earlier point, including probably him. So these are real. They're not made up things. And I want to know from the Minister, what kind of advice did he get about the proportionality of the crimes that he chose to target? And it doesn't mean they're not important. I am from the area of Sandringham. I want to make sure that people do not ram raid and that my shopkeepers in my area feel safe. I am not disputing that those aren't very important things. But when somebody scams somebody, when they scam a whole lot of older people, they really hurt them. They hurt their families. They often cause suicide. They often cause deep, deep pain. And none of that is reflected on this list. So what was it that the Minister decided to ask advice about what things should be on that list? And was there any attempt, because I heard the Minister talk about that kind of blue skies approach and looking at the way that judges were making decisions, where is the consideration of something like the obvious injustice when somebody goes and does their home detention in a beautiful mansion in Parnell, and somebody else is doing their home detention in a little flat with a bracelet and poverty all around them and not a lot to do. Those are very different things. Yet how come they don't get on the list? How come we don't seek to punish and send those signals when it involves moneyed people, when it involves privilege? Because I can't think of any worse. If you've committed a crime and you've had every privilege that our society can give you, including private schools and money, if you have committed crime, surely you go to the top of the list. And surely if you have taken people's hard-earned money in the society, including in Sandringham, and you have caused enormous damage, you should be on the list. Where is the on the list for people who are involved in drug crimes? We're involved in much more serious things. That's what I want to know. What proportionality, what justice are we bringing when we handpick a few things that just happen to target a group of people who are always seem to be in the firing line, and we ignore and we are blind to the real harm that others are causing, and we do seem to be complicit, sir. So where is it that you are doing that? I'd also really still like an answer to my question about what happens if you have somebody who has had addiction and they are actually truly remorseful, they have developed. What happens then if they've already used up their chance in the depths of that addiction?
Honourable Paul Goldsmith.
Madam Chair, if the member is making the case for tougher consequences for white-collar criminals and people who perpetrate fraud against other New Zealanders, I wholeheartedly agree with her, and they are broadly captured by this legislation, which is not limited to certain crimes. It's responsible for all the crimes in the Crimes Act. It covers all the crimes in the Crimes Act, and I absolutely agree with her. One of the fastest growing areas of crime in our communities is fraud, and I think all of us in the House will know of individuals whose lives have been capsized by fraudulent behaviour where they've lost substantial sums of money, so the discounts, the limitation on discounts for that kind of offending applies equally. In terms of the aggravating factors, yes, one which has been included in this legislation is in relation to the special vulnerability of victims such as dairy owners who are often working alone or living upstairs from the building, and whereas the government decided that it was important to particularly draw attention to people where, particularly their family are living upstairs or out the back of a retail premise and are subjected to a ram raid in the middle of the night, and the horror that brings to that family. And so we wanted to recognise that. And yes, of course, a case can be made for many, many instances for aggravating factors. And so, yes, one can't do it for everything. But certainly the broad message that this Parliament or this government is sending, and this Parliament, hopefully, if they support this legislation, is that we want to have firmer consequences for a wide range of criminal offending.
Honourable Dr Duncan Webb.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I've got 2 points. The first is in respect of the Clause 5 of the Bill, Section 8 amended. And there's an amendment paper on the table. It's actually in the name of Helen White, but I've asked her, she said I'm allowed to speak to it. And it's around the views of victims. And we support the place of victims in the criminal justice system being enhanced. And we're concerned that this government is really saying it, but really paying lip service to it. So this amendment paper, which touches on sentencing principles, makes 2 suggestions, and that is that the sentencing court should be taking into account the views of the victim, now not giving them a right of veto, but giving weight to the views of the victim in respect of the appropriateness of any sentence, including any sentence indication. Now, victims' views are taken into account by way of victim impact statements, and the current proposed amendments go some way to identifying the victim's needs, but this would actually give genuine victim voice. And sentencing indications are quite well known. So if it's quite common for a defendant to go to court and say, can you tell me what I might get, and that might influence my plea. It's kind of a bit transactional, but I get it. And of course, if they say, oh, look, home detention is likely, then they might plead guilty, particularly if they live in Parnell. But if the victim says, home detention does not reflect my family's anguish at the loss that we've suffered, then it strikes me that that's a relevant consideration. And so that's the first part of that. And the second is the views of the victim concerning any restorative steps taken by the offender, for example, an apology, compensation, or non-financial redress. Now, I know we've discussed remorse, but this is somewhat different. So if the victim has met with the offender or undertaken a process and says, I was in the room and we discussed everything, and, you know, I have a degree of forgiveness or understanding, and that should impact the sentence, then that strikes me as highly relevant. And I'm inviting the Minister to seriously consider that. And the second thing, and I'm saying this now, and I'll tell you why I'm saying it now, because I'm kind of jumping ahead of myself. It's so that, because I suspect we'll go over the adjournment, so that the Minister can think carefully about this and come back with a genuine answer. And it's this. The 40%, where does it start? So if you take a crime such as ill treatment of a child or vulnerable adult, it has a maximum 10-year sentence. What's the maximum discount that we can get off that? Does it mean that the maximum discount is 40% of 10 years? Or does it mean that the judge does an initial exercise about the offence and finds this magical thing called the starting point, whatever that means, and then it's 40% of that? Because the starting point could itself be 5 years for that particular offence. So is the discount 40% of 5 years in that case, or 40% of 10 years? It's actually a question that goes to the very heart of this. And there is no reform that will be more scrutinised by the courts than sentencing reform, because it's all that it's about. It's about what courts do. And the courts and lawyers and defendants and prosecutors need to know, where does this discount start? Does it start from the 10 years, which ends up with a 6-year sentence, or does it start at this other magical place where the judges toss up the considerations which are not personal to offenders and might arrive at, say, 5 years, which means you get a maximum 2-year discount, in which case it would be a 3-year sentence? There is nothing more important that will happen in this debate, and I'm not going to even dream that the Minister would answer that immediately, but I would desperately like an answer to that question in the course of this Committee of the Whole House.
Dr. Lawrence Yunnan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I sort of got a response from the Minister, but not very clearly in terms of the statutory interpretation I questioned, asked in terms of the cross-heading above section 6.1, and also in terms of definition of adult. So I think a response for that will be very helpful. I want to actually pick up, and I know that Dr. Tracy McLeland as well as Honourable Dr. Duncan Webber also waiting for some of the questions that they have been asking as well. But I want to pick up on section 6.1, and particularly the newly introduced section, after section 9.1 CA, CB, which talks about which I find one of the most complex and one of the most interesting part of the Crimes Act, which is Section 66 around party liability. Now, the minister has introduced party liability, and particularly when we're looking at Section 66 1B, C, and A, because as the minister would know, Section 66 1A is the person actually performing the offending, who actually is the one who is offending, as opposed to the rest of them being a party to it. But I want to check with the minister on two things when it comes to party liability. Now, understanding there's a lot of work being done with party liability. Now, the first thing is around the concept of withdrawal when it comes to party liability. Now, this was a big deal in 2014 in the Arson and Crown case. So, in this particular case, you've had two women, Jamie Arson and Raylene Rameka, who encouraged initially in the first part of the process, but then withdrew and back off in the second part. And this went all the way up to the Supreme Court. And majority of that, when we get to sort of some of the higher courts, discuss this as the recognition of withdrawal must be as true defense, not necessarily you just kind of backing off halfway, and was unable to negate the element of 66 because it cannot undo the complete actus reus at the point of participation. Now, this is a really important thing because I understand the intention of why the minister would like to introduce something and introduce party liability as part of the aggravating factor, particularly in light of other things like RAM rating, etc., which I'm sure the minister can tell everyone about. But the idea of being able to withdraw partway through and then being able to be acquitted of party liability is something that the court system currently still struggles with understanding. So, for example, in this case, are we looking at potentially that we're looking at a system where the court may have to do something creative like where the connection can be broken, the secondary party fully neutralizes the participation before the offense is committed, or withdrawal would have been motivated the majority to reject the conclusion. All of these is an incredibly important exercise in terms of understanding party liability and how the criminal court will look at party liability. So that's my first question on what is the advice the minister have received around the concept of withdrawal halfway through or when you're looking at separate events when party liability is applied. Now, the other thing around party liability is that, like I said, they already create some legal challenges for predominantly, in this case, women also in abusive relationship. Now, when the common law presumption for acquittal of wives who committed crimes in the presence of their husbands was removed rightfully, there was no defense that can realistically accommodate women in such abusive relationships. While we still have some of these challenges within our current interpretation of Section 66, particularly 66 1B, C, and D, it is concerned that we have compounded that issue by introducing elements of that as an aggravating factor. This would actually have unintended consequences for women who are in abusive relationships, who are unable to say no and have unwillingly or inadvertently participated in a crime as part of Section 66 because we have no current systems for it. Like I mentioned before, there is no way for them to fully withdraw. Then on top of that, they get aggravating factors applied as well. So you are looking at people who are probably the most vulnerable of our communities being hit by both Section 66 in Crimes Act and then on top of that being the aggravating factor in this bill. So can I just get some clarification from the minister around party liability? Thank you.
Honourable Paul Goldsmith.
We're coming towards the end of this evening's discussion, but in short answer to questions raised by Dr. Duncan Webb, the discount would not be from the maximum sentence. That's not the intention. The starting point will apply in practice. Sentencing is a judicial process based on common law within a framework and requirements of the Sentencing Act. There's a rule of thumb, as it were, that has come through the common law. So, for example, if an aggravated violent attack aggravated assault might have a maximum penalty of X, but in these circumstances, at that level, with these consequences for the victim of that assault, the starting point might be X, 8 years or something like that. And so that is the starting point from the 40% discount. Now, of course, it is possible that different approaches could be made to the starting point, and if we were to discover after 3 years that suddenly the starting points for all the sentences suddenly halved, then Parliament would be, the government would be left making different conclusions, and there are many other things that Parliament could do if it felt like that message wasn't getting through, but I have every expectation that the process, a normal process for setting a starting point, has been well established in the common law framework, and that would be the starting point for the discounts.
Members, the time has come for me to report progress. I think my clock here is just a little bit faster than that one up there, so I will now report progress. Thank you.
The House is resumed.
Mr. Speaker, the committee has considered the Sentencing Reform Amendment Bill and reports that it has made progress on the bill. Mr. Speaker, I move that the report be adopted.
The question is that the report be adopted. Those of that opinion will say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. This bill is set down for further consideration in committee next sitting. Members, the House stands adjourned until 2 p.m. tomorrow.